Chapter 1, Super Rich Experience Card. Lin Fan, don't blame me for being realistic. If you can't afford the 380,000 yuan betrothal gift, I won't marry you. It's not easy for my parents to raise me. At the entrance of the community, a man and a woman were having an unpleasant argument over the bride price. Didn't we agree on a 180,000 yuan betrothal gift? How did it become 380,000 yuan overnight? I heard your brother has a girlfriend. I'm afraid this 200,000 yuan isn't his betrothal gift. That's right, just because you can't afford it doesn't mean others can't. Some people are even willing to give 580,000. It's just that I'm thinking of our old friendship, so I'm only asking for 380,000. The woman acted as if it was a matter of course. She thought that the boy loved her and would definitely compromise. Every time there was a conflict, the boy would compromise first. Lin Fan laughed angrily. This is ridiculous. We've been together for 3 years, and I've been feeling so miserable. I thought you'd change, but you're such an ungrateful person. You really think you're a gilded bastard. I'm done serving you, young master. You can marry whoever you want. After saying that, Lin Fan turned around and left, leaving Wang Jing with a stunned look on her face disheveled in the wind. He always obeyed me before, why did he become a different person today? Forget it, he will definitely come back to beg me in no time. Lin Fan was walking aimlessly when suddenly a voice came into his mind. Ding! System activation successful. System binding. Since the host has stopped the dog licking behavior, this system will issue the host a Super Rich Experience Card. Any amount recharged into the card will receive a 10,000 times return. Based on the host's current level, the daily recharge limit is 100 yuan. Name, Lin Fan. Age, 25. Height, 179 centimeters. Weight, 67 kilograms. Appearance, 7.7 points. Assets, 823 yuan. Physique, weak. Comprehensive score 48 points. You are indeed a bootlicker who ends up with nothing. I have never seen a host as poor as you, with only 823 yuan in your possession. The amount you can recharge today is 100 yuan, do you want to recharge? Top up. Lin Fan chose to recharge without hesitation. This overwhelming wealth came too suddenly, just like the book friends who added books to their bookshelf after reading them, all of them had overwhelming wealth. Ding! Recharge successful. Personal assets 100, the balance of the Xinhao Experience Card is 1 million. Given that the host has millions of dollars at their disposal, you currently have two options. 1. Transfer 380,000 yuan as a betrothal gift to Wang Jing, and you will be rewarded with a pink 6E titanium alloy dog leash worth 8.8 yuan, free shipping, and non-returnable. 2. Slap Wang Jing in the face and make her lick the host. If the counterattack is successful, you will be rewarded with 10 attribute enhancement points, which can be used to enhance any part of the host except the second brother. Only fools make choices. I want them all. That's impossible. I choose 2. I want to experience being licked too. With millions in cash in hand, Lin Fan finally straightened his back. From then on, there was one less bootlicker in the world. Lin Fan hummed a little tune and walked out of the gate of the community leisurely. Before leaving, he greeted the security guard and seemed to be in a very good mood. As soon as he walked out of the community gate, Lin Fan met Wang Jing's best friend, Lily. This woman is a super gold digger. Lin Fan suspects that Wang Jing has become so realistic because she has been with her for a long time. Now that Lin Fan had let go of his obsession with Wang Jing, his IQ seemed to have skyrocketed. In an instant, an evil plan came to his mind. I thought it was some big star who came. Her figure and temperament are simply invincible. It turns out to be our beautiful Lily. Without the restraint in his heart, Lin Fan spoke freely and talked nonsense, making Lily laugh. Is your mouth filled with honey today? Whether it's smeared with honey or not, you can tell by tasting it. Ha, you dare to take advantage of me? Be careful or I'll tell Wang Jing and you'll be in big trouble. Lin Fan stared at Lily for several seconds, then spoke in a serious tone. Oh, what a pity. What a pity. It's a pity that I didn't get to know you earlier. Wang Jing is far inferior to you. In fact, I have always had a crush on you. Don't talk nonsense. You have a crush on me, but why haven't I seen you treat me to a meal or send me a red envelope? A gold digger is a gold digger, and she can't stop talking about money. Lily, you misunderstood. Actually, I keep a portion of my monthly salary in addition to the one I give to Wang Jing. I also know that today is your birthday, so I plan to use this money to celebrate your birthday. Lin Fan looked sincere and showed the balance on the card to Lily. Tens of millions, hundreds of thousands, millions, a million? You actually have that much money. Lily was shocked by Lin Fan's balance and immediately stepped forward to hold Lin Fan's arm. It felt like a couple who had not seen each other for a long time, intimate and natural. It's my birthday today, where are you going to take me? Go spend some money. I, Master Lin, will pay for all your spending today. Lin Fan said calmly that he hadn't even started spending the 1 million yet, and in 24 hours, he would have another million, which he couldn't spend all. He had experienced the troubles of the rich. You are so nice. Today you belong to me and I belong to you. Lily said, pretending to be shy. Wang Jing, who was far away, saw the whole scene and stamped her feet in anger. You're such a green tea. I thought you were my best friend, but you actually seduced my man. I'll call you and scold you. Wang Jing made several calls in a row, but Lily rejected them all. Finally, she simply turned off her phone. Wang Jing watched them drive away and immediately rode her donkey to catch up with them. How could the little donkey catch up with the car? After a few minutes, Wang Jing successfully lost it. Lin Fan brought Lily to the Sunrise International Shopping Mall in the city, where there is a one-stop shop for eating, drinking, and having fun. The reason why Lin Fan brought Lily, whom he hated, out to spend money was that he wanted to make Lily and Wang Jing become enemies. The better he treated Lily, the more Wang Jing regretted it, because all of this originally belonged to her, and she was unwilling to give up and wanted to take it all back. He had seen Wang Jing chasing out on a donkey just now. Everything was under Lin Fan's control. The bait had been thrown out, and now he just had to wait for the fish to take the bait. Chapter 2. Swipe my card. Lin Fan and Lily came to the lipstick counter. There were all big-name lipsticks here, such as Dao, Xiang Nair. Do you like it? Lin Fan asked casually. Of course I do. Can you help me pick one? I'm pretty colorblind, so if I really have to choose, I'll just pick a few, this one, and that one. Beauty, please help me pick these out. Lin Fan said politely to the waiter. Okay, sir, would you like to wrap these up? No, these are the ones I picked out and I don't want them anymore. You pack up the rest for me. Sir, you're right, aren't you? Besides the few you picked out, there are over 80 more here. Are you sure you want to pack them all? Sure. After receiving Lin Fan's affirmative answer, the waitress's smile became even brighter. This was the first time she had received such a large order in her 3 years of working in the industry. But commission alone was a considerable income. Sir, I've packed them all for you. There are 88 lipsticks in total. After the discount, the total is 53,500 yuan. Swipe the card. Ma'am, your boyfriend is so generous to you. I'm really enviable. The waiter said to Lily with a smile. Seeing Lin Fan being so generous to her, Lily felt very happy, and her eyes looked at Lin Fan more and more gentle. It was the first time she carefully examined Lin Fan's appearance. It's pretty cool, especially when swiping the card. After buying the lipstick, Lin Fan and Lily walked into a Gucci store, and Lily immediately took Lin Fan to a bag. She has liked this bag for a long time, but the price is as high as 6 figures. Given her financial situation, she can only watch from afar. Lin Fan, does your bag look good? Does it match my style? Do you like it? Like. Then are you obedient? Obedient, super obedient. Lily answered without hesitation. Just be obedient, then we won't buy it. Forehead. Lily shook her head in surprise. That's not right. This is not how the script is supposed to be played. Shouldn't you buy things if you listen to her? What I mean is, let's not buy this. If we have to buy something, we should buy something expensive. This bag is only a few 100,000. I really can't afford it. Damn it, he has been tricked again. How about this one? It's low-key yet sophisticated, gorgeous yet understated, and the price is 280,000, which is just right for your age. You have good vision, and everyone listens to you. Waiter, wrap it up. If this had happened in the past, he would have thought for a long time about even 28 yuan, let alone 280,000 yuan. After all, living expenses were only a few hundred yuan a month. Okay, sir, I'll wrap it up for you right away. The waiter respectfully took the bag out of the cabinet for Lin Fan. At this moment, a sudden shout interrupted everyone's actions. "Wait a minute!" The voice was made by a woman. Lin Fan was most familiar with this voice. It was his girlfriend whom he had been licking for 3 years. "You are finally here. If you hadn't come earlier, I would have thought that your little donkey had run out of power." Faced with the sudden appearance of Wang Jing, Lily took a moment to react before being slapped in the face by Wang Jing. After slapping Lily, Wang Jing slapped Lin Fan in the face again. Fortunately, Lin Fan had been prepared and avoided this fatal blow. "You two, this pair of bastards, actually dated secretly behind my back. Lily, I thought you were my best friend, but in the end, you actually stole my man. Get your hands off my man right now." I was wondering why Lin Fan had the guts to talk back to me today. It turns out you have your backing. "You green tea, I'm going to tear your mouth apart today. See if you dare to seduce my man again." Wang Jing launched a crazy attack on Lily, but Lily did not show any weakness and fought back. "You can't keep your own man, and you blame me. With your sarcastic attitude, any man who follows you will be in big trouble. You even have the nerve to add 200,000 yuan to the betrothal gift at the last minute. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? What is it about yourself that is worth 380,000 yuan? Ah, bitch, shut up, I'm going to tear you apart. I'm not afraid of you." If it weren't for Wang Jing's interference, Lin Fan would have already used his credit card to buy the bag for her. Lily didn't care about sisterly love at this time, perfectly illustrating what fake sisters are. When the two were about to fight, the mall security arrived in time, separated them and prevented the farce. Wang Jing calmed down a little at this time. She had just heard from the lipstick counter that Lin Fan bought tens of thousands of lipsticks in one go. She felt very sad because the money was originally supposed to be spent on her. She thought that Lin Fan must have squandered the betrothal money prepared for her in a fit of rage. Fortunately, she arrived in time and stopped Lin Fan from continuing to spend. "Lin Fan, I hope you can calm down and stop being fooled by this vixen like Lily. Can we talk about anything when we get home? Don't you feel bad that you've spent the betrothal money your parents gave you on this vixen?" Wang Jing believed that the money Lin Fan spent today was her betrothal gift. Before Lin Fan could speak, Lily spoke first. "Come on, calling me a vixen? At least I understand men better than you do. You don't even know how to cherish a man as good as Lin Fan. You're right, you're Voldemort. You gave all the salary Lin Fan handed over these past few years to your good-for-nothing gambling brother, didn't you? Don't be too greedy. Lin Fan doesn't need your little gift money at all. After all, he can easily come up with $1 million. Maybe he's a rich second generation who's out to experience life." Is everything she said true, Lin Fan? You must be deliberately trying to piss me off, right? I don't want the 380,000 yuan betrothal gift. Just give me 180,000 yuan, and I'll keep the rest. I'll give you an extra 1,000 yuan a month for living expenses, so you'll have 2,000 yuan a month. Wang Jing is still the same, talking about money every other sentence. Lin Fan shook his head in disappointment. "Wang Jing, listen carefully. I've already told you that there's no connection between us anymore. It's my freedom to spend money on whoever I want. Also, Lin Fan is dead. From now on, there's only Brother Fan. Waiter, pack these bags for me. Brother Fan, I'm in a good mood today and I want to spend money well. Also, I don't want anyone to disturb my mood for spending money." "Yes, sir." Immediately after saying that, 2 waiters stood in front of Wang Jing to prevent her from getting close to Lin Fan. "Sir, the bag you requested is packed completely, totaling 945,000. Once you pay, we can send a special car to deliver the items to your residence." Ding, payment successful. Lily's favorability +2. Lily's favorability +2. Lily's favorability +2. As Lin Fan successfully swiped his card, Lily's favorability towards him skyrocketed. I wonder if the system will reward me for defeating Lily. After swiping the card, Lin Fan only had 1,500 left in his balance. That was a close call, I almost failed at pretending to be a fork. "Lily, let's go." Lin Fan called Lily out and completely ignored Wang Jing, who was standing beside him. He really has $1 million. He must be deliberately trying to piss me off. He belongs to me. When he realizes he's been tricked by the vixen Lily, I just need to be nice to him and he'll change his mind. Now I need to calm down. Wang Jing seemed to have made up her mind and stopped following and pestering Lin Fan. She just watched them go away. Today's Lin Fan made Wang Jing feel particularly manly. Even his tone of voice was so cool, a complete change from his usual timid style. This kind of heart-pounding feeling has not appeared for a long time. Bite. Wang Jing's favorability +2. Wang Jing's favorability +2. Wang Jing's favorability +2. The system prompts that Wang Jing's favorability towards Lin Fan has increased by 6 points. As long as it reaches 10 points, she can complete the task and get the reward. Lin Fan was speechless. This could actually increase his favorability. He should have pissed her off more earlier. Chapter 3, Of course it doesn't suit my identity. Lin Fan was holding the last 1,500 yuan in cash, wondering whether he should just run away, fearing that Lily would continue shopping and it would be embarrassing if he couldn't pay with the card. How about we leave it at that for today? My mom called me home for dinner. Let's make an appointment another day. Lin Fan came up with a very lame excuse. What are we going to eat? I haven't had enough fun yet. It's rare that I'm so happy today. I also want to go to the bar. No, Lin Fan, never go to places where good and bad people mix. In fact, Lin Fan had never been to a bar. He had been in a relationship with Wang Jing for 3 years and had always played the role of a good boy. In fact, he also wanted to go and have some fun. If you treat me, I'd be happy to be your flower protector. No way, you spent over 900,000 without blinking an eye, and now you're asking me to pay for a bar. That's way too cheap, okay? Lily's favorability 1. You don't know, but my father once warned me that although our family isn't short of money, he doesn't want me to be a spendthrift. So, he told me not to spend money recklessly, and not to spend more than $1 million a day. Otherwise, even if our family fortune is substantial, it'll only be enough for me to squander for 100 years. Learning to maintain a steady income is the key to inheriting wealth. Lin Fan lied with his eyes open, staring Lily. 1 million a day, 360 million a year, 36 billion in 10 years, 3.6 trillion in 100 years. Amazing. 3.6 trillion, how many zeros does that have? Are you sure you are not lying to me, Lin Fan? Lin Fan was confused. This math must have been taught by the music teacher, but he was too lazy to explain. Lily's favorability +1. Lily's favorability +1. Lily's favorability +1. 3 more points of favorability were added instantly, and only 2 points were left for a successful counterattack. I wonder what will happen if the counterattack is successful. You can only spend 1 million a day. How principled and unique. Then, swipe my card. The two took a taxi to the bar street. Lily chose a small bar where the prices were not high and she had frequented it before, but Lin Fan was not happy. This place is too low class. I won't go there. If I have to go, I have to go to the biggest and most exciting bar. That's more in line with my status. That's a bar I can't even go to once a year. Fine, I'll splurge today. That's perfect. Save when you should and spend when you should, ride your bike to the bar. In this city where the average salary is over 4,000 yuan, High Explosion Bar is a large high-consumption bar. It is common to see people spending lavishly and opening more than 10 bottles of Spade Ace in one breath. This scene happens every day. As soon as he stepped into the bar, Lin Fan was startled by the deafening music, but he recovered in an instant. Lily happened to see this scene. Has he really never been to a bar? It's unlikely given his status. Maybe he's just not used to such low-end places. I heard that rich people like to fish, drink tea, fight crickets, and play with birds. As soon as you enter, a waiter will come up to ask if you have a table reservation. If you don't make a reservation in advance, you can only sit in a booth. Lin Fan didn't care much about where to sit, as it was his first time here. What would you like to drink? Random. Waiter, please give me one of the 12.88 set meals. The lowest set meal costs 12.88. In other bars, 12.88 is considered a mid-range set meal. As expected, the greater the fame, the higher the consumption. Fortunately, Lin Fan does not have high requirements for these. Soon, the waiter brought all the drinks in the set meal and also gave an extra serving of Guaran. Lily skillfully opened 2 bottles of beer and handed one to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, come have a drink. Congratulations on finding yourself and getting rid of Wang Jing's entanglement. Although she and I are best friends, sometimes I don't like her. She must be in endless regret right now. Let's not talk about the past. Although this is my first time in a bar, I've heard there's a drink called Ace of Spades. How is it? Lin Fan asked curiously. Although he didn't drink much, he had heard of the reputation of Spade Ace. Lily rolled her eyes at Lin Fan and replied resentfully. Uncle Lin, can I even afford that kind of wine? 88.88 a bottle, that's two ordinary people's wages. That's what the rich second generation uses to show off. Then do you want to try it? Of course I do, but you've already reached your spending limit. Do you want an exception? Hey, look at that bottle of Ace of Spades on the table next to us. It looks like it's half full. They've already paid and left. Go get it and let's try it. Are you kidding me? Big brother, you're tall, rich, and handsome. How can you ask me to steal alcohol and drink it? Does that fit your status? Of course it doesn't suit my status, that's why I let you go. After hearing Lin Fan's answer, Lily fainted on the spot. What a weird request. Lily rejected it decisively. I'm not going. Okay, I'll call the guy and have the bag delivered directly to my home. I can use it to buy groceries for my mom. Is it not okay for me to go? Lily crouched down and moved closer to the booth next door. She looked around and when she saw that no one noticed her, she quickly took the half bottle of Spade Ace. On the other hand, Lin Fan didn't even look at her. It seemed as if he was afraid that others would find out that they were in the same group, and he was trying his best to distance himself from her. Lily's favorability is 1, and the current favorability is 7. The beautiful girl is speechless. He was the one who came up with the bad idea, and he was also the one who was afraid of being embarrassed. Yes, here you go. Lily said to Lin Fan in a bad mood, don't let me do such shameful things next time. Lin Fan took the Ace of Spades and was about to open it when he suddenly heard a very familiar voice. Oh, I thought I was seeing things, but I didn't expect it was really you, a loser. It's okay to embarrass yourself in the company, but you're so embarrassed in the bar. You're really embarrassing yourself wherever you go. The person who said this was Gao Jia, the department manager of Lin Fan's company. Normally, he couldn't stand Lin Fan's dog-licking behavior the most, so he made things difficult for him everywhere, but the previous Lin Fan disdained all this. He was focused on doing only 2 things well. 1. Work hard. 2. Licking Wang Jing hard. Things are different now. Lin Fan has had enough of enduring in silence. Today, he wants to be tough. Yes, just be tough for once. Chapter 4, Dragon Set. I really didn't check the almanac before going out today. I came out for a drink and I could hear dogs barking. I don't know how the security of this bar is done. Even cats and dogs can get in. Lin Fan immediately retorted, his words were as sharp as those of the ant from the intelligence team at the village entrance. Lin Fan's current mentality is that he used to be timid but will do whatever he wants in the future. Confident and calm. It's only been a short while since we last met. You must have signed up for a crash course in eloquence training, right? I didn't realize that. Who gave you the guts to talk to me like that? Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you talk to Master Lin like that? Master Lin is just farting, and I'll let you smell it as if it's New Year's Eve. Lily and Lin Fan are in the same boat, so naturally they have to stand up at this time. Unexpectedly, Lily's retort is so insidious, which invisibly elevates Lin Fan's position. Mr. Lin? What kind of young master is this? I've never seen a young master who drinks by stealing. Ha, it's like an old lady crawling into bed. It made me laugh. If you don't have money, don't pretend. The Yin Tao bar next door has an average cost of 88 yuan per person. That's the place you should go. Young people should be down to earth and not try to be rich. Not everyone can afford Ace of Spades. Gao Jie seemed to see through Lin Fan's strength, and his words were full of ridicule for Lin Fan being a poor guy. The system detects that the host is suffering from personal insults. The host can tolerate it, but the system cannot. The host now has 2 choices. 1. Have a war of words with the opponent until dawn, and the system will reward you with a bottle of aged bad breath liquid. The host takes the bad breath liquid and sprays the opponent face to face. There is a chance that the opponent will be knocked unconscious, thus achieving the goal of a surprise victory. 2. Use the rich man's ability to pin the opponent to the ground and crush his will. I choose 2. Lin Fan chose option 2 without hesitation. He didn't want to take old bad breath liquid orally. He was afraid that he would die of nausea before the other party was suffocated to death. Sometimes he even wondered if the system was deliberately teasing him. This system specially opens a temporary recharge privilege for the host. The maximum recharge amount for this time is 200 yuan, which takes effect immediately. Do you want to recharge the full amount? Fully recharge. Recharge completed. The balance in the Xinhao card is 2,001,500 yuan. Please start your performance. I heard that a bottle of Spade Ace costs as much as 88.88. I wonder if Manager Gao has ever heard of the dragon suit. You think I'm a jungle bumpkin like you? Everyone who comes out to play doesn't know about the Shenlong suit. I'm afraid only a bumpkin like you doesn't know. Today, I'm going to explain to you what the Shenlong suit is. The Shenlong set is the bar's most exclusive, costing a whopping 168,888. With my annual salary, I can barely afford 2 or 3 Shenlong sets. Gao Jie's face was full of pride, because he could still afford the Shenlong suit if he gritted his teeth. As for Lin Fan, he couldn't even afford the Ace of Spades and had to steal other people's leftovers, let alone buy the Shenlong suit. If he removed the word Shenlong, he might be able to afford it just to buy the suit. Then I wonder if Manager Gao can afford the Shenlong suit? Nonsense, isn't it just the Shenlong suit? If I can't even afford the Shenlong suit, how can I still have the nerve to come out and mess around? Shenlong set? Anyone want to open Shenlong set? In the crowd, a waiter, out of professional sensitivity, immediately came closer when he heard the 3 words Shenlong suit. Brother, are you the one who wants to open the Shenlong suit? I'm just saying, don't get excited. Gao Jia quickly explained. The waiter didn't listen at all. He was only focused on sales and took out the walkie-talkie to speak. Calling the manager, someone in booth 8, section C, wants to use the dragon set. Got it. Lighting technicians, please take your positions and aim at area C, number 8. This distinguished guest is about to activate the dragon set. Let us catch a glimpse of your distinguished face. Gao Jia was completely bewildered. He had only said it casually and had no intention of using any tricks. He just wanted to have some fun tonight and take a look at Miss Jean, the bar's top socialite. Damn Lin Fan, damn the waiter, if this situation gets going, I'll be in trouble if I don't use the dragon set. But when Gao Jia thought of the price of 168,888, he felt so angry that he wanted to pounce on Lin Fan and bite him twice. If I had known earlier, I would not have provoked this plague god. Gao Jia is now in a difficult situation. Lin Fan is watching the fun from the side and no longer has the arrogance he had before. He gritted his teeth and turned on the dragon suit. He felt pain all over his body. If he didn't turn it on, with so many people watching, the damn lighting technician would make him look like a god, and all the attention on the scene would be attracted by him. Everyone wanted to see who was the big boss who was going to open the first dragon set tonight. Why don't you start? Talking is useless. Show some courage and let us learn something new. Lily found the right moment and delivered another blow. Sir, are you the one who wants to use the Shenlong suit? A gentle voice was heard, and a girl in a black dress came slowly towards them. Her smile was like a spring breeze, and the dress could not cover her hot body at all. Before she got close, a faint body fragrance came to her face. Hello, my name is Qin Mengyao. Sir, would you like to use the Shenlong suit? If so, I will have the opportunity to drink with you tonight. After saying that, Qin Mengyao smiled and stretched out her hand, ready to shake hands with Gao Jia. Gao Jia was a little dumbfounded. Even Miss Qin, the bar's top celebrity, showed up. If he didn't use the dragon set, he would be embarrassed. At this time, he didn't care about blaming Lin Fan. He stretched out his fat and dirty hands, ready to have physical contact with Qin Mengyao. Wait a minute. A figure stood between Gao Jia and Qin Mengyao. This person was Lin Fan. He looked at Gao Jia jokingly. You haven't even opened your dragon suit yet, and you're already trying to take advantage of Miss Qin. Ask everyone if they agree to this. If you don't agree, open the dragon suit quickly. Yes, hurry up and don't dilly-dally. Gao Jia's face flushed red, his eyes full of hatred towards Lin Fan. This kid had been provoking him one after another. When he returned to the company tomorrow, he would have to teach him a lesson as soon as possible. Even Qin Mengyao showed up, which shows how much importance High Blast Bar attaches to the customers who order the Shenlong suit. Isn't that nonsense? Even though there are hundreds of customers in this bar, those who can really afford to open the Shenlong set are rare, and cannot be compared with you and me with a monthly salary of 3,000. Of course I have to open it. I can afford it. Can you, Lin Fan, afford it? You want to see me make a fool of myself? Your plan will be in vain. Those who can't afford it can just crawl under the other person's crotch. Do you dare to accept it? Lin Fan smiled contemptuously and held Qin Manyao's delicate hand. The jade hands are soft and boneless, full of elasticity, and feel really good. Not only do I dare to accept it, I'll also add one more thing. Whoever opens the most Shenlong sets will win. The winner can drink happily with Miss Qin. The loser must also agree to a condition from the other party. Of course, this condition must be legal and compliant. Okay, Miss Qin, please be our notary public. If I ji gao jia, don't make a name for myself, I'll definitely make a splash. Chapter 5. Don't challenge my pocket money with your annual salary. Miss Qin, I look forward to drinking the dragon suit with you. After Gao Jia finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone to pay. When the waiter saw the successful payment interface, the smile on his face almost reached the back of his head. The commission from this order is equivalent to a month's salary, the waiter said into the walkie-talkie, suppressing his excitement. Manager, the guest has successfully paid. Please arrange a Shenlong suit for him and treat him to the highest standard. We are going to treat our first Shenlong brother tonight, Mr. Gao. Then, a line of large characters appeared on the big screen on the stage. Brother Shenlong, Master Gao, you are so majestic and powerful. Next came the grand entrance ceremony of the Shenlong suit, where beauties, all dressed in soccer babe costumes, came on stage, holding bottles of Ace of Spades. The dragon set is a set of champagne such as Spade Ace sold in bars. It usually comes in 6 colors, namely red, yellow, green, blue, purple and black, and each color represents a different price. The whole process lasted for 5 minutes before the dragon set was put on. During this process, Gao Jia attracted everyone's attention and some girls even screamed, which instantly made him feel that the money was well spent. Gao Jia seemed less depressed when he thought about drinking the dragon suit with Miss Qin. Miss Qin, I've already arranged the dragon set. Please move over to my side and let's have a few drinks first. Qin Mangyao did not rush over, but turned her gaze to Lin Fan. Mr. Gao has already opened the Shenlong suit, I wonder if this gentleman can open it as well? Qin Mangyao blinked mischievously and said to Lin Fan. I don't use the Shenlong suit. Ha, I knew you couldn't afford it. If you can't afford it, get out of here and don't embarrass yourself here. Lin Fan was interrupted by Gao Jia before he could finish his words. Your family never taught you that interrupting others casually is rude. It shows you have no manners. When I said I wouldn't use the Shenlong suit, I meant I wouldn't use the regular Shenlong suit. If I were to use one, I'd use the frozen Shenlong suit. Oh my god, he is actually going to use the frozen dragon set, did I hear it right? I heard that too. It's more than 10,000 more expensive than the ordinary Shenlong suit. I remember the last time someone opened the frozen dragon set was half a year ago. I heard that it was a super rich man who lost 8 figures in demolition compensation. As soon as the demolition compensation arrived, he opened the frozen dragon set. Qin Mangyao seemed to not believe her ears, thinking that she was hallucinating. She asked in a slightly hurried tone. Sir, are you really going to order the frozen dragon combo? That's our bar's top-tier combo, symbolizing our guest's distinguished status and position. Sure, that suits my temperament, right, Lily? Lily was frightened by Lin Fan. Why are you looking at me? I just invited you out for a few drinks. I can't afford the frozen dragon suit, so don't count on me. Ha, Miss Qin, how many sets of frozen dragon suits are currently available in the bar? Lin Fan never stops talking until his words are shocking. Everyone was shocked again. From his tone, it seemed like he was going to do something big. I haven't seen such extravagant spending in a long time. It really wasn't a wasted trip today. One set of frozen dragon is 288,888, 2 sets are 577776. It's only 288,888 per set, which is not too outrageous. The price is very reasonable and much lower than I expected. How about this, Miss Qin, you give me 5 sets of mouthwash first. Lin Fan said nonchalantly, as if he was going to the supermarket and saying to the boss, give me 5 bottles of frog, huh? Really? Master Lin, are you kidding me? Qin Mangyao spoke excitedly, and her hand even unconsciously pulled Lin Fan's sleeve. It felt like a delicate little wife acting coquettishly to her husband. Of course it's true, Shelly, help me swipe the card, the password is 6/8. Damn it, he's pretending again, actually treating me like an errand boy. How abhorrent. Doesn't he have any dignity? Lily took the card indignantly and walked towards the bar. Because Lin Fan was too eye-catching, Lily was also affected by the herd effect. Beautiful lady, can you add me on WeChat? Beauty, are you the servant of the rich man? Beautiful lady, why do you look so impatient? A servant should have the attitude of a servant. If you can't do it well, let me do it. Lily was so angry that she could hardly walk after hearing the man's questions. What did these crap words like follower and servant have to do with her? Just yesterday, she was still a proud little princess. But just one day later, not only did she steal alcohol in a bar, she was even treated as a servant. Her 3 views were constantly shattered. After swiping the card, Lily returned to Lin Fan, only to see Lin Fan sitting with his legs crossed and his arms around Qin Mengyao's slender waist, looking at Gao Jia, who was sitting opposite him, with a playful look on his face. Gao Jia never imagined that an ant that he once trampled under his feet would one day become a giant that he could only look up to. All this seemed so unreal, and a sense of disappointment arose spontaneously. I originally thought that I had used the magic set and was sure to win, and could look down on the opponent. If I lose, my lifelong reputation as Gao Jia will be ruined. Lin Fan didn't have the mind to guess Gao Jia's thoughts. He was busy at the moment, rubbing Qin Mengyao and Lily's waists with his hands, making the 2 girls laugh. The frozen dragon set was even more impressive than the ordinary dragon set, and 5 sets were ordered at once. Almost all the waiters in the bar turned into the atmosphere group, shouting Lin Fan's name. Who's the most handsome guy in the audience tonight? The DJ on the stage shouted loudly while holding the microphone. Mr. Lin. The crowd in the audience cheered in unison, and the atmosphere reached its peak again. It took a full half hour for all 5 sets of frozen dragon suits to be served, filling up 2 tables. Lin Fan signaled the waiter to open a bottle and pour a glass for him, Qin Mengyao, and Lily. The 2 clinked glasses with Lin Fan and drank it all in one gulp. Lin Fan took a sip and then drank it all in one gulp. This wine isn't very good. Why is it so expensive? There's so much of it here. How can we finish it? We can store alcohol in our bar, Mr. Lin. If you can't finish it, you can come back next time. Drink next time? You mean I won't be able to use the dragon suit next time? Do I still need to save up for wine? Lin Fan said deliberately angrily. Damn it, he's pretending again. No, that's not what I meant. I'm just worried that your excessive drinking might affect your health. Then you don't have to worry about it. Go get a large basin and pour all the wine into it. Why pour it into the basin? Because I want to soak my feet. Ah. Everyone was petrified again. Using more than $1 million worth of wine for foot soaking, what kind of magical operation was this? After Lin Fan finished explaining this, he turned to look at Gao Jia and said calmly, Don't challenge my pocket money with your annual salary. I remember there's an additional condition. The loser has to agree to a legal and compliant condition with the winner. Now listen carefully, my condition is that you just go on stage and dance. Gao Jia couldn't believe his ears. After all, he was a regular at the bar, so dancing was no problem for him. Is it that simple? Yeah, just dance and it's all over, but you have to take off your clothes while you dance. I refuse. I don't know how to do a striptease. I hope you understand the principle of accepting defeat. All of you here are witnesses. If you don't want to be blacklisted by Hebeo, then please fulfill your promise, Mr. Gao. Qin Mengyao made a gesture to invite Gao Jia to come on stage. Just jump, Lin Fan, just wait for me, we're not done yet. Gao Jia completed his first striptease in his life amid the cheers of the crowd. The feeling made him feel extremely ashamed. He turned all of this into hatred towards Lin Fan, and after the dance he fled the bar without looking back. Chapter 6 Yan Wang Card. After a while, the waiter came up with a large basin and placed it respectfully in front of Lin Fan. Pour all the wine in. I want to soak my feet. Is he serious? Is he really going to soak his feet in so much alcohol? More than 1 million yuan for foot bathing, the level of luxury is unheard of. Bottles of Spade were opened by the waiters and poured into a large iron basin, which made everyone feel painful. It's really a gift from heaven. Don't waste it if you don't want to drink it. You can leave a bottle for me, or even half a bottle. He really used the frozen dragon foot bath? So generous and manly. It turns out the world of the rich is beyond the comprehension of us poor people. Lily's favorability +1. Lily's favorability +1. Lily's favorability +1. Almost instantly, Lily's favorability reached level 10. Congratulations to the host for his successful counterattack, turning Lily into the host's bootlicker and rewarding her with a Yen Yuan card. Congratulations to the host for successfully slapping Gao Jia in the face and receiving an extra reward, a bottle of aged bad breath liquid. Brother system, can I return the bad breath liquid? All products produced by the system are of high quality, and all items are non-refundable. Can I sell it on salted fish for money? That's your freedom, but this system doesn't recommend you do that. The system's products can't be measured by money. What is the Yen Yuan card then? Can't you read the instructions yourself? The system is very busy, please don't disturb me if you don't have anything to do. What's so busy about a broken system like you? And you're acting so cool. Lin Fan could only complain about the system in his mind. What if the system got upset and stopped rewarding him? How would he survive in the martial arts world then? He began to look through the instructions of the Yen Yuan card. Yen Yuan card. Disposable props. It can only be used on a single woman. After successful use, the host's appearance will be greatly improved. The affected woman will instantly become love-brained and will have a 100% good impression of the host. The effective time is 2 hours. This stuff has it all. It's equivalent to that thing, female obedient water. Although it's not very useful, it's still more popular than bad breath liquid. Brother, can I add you on WeChat? Next time you come to the bar, contact me and I can give you a discount. Qin Menyao's attitude towards Lin Fan changed 180 degrees. She even called him brother, hoping to get closer to Lin Fan. Qin Mengyao has seen many kinds of rich people, but seeing them many times does not mean that she is one of them. She clearly understood her identity. To put it nicely, she was the top star in the nightclub, but in reality, she was just a bartender. This was the first time she had seen a rich man like Lin Fan. She kept a low profile, but she still made a fatal mistake, which made Lin Fan unhappy. What she shouldn't have said was that she would give Lin Fan a discount next time he came. With Lin Fan's current personality, he was completely addicted to pretending. Is he short of money? Does he need a discount? He will have to worry about how to spend his money every day in the future, and you actually told him that he can get a discount. As expected, when Lin Fan heard Qin Mengyao mention the word discount, the smile on his face immediately disappeared, and Qin Mengyao was so scared that her heart tightened. What's wrong, bro? Did I say something wrong? Qin Mengyao, who was already cautious, felt even more uneasy. She was afraid that Lin Fan would have a bad impression of her, and that her immense wealth would slip away from her. You are a woman who has seen the world. Does young Master Lin need you to give him a discount? He is doing you a great favor by coming to have fun. And you are actually thinking of repaying kindness with enmity and wanting to give young Master Lin a discount. Lily understood Lin Fan's nature. The road to pretending to be a forger is long and arduous, and Lin Fan must pretend to be a forger every second. Come on, I won't add you on WeChat anymore. As for whether you'll come in the future, that depends on your performance. If you need anything, you can contact my errand boy, Lily. After having her 3 perspectives shattered by Lin Fan and after her counterattack, Lily no longer had any objection to the word running errands. Instead, she felt a little proud of it. Being able to run errands for a rich young man like Lin Fan will definitely bring me a lot of benefits. I will practice hard in the future and run a marathon when I have nothing to do, so that I can be more comfortable with Lin Fan's orders. Now I'm going to start soaking my feet. Hearing Lin Fan say that he wanted to soak his feet, the 2 girls hurriedly squatted down and took off Lin Fan's shoes and socks. Up to this moment, both girls were under Lin Fan's control and knew how to serve him without Lin Fan's orders. Lin Fan closed his eyes and enjoyed a moment of comfort. It had been a long time since he had such a comfortable relaxation. It was true that the happiness of rich people was beyond your imagination. After soaking his feet, Lin Fan transferred 5W to Qin Mengyao and Lily each as a tip for their foot washing service. Seeing this, the 2 girls hurriedly expressed their gratitude. It turned out that as long as you follow the right person, even washing feet would be an enviable thing. The crowd immediately caused a big commotion when they saw Lin Fan's generous reward. If I had known this earlier, I would have gone up and washed Brother Toheo's feet. Forget about washing your feet. Give me 50,000 yuan and I'll wash your whole body clean. After spending nearly 150,000 yuan in the bar, Lin Fan was ready to go home. Brother, our bar has prepared a lounge for distinguished guests. It's not too late to go back after you have a good rest. Seeing that Lin Fan was about to leave, Qin Mengyao thought about the wrong word she had said just now that made Lin Fan unhappy, so she took the initiative to ask Lin Fan to stay overnight. Maybe there was still a chance to make amends, otherwise who knows if there would be a chance to visit next time. That's fine. Take me to rest. Lily, why don't you go back first? No, I'm afraid of the dark. I'll be wherever you are. I'll be ready to run errands for you at any time. Lily is not stupid. If she goes back home late at night and Qin Mengyao suggests that Lin Fan stay overnight, even a fool will understand what is going on. She doesn't want to let Qin Mengyao take advantage of her. That's up to you. As an errand boy, I'm glad you have this kind of awareness. After saying that, Lin Fan touched Lily's head and said, I'm very optimistic about you. Qin Mengyao brought Lin Fan to the VIP lounge on the top floor. The decoration here was magnificent, just like walking into a palace. Stepping on the soft carpet, Lin Fan felt a lot of emotions in his heart. Thanks to the system, otherwise I would be at most a small security guard in a place like this. Now I have transformed myself into the most distinguished guest here, and I can even live in the presidential suite that only appears in movies and TV dramas. The presidential suite is over 200 square meters and includes a dining room, living room, entertainment area, guest rooms, and overlooks the river. Although he was shocked inside, he could not show any flaws on the surface. Just make do with the sleep here. It's not like I live in such a bad place every day anyway. I'll just treat it as an experience. Lin Fan's words were not to be stunners, and Qin Mengyao, who had been feeling complacent just now, suddenly became dispirited. It is true that serving the king is like serving a tiger, and you cannot relax for a moment. Chapter 7, Bad Breath Liquid. After Lin Fan finished washing up, he lay on the luxurious big bed, listening to the sound of running water in the bathroom. It should be Qin Mengyao or Lily washing up. Just thinking about that scene was so refreshing. Soft, so fucking soft. The bed was said to be soft, so the students who had wrong ideas turned their heads to face the wall. It was the first time for him to sleep on such a comfortable bed, and he felt a lot more relaxed. Lin Fan took out his cell phone and prepared to spray some pesticide before going to sleep. When he turned on the phone, he saw more than 10 missed calls and several messages. Needless to say, all of them were calls from Wang Jing. The most recent missed call was from 10 minutes ago. Lin Fan was too lazy to pay attention and just clicked on the message. Fan, I think there's a misunderstanding between us. Can you please listen to my explanation? The extra 200,000 yuan in betrothal gifts is actually a test to see if you love me. Fan, don't listen to other people's nonsense and change your opinion of me. I have always loved you deeply. Fan, I'm so lonely without you by my side. I'm not used to the days without you saying goodnight to me. Lin Fan, if you continue to ignore me, I will find someone to marry right away. Lin Fan was amused. If he didn't love her, he would continue to be a bootlicker for 3 years, regardless of the weather. Was there still a need for testing? If soft tactics didn't work, hard tactics would be used. You're threatening me again. I'm afraid this trick won't have any effect this time. Wang Jing had used this trick before and it always worked, but today it didn't work at all. He's really becoming more and more manly. My Wang Jing's man has personality. Wang Jing's impression +1. This woman is crazy. Even ignoring him can increase her favorability. At present, he is only 3 points away from a successful counterattack. Lin Fan simply decides to go all out and prepares to give Wang Jing a drastic measure. Since provoking Wang Jing could gain her favor, Lin Fan had plenty of ways to do it. He thought for a moment and sent a message back. I'm gonna be f***ing honest. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm actually a billionaire. I came out to work just to experience life. Money is just a number to me. My daily worry is how to spend it. That's why I came out to experience the life of an ordinary person. You must still love me, right? Otherwise, why would you tell me all this? I know I'm not wrong. You're a good man with affection and righteousness. I won't marry anyone but you. Wang Jing's impression +1. Wang Jing's impression +1. Wang Jing's impression +1. Almost instantly, Wang Jing's favorability reached 10. Congratulations on your successful counterattack. You will be rewarded with 10 attribute enhancement points, which the host can distribute freely. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Lin Fan danced with excitement and was about to strengthen his whole body when he was suddenly interrupted by a knock on the door. Lin Fan had to give up. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Lin Fan opened it and saw Qin Mangyao standing at the door in a loose nightgown. Her perfect curves were faintly visible under the nightgown. Her freshly dried hair naturally fell on her shoulders, adding a bit of laziness to her. Lin Fan swallowed a mouthful of saliva unconsciously. Although he had been a bootlicker for 3 years, he was a real novice and had never seen such a hot and spicy scene. "Brother, do you want a drink?" Qin Mangyao was the first to break the silence. It was the first time that someone stared at her like this, as if they wanted to eat her. "No, I can't. I have to get up early tomorrow." Qin Mangyao raised her right hand, drew circles on Lin Fan's chest, and whispered softly into Lin Fan's ear. "Just a drink." Lin Fan could feel the hot breath from Qin Mangyao's ear. It was an indescribable feeling, and he felt an unbearable itch in his heart. He stretched out his hands and put his arms around Qin Mangyao's slender waist, pulling her into his arms, and suddenly the two of them were pressed tightly together. Smelling the faint fragrance on Qin Mangyao's body and feeling the softness on her body, in one word, it feels great. Lin Fan's hand groped dishonestly downwards, ready to explore a new area. "Brother, you're on top of me." Qin Mangyao pushed Lin Fan away, a blush crossing her face. Lin Fan was scratching his head in embarrassment, not knowing how to resolve the awkwardness, when Lily poked her head out. "What are you two doing?" "Qin Mangyao, you actually want to take advantage of Lin Fan. I won't let you succeed." Lily acted like a protector. "Don't worry, I'm here, no demons, ghosts, or vixens will be able to seduce you." "Fuck you, go wherever is cooler." Lin Fan regretted very much that he didn't send Lily back just now. Shu Gu was very depressed because of her trouble. The next morning, Lin Fan was woken up by the alarm clock. He turned on his phone and saw that it was 7 o'clock. He stretched. Today was Monday and he still needed to go to work. "The first thing I do every day is to top up 100 yuan into the Xinhao card. Adding what I didn't spend yesterday, I now have about 1.5 million yuan in my hand. System, can the unrecharged balance on the current day be carried forward to the next day?" Of course, the host can distribute it freely. After receiving the confirmation from the system, Lin Fan felt much more at ease. Otherwise, he would still be worried about forgetting to recharge and how much he would lose. Qin Mangyao and Lily had not woken up yet, so Lin Fan did not disturb their sweet dreams and went downstairs alone. I opened Didi Taxi and waited for a long time before a car finally came. It's time to buy my own car. Otherwise it's too inconvenient. Taking a taxi everywhere doesn't suit my style. Arriving downstairs at the company, Lin Fan immediately saw Gao Jie's BMW 3 Series parked downstairs. Considering what happened last night, he knew that Gao Jie would definitely take revenge. It doesn't matter. If the enemy comes, we will fight him. If the water comes, we will block it with earth. Whatever is coming cannot be avoided. Sure enough, just as Lin Fan stepped into the company's door with his left foot, Gao Jie appeared out of nowhere. "I'm sorry, our company follows the rule that men walk on the left and women walk on the right. You stepped into the company door with your left foot, which disrupted the company's feng shui layout. You've committed a serious taboo. Considering this is your first offense, I'll give you one chance. Write a 500-word self-reflection and hand it to me, and I'll let you off the hook. I have a video of you stripping. What do you think would happen if I accidentally posted it to the company group? How dare you threaten me? Thanks for reminding me. I'm going to kick you out of the work group right now. Don't think you're great just because you have a few bucks. I can do whatever I want to you here." Lin Fan was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He took out the aged bad breath liquid produced by the system, aimed it at Gao Jie's mouth, and sprayed it several times in a row. Gao Jie roared. "What the hell did you spray me with? It's for cooling down. Being so angry so early in the morning can be harmful to your health. I'll help you cool down. Can you be so kind?" Gao Jie hurried to the bathroom to rinse his mouth, but it was not so easy to wash away something produced by the system. The disgusting stench was fermenting in Gao Jie's mouth. "Everyone put down your work and gather for a meeting." As a manager, Gao Jie holds a team meeting every week, where he simply praises those with good performance and encourages those with poor performance. Lin Fan's group is an elite group, which is composed of outstanding people from various groups working together. They can be said to be the company's cash cow. I'm going to criticize someone in today's meeting. I'm even going to propose to Vice President Zhang that he be kicked out of the elite group. Gao Jie's first words were a shocking piece of news. Everyone looked at each other, wondering who the unlucky guy was. Who farted? Why does it stink so bad? Someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone covered their noses and held their breath. Could it be someone pooped on me? It stinks. Don't look at me, I didn't fart. The smell seems to be coming from Manager Gao's direction. Everyone immediately took a big step back and kept a distance of 2 meters from Gao Jie. But even so, there were still waves of disgusting stench coming from the air. The smell was too strong, a mixture of many odors, including the stench of rotting dead rats and the stench of fermenting excrement. Manager Gao, did you fall into a cesspool? Why does it stink so bad? No, I can't hold it anymore. I'm going to vomit. One of them couldn't hold it in and vomited directly. Gao Jie's reaction was quick enough, but his shoes were still covered with vomit. Lin Fan was also shocked by the ugliness and quickly opened the window, breathing in deep gulps of fresh air. The system's product is really awesome. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. I have to control the dosage next time. Chapter 8 You're fired. When Gao Jie was at a loss, Vice President Zhang came to the company. Gao Jie hurried to greet him as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. The person called General Manager Jiang is a young beauty named Zhang Ting, who is about 27 or 28 years old. She is said to be the chairman's daughter. She had just returned from studying abroad and was assigned to the branch as deputy general manager. Don't be fooled by her young age, her abilities are undeniable. Since she took over the branch, its business has been steadily improving for 2 consecutive years. She is not just a beautiful figure with only charts and graphs. Zhang Ting smelled a faint stench from a distance and thought that maybe the company's sewer was blocked and they had hired someone to clear it. She noticed that the closer she got to the office, the stronger the stench became. Could it be that the office toilet exploded? Why is it so disgusting? Boss Jiang, there's an inexplicable foul odor wafting through the company, and it's seriously affecting my colleagues' normal work. I'll investigate it immediately and report back to you. It would have been fine if Gao Jie didn't say anything, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a strong stench kept spewing out of his mouth. Zhang Ting was less than a meter away from him and was smelled directly. Zhang Ting felt dizzy and her stomach was churning. The soy milk, fried dough sticks and dumplings she had eaten in the morning were hitting her throat like crazy. She was afraid that she would turn into a jet fighter in the next second. What's wrong, Mr. Jiang? Gao Jie spoke again. Come again. The urge to vomit that she had suppressed with great effort came back with Gao Jie's greeting. Shut up and stop. Zhang Ting stopped Gao Jie from talking and even coming closer. She took 4-5 steps back before she recovered. Manager Gao, you don't have to investigate the source of the stench. It's you who's emitting it. Your bad breath is truly overwhelming. I'll give you today off so you can go and check it out, so as not to affect everyone else's work. Gao Jie wanted to explain more. Don't talk yet. If you have any questions, call me when you get back. Zhang Ting waved to Gao Jie, signaling him to leave the company quickly. After Gao Jie left, the office returned to peace. Lin Fan looked at Gao Jie's departing back and couldn't help laughing. This scene happened to be seen by Zhang Ting. Lin Fan, come to my office. Zhang Ting's office is not big, only about 10 square meters. As soon as Lin Fan entered, he smelled a faint fragrance. It smelled very good. It was a mixture of high-end perfume and a light body odor. Smells better than Qin Mengyao. This is Lin Fan's evaluation of Zhang Ting. If Qin Mengyao's appearance is rated 8 points, then Zhang Ting is definitely 9 points. Whether it is figure or appearance, she is among the best. Who wouldn't be confused when seeing such a woman? Byte. The system releases new tasks. Name, Zhang Ting. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Measurements, 90-60-89. Talents, piano level 7, English level 8. Hobby, eating bobo chicken at 1 yuan a skewer. The overall score is 9 points, and the counterattack successfully obtains 10 attribute points, with additional rewards of master level piano level and master level English level. Boss Jiang, you're looking for me. Sit down, nothing much, just a quick chat with you. You have a girlfriend, right? Lin Fan didn't know why Jiang Ting asked this. Yes, but we've broken up now. Are you sure you've broken up? I just met a woman downstairs. The security guard wouldn't let her in. She claimed to be your girlfriend and insisted on coming in to see you. Do you want to go down and take a look? No need, let the security kick her out, she's not my girlfriend anymore. Oh, this is your private matter and I can't ask about it. As long as it doesn't affect your work, it's fine. It's okay. You can go out. I have to start working. Sigh. Why is Mr. Jiang sighing? Have you encountered any difficulties? Perhaps I can help. Jiang Ting smiled bitterly and shook her head. It's not a particularly difficult matter. The company received an expedited order from Japan. The contract was just sent, but it's in Japanese. The customer wants to sign the contract within half an hour, otherwise they will sign it with our rival company. But how can I find a translator who understands Japanese in such a short time? The key is that this is a big order. If this order falls through, there will be no chance of cooperation in the future. The loss will be immeasurable. Oh, never mind. You can't help me, but it makes me feel better after I've said it. Who said I can't help? I happen to have studied Japanese, so I thought reading a contract would be no problem for me. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Ting's beautiful eyes. Really? You're not kidding me. Of course it's true. I've been waiting for this moment for so long. It's my honor to be able to help a beautiful woman like Vice President Jiang solve her problems. System, how many attribute points are needed to improve my Japanese proficiency to master level? It takes a bit to get to the beginner level. There are 2 things required to advance to the intermediate level. There are 3 points required to advance to the advanced level. It takes 4 points to advance to the Grandmaster level. What level does the host need to be upgraded to? Help me reach the master level. Okay, after deducting 4 enhancement points, the host's Japanese level has been raised to master level. In just a few tens of seconds, Lin Fan went from being a Japanese layman who only knew Yamadi to a master who was proficient in Japanese. Lin Fan took the document, checked it, and translated it into Chinese for Jiang Ting. His proficiency was no less than that of a translation machine. From time to time, Lin Fan also uttered a few words in pure Japanese with a baka flavor. Jiang Ting's eyes changed when she looked at Lin Fan. She was attracted by Lin Fan's temperament. Jiang Ting's favorability +2. Suddenly, Lin Fan's translation paused. Who is the contact person for this client? There's something wrong with this contract. This is a client that manager Gao Jie is working with. It's said that manager Gao met with a representative from the other company yesterday afternoon. Last night, manager Gao told me the discussion went smoothly, and he even asked me for 10,000 yuan in funding to bring the client on a spending spree. Manager Gao? I heard that manager Gao had a great time at the bar last night. He went there alone, without any so-called clients accompanying him. Lin Fan took out his cell phone and saw the video of Gao Jie dancing striptease yesterday. In the video, Gao Jie was reluctant but willing, looking shy, which was really eye-catching. Jiang Ting showed no emotion on the surface, but she had already begun to doubt Gao Jie in her heart. She usually heard people say that Gao Jie was greedy and lustful, and thought that was just a man's nature. She didn't expect that this man would have problems with his character. What's wrong with the contract? This is a shady contract, with wording that can easily lead to mistakes if you're not careful. You'd need to be a master in Japanese to spot it. If you sign this kind of contract, not only will you not make any money, you'll lose 3 times the contract amount. The contract amount is 3 million, so triple compensation is 9 million. This is not a small amount. Last year, the branch's total profit was only around 30 million. Jiang Ting gasped when she heard that. Thanks to your master-level Japanese skills, otherwise I would have been in trouble this time. After saying that, Jiang Ting took out her cell phone and called Gao Jie. As soon as the call was connected, Jiang Ting said coldly, "You're fired." Chapter 9. Let us eat Bobo chicken. Jiang Ting looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of gratitude from the bottom of her heart. The business world is like a battlefield, where one can be doomed if not careful. Jiang Ting understood this better than anyone else. Now that Gao Jie has been fired, the position of department manager is vacant. I wonder if you are interested in trying it out. Lin Fan looked at Jiang Ting, who was sitting opposite him, her pretty face full of anticipation. I refuse. I just want to be a salted fish without any dreams. Please think about it again. There is no need to rush to reply to me. Lin Fan didn't want to think about it at all. If it weren't for the task assigned by the system, he would have wanted to escape long ago. It's already troublesome enough that he has 1 million waiting for him to spend every day, and now he has to be a department manager. He will really be grateful. To thank you for your help, I can treat you to a meal at the Binhai Hotel. I'll send you the location after get off work. It's just a small favor. There's no need to spend so much money. The Binhai Hotel is a 5-star hotel. A meal here will cost at least 10,000 to 20,000 yuan. How about something simple, like the bobo chicken for 1 yuan a skewer? When Jiang Ting heard the word bobo chicken, her eyes immediately lit up. You like bobo chicken too? That's great. I'm telling you, I love bobo chicken. It's just that my family thinks it's unclean and unhygienic, so they don't let me eat it. I always sneak out to eat it. I haven't eaten bobo chicken in a long time, about 3 days. It's obvious that Jiang Ting really loves bobo chicken. As she spoke, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Then tonight, let's achieve freedom for bobo chicken. Okay, see you there. The two reached a consensus, and Lin Fan left Jiang Ting's office. Lin Fan returned to his seat, and the girl with glasses next to him immediately came over. What did President Jiang ask you to do in the office? Did he scold you because your performance was at the bottom this month? I warned you a long time ago to be less of a bootlicker and more of a salesperson. The girl with glasses may be gossiping, but she is still more worried about Lin Fan's situation. After all, the two have worked together for several years, and she approves of Lin Fan's character. She dreams of having a boyfriend like Lin Fan. She has hinted to Lin Fan more than once that she can find someone else to lick, but Lin Fan is a stubborn person who only knows how to lick Wang Jing. He has become so addicted to her that he is almost crazy. Not only did Mr. Jiang not tease me, he even invited me to dinner at the Binhai Hotel, but I declined. Lin Fan told the truth, but the girl with glasses didn't believe it at all. You're just bragging. President Jiang invited you to dinner at the Binhai Hotel. You think you're a big star, Niu Dehua. I told you a long time ago to stop licking Wang Jing. Now you've licked her so much that your brain is damaged and you're talking nonsense. Lin Fan's face was filled with black lines. Get lost, you'll know if it's just a boast later. The girl with glasses didn't dwell on this issue for too long and changed the subject. Have you heard? To promote communication among colleagues, the office is holding a chess tournament this afternoon. Everyone is welcome to participate. The top 3 winners will receive generous prizes. In addition to the prize, the first place winner will also receive 2 tickets to Zhou Tianluan's concert. Last year it seemed to be a badminton tournament, but why is it a chess tournament this year? I'm not sure either. I heard it was Vice President Zhang who proposed it. Anyway, participation is the most important thing. Forget about the rewards. Just try to get a participation prize. I'll give you a thermos cup that you can use to soak goji berries or something. The girl with glasses smiled evilly, and Lin Fan felt scared by her look. Don't look at me like that. I'm very strong, okay? I don't even need goji berries soaked in a thermos. How good are you at chess? You're not bad. I even won an award in college. It won't be a problem for me to deal with you. You'd better pray that you don't face me in the first round. I won't show any mercy. The girl with glasses shrugged indifferently. I'm not interested in any of this, but I can cheer you on. You think this is a track and field competition? We need cheerleaders to cheer us on. Haven't you heard that a true gentleman watches chess without saying a word? The most taboo thing is to make noise and disturb the other contestants. Since you're so optimistic about me, I'll show you my ranking. Lin Fan wasn't bragging. He had actually won 3rd prize in a chess competition in college. Even though he hadn't practiced for a long time, the memory engraved in his bones would not be forgotten. Besides, he had the system to help him, so winning the prize was a piece of cake. There are only 28 people in our department, and we'll compete in pairs. As long as you make it through 2 rounds without getting eliminated, you'll have a chance to make it into the top 3. The only person you should be careful of is our new colleague, Chen Bo. I hear he's a master and has won many trophies in the city. Chen Bo? Why does this name have such a certain color? There is a strict hierarchy in chess proficiency. Amateur level. Go players from level 1 to level 16. Local Master. Chess Association Master. Chess Master. I don't know what level he has reached, but he has won many trophies in the city, so he should be considered a local master. At this level, he was truly capable. Lin Fan thought that he could not compete with him at his current level. System, based on my current chess level, how many enhancement points do I need to reach chess master? The host is currently at chess player level 16. To be promoted to local master, 1 reinforcement point is needed. To be promoted to chess association master, 2 reinforcement points are needed. To be promoted to chess master, 3 reinforcement points are needed. And to be promoted to grandmaster, 4 reinforcement points are needed. Which level does the host need to be promoted to? Although the opponent is most likely at the level of a local master, to be on the safe side, it is better to upgrade him to a chess master. System, please help me upgrade to chess master. After deducting 3 reinforcement points, the host's chess level has been upgraded to chess master level. The host currently still has 3 reinforcement points at his disposal. As his chess skills improved, Lin Fan's confidence reached its peak. He resisted the urge to go to the park to play against the old man. He wanted to fight the girl with glasses for 300 rounds and win 7 games. The morning passed quickly. Lin Fan was about to go to the cafeteria for lunch when he was suddenly stopped by the security guard. Hey, someone brought you food. Come and take it quickly. I don't know what it is. I'm almost suffocating. Lin Fan opened the package and found a love lunchbox inside. It was his favorite pig intestines and rice. No wonder the old man was suffocated to death. The smell was a bit strong. There was also a sticker on the lunchbox saying, "Fan, you have to eat seriously. This is the first time I cook for you. I hope you don't mind." It was Wang Jing who sent the meal. In the 3 years they had been together, Lin Fan had never seen her enter the kitchen. He didn't expect that the first time she cooked for him was after they broke up. Chapter 10 Chess Master. Although it was a chess competition held within the company, there was still a sense of ceremony. Jiang Ting changed into a professional woman's suit and she was going to personally take part in the competition and serve as the host. After all, this was an annual exchange competition for colleagues, and she could also narrow the distance between herself and her subordinates. For the sake of fairness, the first round of matches will be matched by drawing lots. There are 28 people present, divided into 14 groups. Each of them will have 2 cards numbered 1-14, and those who draw the same number will form a group. Now the draw begins. All the numbers have been shuffled. Everyone reaches into the box and takes out a number. Then find your opponent and wait for the game. The girl with glasses drew number 3. Her opponent was also a girl. Judging from her confused look, the two were probably evenly matched. Before they even started fighting, it was hard to tell who had a better chance of winning. Lin Fan spread out the number in his hand, which was 8, a good number. He was looking for his opponent. He couldn't help but look at Chen Bo, only to see that he was holding a number plate with 13 written on it. You should be thankful that you didn't face me in the first round, otherwise it would be too embarrassing for a local chess master to not be able to hold on in the first round. Lin Fan's opponent was a girl, a 36D girl to be exact. Although she was not very pretty, her figure was definitely a plus. In addition, she was wearing cool clothes, which immediately attracted the attention of many male colleagues. The girl who could barely be considered a 7-point girl was still a long way off from Qin Mangyao, and could barely tie with Pao Chuili. The first round of the showdown begins. Everyone sat in their corresponding seats, and Jiang Ting announced the start of the competition. For this chess novice, Lin Fan really wanted to let her use 2 cannons and 2 chariots, and then win the game under her admiring eyes, but the rules of the game did not allow it. In order to prevent his opponent from losing miserably, Lin Fan fought with him for dozens of minutes before finally achieving the general status. On the other hand, Chen Bo had already won the first game and was the first person to win in the entire game. He was not as gentle and considerate as Lin Fan. After all, his opponent was a man, and in his eyes, everyone was a little Kalami. Only half an hour later, the first round of selection was over. Surprisingly, the girl with glasses also won and was not eliminated in the first round. It can only be said that she was lucky to meet someone who was even worse than her. She proudly made a yeah gesture to Lin Fan. Look at you, you're so cocky. You were lucky in the first round. The second round won't be so easy. They've all been screened. Just pray you run into another rookie like you. Who are you calling a rookie? I'm relying on my own strength, okay? The girl with glasses snorted in dissatisfaction. The second round also adopted the draw mode to match opponents. In this round, the good luck of the girl with glasses seemed to have ended. Her opponent was Chen Bo. The moment she drew Chen Bo, the girl with glasses suddenly looked like she had lost all hope in life. However, Lin Fan seemed to have good luck today, as she drew another girl. There was no challenge at all. Lin Fan only took 5 minutes to eat up all the opponent's chess pieces, and the girl on the opposite side immediately couldn't stand it. You did it on purpose. You're bullying me. I don't want to play with you anymore. After saying that, the girl left the chess game, and Jiang Ting announced that Lin Fan won. In this game, Jiang Ting paid attention to Lin Fan's game. It could be said that it was a crushing game. Lin Fan casually killed the opponent's chess pieces without leaving a single piece. Jiang Ting couldn't help but look at Lin Fan more. He's fluent in Japanese and proficient in chess. How many other unique skills does this guy have? I heard he used to be a notorious bootlicker in the company. Has someone like him become a bootlicker? Is the threshold for being a bootlicker that high these days? The second round ended quickly. In addition to Lin Fan and Chen Bo, there are 5 other people who have advanced. There are currently 7 people, and they draw lots to choose their opponents. Since there is one more person, the person who is not matched successfully will advance directly. I wonder who will be the lucky one. This time, the goddess of luck favored Chen Bo. He drew the lucky ticket and advanced directly, avoiding this competition. He watched other people's competitions from the side. The tactics are very aggressive and the strokes are as fast as the wind. This person is either a rookie or a master. After watching Lin Fan's game, Chen Bo didn't understand whether Lin Fan was a rookie or an expert. We'll have to wait and see the outcome in the chess game. After this round, there are 3 people left on the field, plus Yu Chen Bo who directly advanced. A total of 4 people, just matched into 2 groups, and the opponents are also selected by drawing lots. This time, Lin Fan got to face Chen Bo as he wished. He originally thought that they would meet in the final battle for the championship, but he didn't expect to meet them in advance. That's fine. As long as we deal with him, we can basically leave get out of class. The game begins. At Jiang Ting's command, the most exciting duel began. Lin Fan made a gesture of invitation, indicating that Chen Bo should take the first step. Chen Bo was not polite either. He sent out his horse first, and Lin Fan casually sent out a soldier. Chen Bo was not in a hurry either. He thought for a moment every time he made a move, and took a steady approach. After a few minutes, the 2 sides finished their testing. Chen Bo took 2 of Lin Fan's soldiers and 1 of his cannons, while Lin Fan only took 1 of his horses. On the surface, Chen Bo had the upper hand. Chen Bo was confident that if he could take down the opponent's car, he would have an 80% chance of winning the game. Lin Fan still wrote words as fast as the wind, as if without thinking. He was currently at the chess master level. With every move of the opponent, several ways to crack it would immediately appear in his mind. Finally, Chen Bo got his chance. Lin Fan showed a flaw, and Chen Bo immediately made him a checkmate. Lin Fan could only defend, and Chen Bo immediately took advantage of the opportunity to capture the opponent's rook. What a good move to capture the rook and then the checkmate. Little did he know that Lin Fan had deliberately let him take advantage of this weakness. The situation would turn into a one-sided one. Chen Bo, filled with regret, threw away his pieces. His chess pieces became fewer and fewer until only 2 soldiers and 1 general were left. I give up. Chen Bo accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. He seriously suspected that Lin Fan had let up at the beginning, otherwise he would definitely not have lasted more than 5 minutes. I wonder what level of chess you've reached. You can actually beat me so mercilessly. I'm a local master after all. As soon as Chen Bo opened his mouth, someone exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god, Chen Bo is actually a local master. Master? What master? Is he some village shaman? He doesn't look like one at such a young age. I can't communicate with you. Local master is a title in the chess world, equivalent to the best chess player in the area. Chen Bo is so powerful, how could he lose? Could it be that Lin Fan is even more powerful than him? Lin Fan didn't answer directly, pretending to be mysterious. I've never lost at chess. Chapter 11 Sing Conquer. After Chen Bo lost to Lin Fan, the next game was no surprise. Lin Fan won first place and not only received a cash reward of 5,000 yuan, but also 2 tickets to Zhou Tianluan's concert and an extra long energy-efficient thermos cup. Jiang Ting personally delivered the prize money and tickets to Lin Fan. She became even more interested in Lin Fan. She didn't believe that such an outstanding person like him would become a bootlicker. Jiang Ting's impression +2. Fortunately, I won first place. Rewards are secondary. For a woman like Jiang Ting who has seen the world, favorability is the most precious thing. In order to clear himself of the suspicion of physical weakness, Lin Fan directly gave the thermos cup to the girl with glasses, saying that women are made of water and asked her to drink more water. After the game, everyone prepared to go home. The girl with glasses took Lin Fan's hand and acted coquettishly. "Brother Lin Fan, you've been so impressive today. You're truly charming. I'm almost falling in love with you." Lin Fan rolled his eyes at her. "Just say what you want to say. Don't do this. I treat you as a buddy, and you actually want to pick me up. Well, you won 5,000 yuan today, so you should treat me to a good meal." "I really can't today. I already said Mr. Jiang wants to treat me to dinner. Today is Thursday. I'll give you 50 and you can go eat some chicken by yourself." After saying that, Lin Fan quickly turned to the girl with glasses, then slipped into Jiang Ting's office. "Having dinner with Jiang Ting must be the first priority. After all, I have a mission to accomplish. Besides, Jiang Ting is also a beauty with a 90-point appearance. Who wouldn't want to have dinner with a beauty?" Jiang Ting appears to be a cold beauty, but only those who are familiar with her know that she is a foodie who still retains some innocence. Pushing open the office door, Lin Fan saw a thrilling scene. Jiang Ting was changing clothes and just unbuttoning her coat when she was frightened by Lin Fan, who suddenly broke in. Who let you in? Why didn't you knock?" Jiang Ting was so ashamed and angry. "I didn't see anything. I didn't mean to." Lin Fan quickly withdrew in embarrassment. After a while, Jiang Ting changed her clothes and came out. She was wearing a pink Chanel suit, which made her look more youthful and energetic. With her long hair draped over her shoulders, she looked like a princess in a fairy tale. "Did you drive?" Jiang Ting spoke first to prevent Lin Fan from staring at her. I don't have a car." "Then drive my car, Nua, here are the keys." Lin Fan took the key and went to the underground garage with Jiang Ting. Jiang Ting's car was a pink Mini, a convertible version. Lin Fan gentlemanly opened the passenger door for Jiang Ting. "Princess, please get in the car." "Phew." Jiang Ting burst out laughing at Lin Fan's amusement. She didn't expect that this guy was so humorous. As soon as he got in the car, Lin Fan smelled a faint fragrance. "Even the car smells so good, I can't imagine how good she smells." Lin Fan was fantasizing in his mind and unconsciously revealed a wicked smile, which was just caught by Jiang Ting. "Why are you smiling so obscenely? What dirty things are you thinking about? I'm warning you, if anyone else knows what happened in the office just now, I'll make you pay." "Vice President Jiang, you misunderstood. I was wondering how a beautiful woman like you could have such a special liking for bobo chicken. It's none of your business. I was going to treat you to a meal, but you offended me today. This meal is your responsibility. Consider it your apology to me. Okay, it's my honor to invite Vice President Jiang to dinner. When you're out and about, don't call me Vice President Jiang all the time. It sounds awkward. Just call me by my name, or Ting Ting." Lin Fan chuckled. "I'll do whatever you say. I'll be happy if you ask me to call you wife." "You have a nice idea. Why don't you go to the Sichuan Bobo chicken restaurant I often eat at, in the China Food City?" Lin Fan followed the navigation and arrived at the China Food City, which was a super large food court. It had almost all the famous snacks on the market, and the flow of people was also extremely terrifying. Jiang Ting led Lin Fan through the crowd and soon they arrived at the entrance of Sichuan Bobo Chicken. Many diners had already gathered in the restaurant. Lin Fan found a seat by the window. Jiang Ting couldn't wait to order. She was familiar with the place and ordered a large pot in no time. Lin Fan asked her to order whatever she wanted, so she let go and did whatever she wanted. She ordered 2 skewers of everything and even asked the boss to make it spicy. Not long after, the skewers that Jiang Ting ordered were served. There were about 100 of them. They looked delicious, and Jiang Ting had already started eating. "Don't you take a photo first and then post it on WeChat Moments? I'd have eaten a few skewers if I had the time. Besides, my family won't let me eat these. Don't just stand there, eat quickly, or I won't be a lady anymore." Lin Fan and Jiang Ting ate and talked, and most of the conversation was about Jiang Ting's study abroad. She kept complaining that foreign countries were a food desert, and now that she was back in China, she wanted to create as much as she could. Handsome guy, would you like to order a song for your girlfriend? 50 each, guaranteed to be good. When the two were eating happily, a young man came over with a speaker on his back and a guitar in his arms. Lin Fan expressed no interest and waved him off. You're such a poor bastard, you can't even order songs, and you're trying to pick up girls like others. No wonder you can only treat others to bobo chicken, which costs 1 yuan a skewer. You're really not ashamed of it. The young man muttered as he walked, but it still didn't escape Lin Fan's ears. Stop, who are you calling poor? If you think eating bobo chicken makes you poor, then you're essentially insulting everyone here. Lin Fan's voice was extremely high-pitched, immediately attracting the attention of the entire audience. When he said this, everyone's faces were filled with anger, and they all hated the young man who was singing for money. Seeing that he had angered everyone, the young man quickly changed his words and smiled apologetically. Handsome guy, you heard me wrong. I'm just a street singer. You are all my breadwinners and potential customers. How dare I offend my breadwinners? It's okay if you don't admit it. How about this, your song is 30 yuan a piece. I have 5,000 yuan here, you have to sing until you finish, sing Na Ying's Conquer. The singing youth was blinded by the money and took the money from Lin Fan's hand, as if he was afraid that Lin Fan would regret it if he was a second late. Thank you, boss. After saying that, the young man grinned and started singing. This was the biggest order he had ever received since he started working in the industry. I was conquered by you just like that. I drank the poison you hid. Although the singing was not very good, it was not unbearable to the ears. Lin Fan and the others ate slowly while he sang slowly. An hour later, the young street singer was a little exhausted. He had only sung for more than 10 times, and his throat began to feel hoarse. Brother, can I take a break for 2 minutes before singing again? The young man scratched his head, indicating that he was tired. You can take a break, come and eat these 10 skewers of bobo chicken. It was such a good thing. After singing for so long, the young man was already a little hungry. He took the bobo chicken with many thanks and started to eat. Oh my god, brother, this is so spicy. My throat is on fire after eating it. How can I sing? You don't have to sing, and I'll give you my money back. It is absolutely impossible to get a refund. The young man wiped his sweat while eating skewers. After eating 10 skewers of bobo chicken, he just felt hot all over. Jiang Ting's impression +1. Lin Fan's character is quite vindictive, and Jiang Ting agrees with this. Nowadays, kind people are often bullied, and the weak are often picked on. In her opinion, Lin Fan's behavior is quite manly. The current favorability is 5, and I only need 5 points to complete the system task. After you finish eating, keep singing. Sing until you finish. So, a strange scene took place in the store. A young man carrying a speaker on his back was singing Conquer while wiping his sweat. At the end of the song, the young man almost shouted. You've only sung it 50 times, and you're already exhausted. Young man, don't try to be stubborn. If you're tired, come and have some bobo chicken and keep singing. Brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I was really conquered by you. I will never dare to say such mean things again. Please let me go. Otherwise, I can sing for you another day. If I continue singing today, I'm afraid I'll make money but not live to spend it. Jiang Ting also signaled to Lin Fan that it was enough. She had vented her anger and decided to forgive him. That's all for today. If it weren't for the beautiful lady pleading for you, you would have to finish singing. There are still 100 songs left. You can sing them next time I come over. The young man looked at them both with gratitude. Thank you, beautiful lady, thank you, brother. I am truly convinced. I am conquered by both of you. Chapter 12. You're just a bullfrog. Lin Fan spent more than 100 yuan on this meal of bobo chicken, some of which cost more than 1 yuan per skewer. As long as Jiang Ting enjoyed the meal, it was fine. He just wanted to increase his favorability quickly and then get the system reward. Lin Fan had no experience in pursuing an outstanding girl like Jiang Ting. He only had 3 years of experience as a bootlicker, but it obviously wouldn't work on Jiang Ting. Besides, he had completely changed now and didn't want to be a bootlicker anymore. After eating and drinking, Lin Fan suggested taking a walk by the river. Let's go for a walk by the river and help digest our food. There are many people walking along the riverside, including young couples, and of course more elderly men receiving pensions. A combination of talented men and beautiful women like Lin Fan and Zhang Ting is quite eye-catching. They are a good match in terms of height and appearance. Look, there's someone working out over there. Lin Fan looked over and saw a group of young men and women working out in the riverside park. There were also two people handing out flyers. They were probably from a gym doing an event. Handsome guy and beautiful girl, let's learn about swimming and fitness. A muscular man rolled up his sleeves, patted his biceps, and showed them to Lin Fan and the others. Lin Fan then took a closer look at the muscular man. He was wearing a tight-fitting suit emblazoned with Zuanhao Fitness. His bulging pectoral muscles and well-defined 8-pack abs stood out beneath the tights. Coupled with his nearly 1.9-meter height, the close proximity felt somewhat oppressive. Nowadays, many girls on TikTok particularly like this kind of muscular man. He looks very safe and can carry a girl with one hand. Whenever such a video is seen, there will be a group of girls online calling him husband. Bite. The system issues a new task, slapping the muscular man in the face, crushing him in his fitness field, and shouting, "You are just a muscular bullfrog." Completing the mission will reward Zhang Ting's favorability +5. Completing the mission rewards you with the perfect figure of a suit thug. Completing the task will reward you with a Lamborghini voucher worth 500 yuan. There are so many rewards. The system is giving out great benefits. Lin Fan likes the first two rewards very much, but what the hell is the last reward? Lamborghini 500 yuan voucher. Damn, what I lack is that 500 yuan, what I lack is a Lamborghini. Lin Fan had a look of disgust on his face, and he despised the system in his heart. Fortunately, he was very satisfied with the first reward. He was just 5 points away from completing the system task, so he had to install this fork. The muscular man continued to show off his body to passers-by, losing himself in the screams of passers-by. Suddenly a very abrupt voice was heard, making him frown. They are all just fancy clothes that look good but have no practical use. All they gain in the gym is dead muscle. They look strong, but they are useless. They are just a strong bullfrog. The muscular man turned around when he heard this, and saw a handsome young man who was half a head shorter than him, mocking him. He was accepting the worship of the young girl, so how could he accept such provocation from Lin Fan? Dude, you said I'm a dead muscle? Then do you dare to fight me? I'll let you see what a macho man is. TSK, I have absolutely no interest in competing with a bullfrog. Lin Fan was still using provocation to see if he could get some benefits from the other party. He smiled at Zhang Ting, indicating to her that the show was about to begin. Zhang Ting was also very curious about why Lin Fan, with his small physique and not even in the same weight class as the opponent, was so stupid as to provoke the opponent. Wasn't he afraid of being beaten into a pig's head by the opponent? If the other party dares to use force and bullies the minority with their numbers, then we should just call over 200 male colleagues from the branch office. We have never been afraid of anyone when there are more people than us, so we cannot lose in momentum. Zhang Ting, who appears gentle and lovely on the surface, actually has a very strong personality, otherwise she would not be able to do her job as the deputy general manager of the branch company. Especially since Lin Fan is his person and has helped him a lot, as a deputy general manager, she will definitely stand up at the critical moment because she also has a heart to protect her children. So what do you want? If you can beat me, I'll give you 2 free VIP memberships to the Zuanhao Fitness Club. And from now on, I'll call you brother. If you lose, all you have to do is apologize to me and help me distribute flyers for a month. The muscular man obviously couldn't withstand Lin Fan's stimulation. Lin Fan only used a basic attack, and he even lost his flash and ultimate move. Alright, since you're so sincere, I'll agree to it. Just consider it a good deed. Lin Fan looked like he was willing to sacrifice himself to fulfill your wish. He looked so shameless that the muscular man's arms became livid and he wanted to beat him to death immediately. Look at the muscles in your arms, they're bulging. You can tell at a glance that you've been eating too much protein powder. They only attract some clueless girls. To put it bluntly, they're just dead muscles. You're lucky to have met me today. I'll show you what real, living muscles are. Stop talking nonsense, let's just compete in the simplest pull-ups. Whoever does the most wins. The muscular man couldn't wait to prove himself, but being looked down upon again and again made him feel a little embarrassed. After that, he grabbed a handful of talcum powder and started doing pull-ups. 1, 2, 3. The muscular man should be a fitness coach. His movements are very standard, without a trace of cheating. It can be seen that he really wants to teach Lin Fan a lesson with his strength. His colleagues were helping him count the numbers. Lin Fan was not idle either. After all, he was about to go on stage to compete, and he had to improve himself. The fork had already been assembled, and if he didn't show some real skills, he would be unable to get off the stage later. System, add all my remaining enhancement points to my physical fitness. Host, you currently have 3 enhancement points remaining. Your current physical condition is at the average level. 1 point of enhancement can reach the excellent level, 2 points of enhancement can reach the outstanding level, and 3 points of enhancement can reach the outstanding level. The outstanding level is equivalent to the national first-class athlete level. Whether it is strength, agility, or endurance, it is about 10 times that of an ordinary person. Enhance me to the outstanding level. Deducted 3 enhancement points, successfully enhancing the host's physique to the outstanding level. Currently, the available enhancement points are 0. More than a minute has passed, and the muscular man is still doing pull-ups. He has already done 30. To be honest, he is really good at it. A normal person would probably have a hard time doing 3-5, but he has done 30 in one breath, and it seems like he has no intention of stopping at all. 48, 49, 50, 51, 52. Originally, doing more than 40 was already his limit, but to be on the safe side, he did 5 more before jumping off the horizontal bar. Strong, really too strong. Lin Fan evaluated him in his heart. Such strength has surpassed 98.5% of ordinary people. No wonder he is so proud. He really has the capital to be proud. Chapter 13, just enough to warm up. Is that all? Lin Fan threw out another wave of ridicule, and the muscular man who was originally complacent suddenly became angry. He was quite satisfied with his performance today, which was considered to have broken his record in more than a year, but when it came to Lin Fan, he just said lightly, "Is that it?" It felt like he didn't do more than 50, but just 5. He can do more than 50, and he is invincible in the gym. Basically, no one who challenges him can break his record. The strongest one can only do 35, which is more than 10 feet behind him. Don't underestimate the gap of more than 10 points. It becomes more difficult as time goes by. It takes several times more effort to do one more thing. However, today he was ignored and ridiculed again and again. How abominable. How did he become so shameless? This guy is probably only good at talking. If you ask him to do pull-ups, I bet he can't do 20. 20, you think too highly of him. He was defeated with 15 at most. I don't know where you got the courage to look down on our brother Lei. That's right, let's wait and see how he ends up. Jiang Ting's understanding of Lin Fan deepened. It turned out that he had a lot of tricks for mocking people and his mouth was really poisonous. Anyone who wanted to be his enemy had to be able to withstand his mouth first. The more she knew about him, the more curious Jiang Ting became. At the same time, Jiang Ting also became worried about Lin Fan. After all, more than 50 pull-ups were not something that ordinary people could do. Unconsciously, Jiang Ting's feelings towards Lin Fan seemed to have subtly changed, perhaps even she herself did not notice it. It's just 52 pull-ups. Look at what you can do. In my eyes, anyone who can do less than 100 pull-ups is trash. Lin Fan continued to speak shamelessly. The master Lin Fan refers to as the system. After all, everything he has is given by the system, so it is not an exaggeration to call him a master. Where on earth did this guy come from? He's so crazy. No, I want to beat him up. I can't stand it anymore. Stay calm. Haven't you heard of someone who slapped someone and had to pay 88,000 yuan? Don't be fooled. Maybe he's here on purpose to find a benefactor. Thanks for the reminder. I almost fell into his trap. It was a close call. Amidst the questions and complaints, Lin Fan walked to the horizontal bar. He grabbed some talcum powder, patted it, and then jumped lightly to hang on the horizontal bar, as agile as a monkey. The physique strengthened by the system is extraordinary. At this moment, Lin Fan only feels that his body is light, as if gravity does not exist, and there is no sense of effort at all. Then he started doing super standard pull-ups, with a range of motion that even a national level athlete would not be able to find any fault with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Jiang Ting was counting for Lin Fan on the side, and the scene gave a feeling of husband and wife following each other. In less than a minute, Lin Fan had done 30 of them. At this speed, he had surpassed the muscular man, and his speed had not slowed down, but instead showed a tendency to accelerate. The muscular man who had been paying close attention to Lin Fan was secretly delighted when he saw this scene. He can't hold on any longer. He's making his final sprint. He's almost gone after only 30 reps, and he still dares to speak so arrogantly. If he loses, he will have to hand out 500 flyers every day. The muscular man was still imagining it, but reality did not give him the chance to fantasize. 50, 51, 52, 53. Zhang Ting was still reciting softly, and every number she counted was like a huge hammer, hitting everyone's head hard. It took less than 2 minutes and he had already surpassed the muscular man's performance. He was dumbfounded and went from being arrogant to being incredulous. How can he be so strong? Is everything he said true? Anyone who can't do 100 pull-ups is useless. Am I a loser after living for over 30 years? While the muscular man was doubting himself, Lin Fan was still sitting there leisurely. It had been less than 3 minutes, and it was said that a man should not last less than 3 minutes. 98, 99, 100. 2.5 minutes, exactly 100 pull-ups. Zhang Ting counted louder and louder to the end. She wanted to cheer Lin Fan up. This is a bit boring, let's put on some music. Lin Fan ordered a 6-minute song. He planned to finish the song and that was it. Even showing off should be done in moderation. The group of people who had mocked Lin Fan before now shut their mouths obediently. Their faces were swollen from being beaten by Lin Fan. Oh my god, this guy must have popped out of a rock, he can pull so hard. It turns out he really wasn't bragging, he's a real god. So what if he's a great god? Great gods are all aloof and cool, not as mean as him. He's just a mean god at best. How can I become a disciple of a great master? If I were half as good as him, I could walk around like crazy and win so many awards that my hands would cramp. Everyone was talking at once, and the muscular man seemed to be enlightened. Become a disciple? Yes, why didn't I think of becoming a disciple? I have a disabled body, I don't know if he will look down on me. No matter, I will become a disciple anyway. Zhuge Liang visited him 3 times, the worst that can happen is that I can visit him 30 times. The muscular man woke up from his loss and made up his mind to become Lin Fan's apprentice. Such a master is hard to find even with a lantern. He must seize this incredible opportunity. 298,299,300. Lin Fan finished 300 pull-ups. The music was almost over and he was almost at his physical limit. He still wanted to save some energy to accompany Zhang Ting for a walk, so he stopped. How about it, are you convinced? If you are convinced, type out the word convinced. Everyone here is a little Kalami. Any objections? Lin Fan shouted arrogantly, mainly addressing the people in Zuanhao Gym. Zhang Ting took out a tissue to wipe Lin Fan's sweat, but found that Lin Fan was not sweating at all. What a freak! He doesn't even sweat during such intense exercise. His physical strength is incredible. If he goes to a construction site to move bricks, he will be rich. He is simply a brick-moving saint. Bite. Mission accomplished, rewards now distributed to the host. Zhang Ting's favorability +5. Currently, the favorability is full, and the counterattack mission is automatically completed. The current host basic properties are as follows. Lin Fan, male. Age, 25. Height, 179 centimeters. Weight, 67 kilograms. Appearance, 7.7 points. Physique, outstanding. Remaining reinforcement points, 10. Skills acquired, piano master. Skills acquired, English master. Skills acquired, Japanese master. Skills acquired, chess master. Suit thug perfect body. 1 Yen Wong card. A Lamborghini voucher worth 500 yuan. Overall score, 60. Finally passed, Lin Fan said, looking at his attribute panel. This system is too picky. Even someone as talented as him could barely pass. It seems he still has a long way to go. Lin Fan was immersed in the joy of the harvest and had no idea that Zhang Ting's eyes had changed when she looked at him. After the successful counterattack, Zhang Ting had become Lin Fan's #1 fan. Even though she was knowledgeable and experienced, she had never seen such an all-round talent as Lin Fan. The key point was that Lin Fan, who had acquired the thug figure in a suit, had undergone a major change in temperament. There he was, a perfect clothes rack, with a standard model figure and a cynical smile. Zhang Ting was deeply attracted to Lin Fan. She once again suspected that someone in the company was spreading rumors. How could such an outstanding person like Lin Fan be a bootlicker? When she returns to the company, she must investigate this matter thoroughly and find out who spread the rumor. Lin Fan looked at the muscular man, who was looking at him with a fanatical expression, as if he were a wild beast in heat. Lin Fan was frightened by his eyes. Dude, don't be like this. I'm a very normal man. This isn't Chengdu. Please restrain yourself. Chapter 14, Apprenticeship. Lin Fan had never seen such a hungry look in his eyes. It was as if he wanted to eat him up. He was really scared by the other party. He unconsciously held Zhang Ting's hand to prove that he was a normal man. Dude, I don't want your VIP membership card anymore. Don't go astray. Even though you're weak, you're still one of the best among ordinary people. There are a lot of girls who would like you. It's too late. What do you mean it's too late? Don't be impulsive. Lin Fan was confused and didn't know what the muscular man meant by it's too late. It's too late for you to say this now. I just made a decision that goes against my ancestors' teachings. My name is Zhang Lei, and I want to take you as my master. The muscular man introduced himself, but seemed to feel that this was not sincere enough. After thinking for a moment, he knelt on one knee and saluted Lin Fan with his fists. He made up his mind not to miss this opportunity. If you miss such a master, where can you find him? The gears of fate have started to turn, and you must seize this opportunity. This scene was truly unexpected for Lin Fan. He could only blame himself for being too pretentious. He should have been more restrained earlier. Now he didn't know what to do in this situation. He had no experience in taking in disciples. He could use the system to strengthen others, but he couldn't use the system to strengthen others. Wouldn't it be a waste of time to become their disciple? Lin Fan refused on the spot. You get up first. This matter requires long-term consideration. I won't get up unless you agree to it. I'm already yours. After hearing Zhang Lei's words, Lin Fan really wanted to slap him. What have I done to you? How come you are mine? Don't tarnish my reputation as a good woman. You can become my disciple if you want, but I'll need to take an assessment. You're too weak now. Come back to me when you've met the requirements. Lin Fan just wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. Now that the mission had been completed, he didn't want to stay even a second longer. The entry requirements are 100 pull-ups, 500 push-ups, and a 50-kilometer run. Once you've achieved all of these, come find me. He deliberately raised the difficulty to hell level, hoping that Zhang Lei would give up. Unexpectedly, Zhang Lei, the young man, agreed after thinking for a moment. For glory, I will do anything. Master, I'll add you as my friend. I'll come back to you after I've completed the initiation requirements. You must not abandon me. I'll be yours sooner or later. Lin Fan almost fainted when he heard this. You can't say such things casually. If you were a beauty, it wouldn't matter. But the problem is that you are a big guy who is nearly 2 meters tall. What you said makes people feel like they are out of time and space. Lin Fan accepted his friend's request and immediately set him to do not disturb. He was really a little afraid of this enthusiastic big brother. Lin Fan took Zhang Ting's hand and walked away quickly. He looked nothing like the calm and composed look he had just shown when he was pretending to be so cool. She had already completed her counterattack against Zhang Ting, so she did not struggle when Lin Fan held her hand. Her cheeks were just slightly red, and she did not dare to look at Lin Fan. The touch of this little hand is so delicate and soft as if it has no bones. If I could hold such a little hand every day, I would be willing to smoke huazi and drink taizi every day. The two of them wandered around aimlessly, enjoying the tranquility and beauty. There's a piano room up ahead. I heard you've been learning piano since you were little. I guess you must be pretty good at it. It's not that great, only level 7. Zhang Ting smiled slyly, and her confidence emerged spontaneously when she talked about her area of expertise. She started learning piano at the age of 7 and has never stopped for 20 years. She has even received praise and comments from piano masters abroad. Zhang Ting thought to herself, you always steal the limelight, this time it's finally my turn, things change over time, don't bully me, but I'm getting off topic. Come in and take a look. I haven't practiced for several days, and my technique is almost rusty. Zhang Ting pulled Lin Fan into the store. She couldn't wait to show her talents to Lin Fan and let him know that she also had artistic talent. It was dinner time and there were not many customers in the store. There was also a couple wandering around. As soon as Lin Fan and his friends entered, a waiter came forward to greet them. "Welcome, sir and madam. Please tell me what you need. I will introduce you to the pianos you are interested in." "We don't want to buy the piano, can we try playing it?" When the service staff heard that Zhang Ting didn't want to buy the piano and wanted to try it for free, their attitude suddenly became less enthusiastic. "If you want to try playing, please go to the general area over there. There's a piano there for beginners to practice on." As Lin Fan spoke, he looked in the direction the waiter pointed. It was a piano that felt very plastic and was a little yellow. It was obviously a cheap product. Because it was often operated by novices who didn't know how to play the piano, it looked like an old man on his deathbed. "If you don't have money, don't act cool and try to learn how to play the piano. Look at that pinduoduo suit you're wearing. Any piano here starts at 100,000, which is enough to last you 2 years without food or drink. It's such a waste for the beautiful girl next to him." She was deceived by his sweet words. "No, I want to warn that girl not to be deceived by scumbag men." The waiter looked at Lin Fan and felt that he was a poor loser. It would be fine if he had no money, after all, everyone is born rich. As long as he works hard and doesn't indulge in vanity, he will be fine. But some people have no money but care about face, so they like to brag and pretend to be cool to deceive young girls who are not familiar with the world. Let me uncover his hypocrisy and save the lost girl. The waiter made up his mind and came to Lin Fan's side. "Sir, there are so many things going on with pianos, and the prices naturally vary. They range from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, even millions. It's obvious that the lady next to you really likes pianos. We're having a promotion right now. This piano, originally priced at 100,000, is now only 88,000 after a discount. This piano is excellent in both temperament and tone. It suits the lady beside you very well. They say a good horse deserves a good saddle, and a good piano deserves a beautiful woman. What do you think?" The reason why the waiter recommended this piano, which costs about 100,000 yuan, is that he thought that whether the price is high or low depends on whether he can afford it. If he can't afford it, it will just expose his poor identity and the girl will wake up from her fantasy. If he could afford it, he could make some money. It was a sure-win deal no matter how you looked at it. The waiter was proud of his own wisdom. Lin Fan didn't respond, just shook his head. "As I expected, a poor loser is a poor loser. You can't even afford an entry-level piano. With your financial situation, who gave you the courage to enter the store? Was it Fish Liong?" The waiter didn't show much emotion and continued to recommend a cheaper piano. "Sir, what do you think of this piano? It's second-hand, but it's inexpensive. You can take it home for only 28,000. It's just been serviced, and it's indistinguishable from a new one." Lin Fan still shook his head. The waiter thought to himself, 28,000 is too expensive. What a country boy who wants to play with high-end products. It's too cheap. I'm embarrassed to even listen to you introducing it. If the foreigners next door hear it, they'll think I can't afford it. Give me the best product. Lin Fan's tone was extremely arrogant, like that of a nouveau riche. "Which is the best and most expensive piano in your store?" "Sir, I'm not judging people by appearances, but the most expensive piano in our store is a whopping 1.28 million. That's enough to buy a house in this city. Most people would be scared away by the price. Are you sure you want to see this most expensive piano? It's only over 1 million. I thought it was expensive. Your awareness needs to be improved. It's obvious that you haven't seen any big scenes. You're not as knowledgeable as Qin Mengyao." Chapter 15: The Master's Style. "Please follow me, sir and madam. I'll take you to the second floor. It's full of imported pianos. The cheapest one costs 580,000 yuan. The waiter introduced the customers as they walked, and his tone was much more polite than before. She felt very regretful when she thought that she almost lost a big customer because of her judgment based on appearance. She couldn't understand what the rich were thinking. Was he dressed so casually? He spent his money on his woman. The lady next to him was dressed very well, all in international brands. This outfit probably cost several thousand. Maybe this is the real rich man, who has no interest in dressing up. After all, no matter how rustic his clothes are, there will always be beautiful women throwing themselves at him. This may be the invisible rich man in life, and we must treat him well today. Dear guests, Shaoli, please get the manager's best tea to entertain our distinguished guests. As soon as the waitress came upstairs, she asked another colleague to make tea, which showed how much she valued Lin Fan. She then introduced everyone to Lin Fan one by one. Sir, look at this one, codenamed White Swan. It's imported from Italy, made with the finest materials. It was crafted entirely by hand by 8 master luthiers over a month. The sound is clear and melodious, without a trace of noise. This White Swan is priced at 580,000. It's too cheap, it doesn't suit my status, I need to change it. Jiang Ting heard Lin Fan's tone and it seemed that he really wanted to buy the piano, so she hurried to stop Lin Fan. After all, in her opinion, Lin Fan was a versatile and all-round person, and he loved to show off. With his wealth, he was afraid that he would fail in his pretense. The prices here are often tens or even hundreds of millions. If Lin Fan can't pay later, she will buy it with her own money. After all, the man she admires cannot be embarrassed in public. Don't worry, I never do anything I'm not sure of. I've already secured this horse today. Lin Fan's tone was extremely overbearing, and he would not tolerate any questioning from others. Since you don't like these pianos that cost less than $1 million, let's get straight to the point. I'll take you to see our most valuable treasure, a piano worth 1.28 million. I believe that once you see this piano, you will love it. The waiter brought Lin Fan to the center of the store, where there was an exquisite piano, which was calm and majestic, with an imperial style. Sir, this is the most expensive piano in our store. It's a purely imported Steinway. I'm sure anyone who knows anything about pianos has heard of Steinway. It's like the Ferrari of the automotive world, and the dream of many piano lovers. This piano is absolutely worthy of your noble character. The waiter also praised Lin Fan. Go try the piano and see if you like it. Well, I'll play a song for you. When Jiang Ting sat in front of the piano, her temperament changed immediately. She turned from a gentle and lovely lady into a lady from a noble family full of artistic atmosphere. Art is indeed nourishing. The song Jiang Ting was going to play was called Annie's Wonderland, which is also one of the top 10 famous songs. The slender fingers seem to be born for the piano, the fingertips jump back and forth on the keys, and the beautiful melody flows into the ears. This song expresses that all dormant and sedimented fantasies are transformed into soft grass slopes, the wind is sweet, the sea is transparent, and even the flowers are covered with wings. It has an unextinguished childlike innocence, memories of a beautiful childhood, an infinite imagination of the clouds in the sky, which makes people feel relaxed and happy and forget all worries. I have to say that Jiang Ting has great taste. This piece of music suits her very well. After the piece is finished, her soul is still intoxicated in the artistic conception. Jiang Ting's performance is wonderful. She is worthy of being a talented player with a level 7 piano skill. The performance was okay overall. There were 2 bass notes in the middle that were not well controlled and were a bit dragged out. There was also a section where the tempo should have been faster to be perfect. Lin Fan gave careful comments and pointed out several mistakes made by Jiang Ting. To outsiders, her performance seemed perfect, but she didn't expect that others could still point out its shortcomings. This is the charm of a piano master. You know piano too? You were able to point out my shortcomings right away. Your piano proficiency is far superior to mine. Oh my god, how many secrets do you have that I don't know? Can you play a song for me? Jiang Ting immediately turned into a little fangirl. The man in front of her was so outstanding that even the piano she was proud of was miles ahead of hers. The more she looked at Lin Fan, the more handsome he seemed to her. A man like him was simply a rare treasure. If anyone said he was a bootlicker again, she would tear his mouth apart. Then I will play you my favorite song canon. Lin Fan sat in front of the piano, straightened his sleeves, adjusted his sitting posture, and instantly immersed himself in the role, exuding the aura of a piano master. He was playing a classic piano piece called Canon. The magic of this piece is that when you are happy, you hear sadness, and when you are lost, you hear hope. I hope that you who are living in the abyss will stay strong no matter how hard and difficult it is. Even if you fall down countless times, you will bravely climb out little by little, because what will greet you is the sunny spring. Lin Fan was immersed in the wonderful sound of the piano. The first stage gave people the feeling of living in a valley when they were young. Love was like the legendary world outside the mountain. But after we climbed over the mountain, we found that it was desolate and there was no grass. Jiang Ting discovered that during the performance, the melody of one part chased the other part from beginning to end. Until the end, they would merge together and never separate, just like the everlasting love in the world, where two people in love will be together through life and death, and are extremely affectionate. After a classic piece was finished, Jiang Ting was still immersed in the mood of canon. A tear inadvertently flowed across the corner of her eye. It was an expression of her involuntarily overwhelming emotion. She was overwhelmed by Lin Fan's masterful performance. On the other hand, the waiter closed his eyes and looked intoxicated, imagining something beautiful, with a happy smile on his face, which was his longing for the future or his expectation of love. After a long while, there was a burst of warm applause from the audience. "I've been selling pianos for decades, but I've never heard such moving music. This is the true charm of music. I'm honored to be able to serve you today. Thank you for playing such beautiful music. In a trance, I seem to have found the meaning of life. I was also deeply moved. I've listened to canon countless times before, but never in this way. It reminded me of my days studying abroad, when I had no one to turn to and was adrift in the storm. When I felt helpless, I suddenly realized I wasn't alone. I had many friends who encouraged and helped me learn from each other." Lin Fan looked at the two people who were conquered by his song, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. This is the charm of a piano master. No one present knew better than Jiang Ting that Lin Fan's piano skills were far better than those of her teachers. His music could touch the soul. Damn it, he has fooled me again. Chapter 16, Rambo. After the performance, it was time for the transaction. Jiang Ting hurriedly took out her bank card, which had 200W in it. That was her pocket money for the year. After buying this order, her pocket money this year would be greatly reduced, but at this time she did not hesitate at all. At worst, she can just save some money in the future and not buy luxury goods. That should be enough. Even if she has to spend 2 million, she won't hesitate. She must not let her idol lose face. After being conquered by Lin Fan's piano, Lin Fan's position in her heart rose again significantly. It is no exaggeration to say that he is a male god. Wait a minute, I said I'd give it to you, so why would I ask you to pay for it? I don't even care about a mere 1 million. Lin Fan stopped Jiang Ting from paying the bill, as he still had a balance of over 1.5 million yuan waiting to be spent. Why did you suddenly give me such an expensive gift? Did you know that tomorrow is my birthday? You actually knew my birthday, you wouldn't. Jiang Ting was embarrassed to continue talking, but how could Lin Fan not understand what she meant? Yes, I do like you. Lin Fan was indeed not lying when he said this. Which man would not like a woman like Jiang Ting who was beautiful, well-educated and has high emotional intelligence? Jiang Ting then thought something was wrong. Lin Fan only earned a few thousand yuan a month, so how could he have so much money? Could he be kept by a rich woman? This possibility could not be ruled out. An outstanding man like him, who is tall, handsome, and knowledgeable, is like a firefly in the dark night, shining wherever he goes. It is completely reasonable for him to be favored by a rich woman. Thinking of this, Jiang Ting suddenly became angry. I don't want this zither anymore. I'd rather you treat me to a bowl of bobo chicken for 1 yuan a skewer than sell yourself out for a high reward. With your talent, you'll be a meteoric rise in any field. You can't go astray and take shortcuts. Lin Fan didn't expect Jiang Ting to misunderstand that he was selling his body. It was simply outrageous. He was still a novice, so he felt it necessary to explain. You're overthinking it. This is my hard-earned money. With my piano skills, I charge at least 50,000 yuan per lesson, and there are plenty of people vying for my tutoring. Lin Fan made up a reason on the spur of the moment, and this reason convinced Jiang Ting that his piano skills were definitely worth the price. Jiang Ting didn't expect that Lin Fan's income was so high, but he was still willing to be a small clerk in her company. Could it be that all this was because he liked her? Thinking of this, Jiang Ting felt touched. Jiang Ting's impression +1. An additional reward is a Patek Philippe 500 yuan voucher. The system prompts that Jiang Ting's favorability has increased again. Unexpectedly, after the successful counterattack, she can get rewards for every increase in favorability. Just looking at this reward, Lin Fan wanted to curse. What a crappy reward. She must be teasing my brother Fan. Superficial hosts, as they say, products produced by the system are all high quality. Don't underestimate the 500 yuan voucher. Recharge can return 10,000 times the money. The same is true for this voucher. As long as the host uses the 500 yuan voucher, he can choose any item within 5 million yuan. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Fan felt a surge of enthusiasm. Sure enough, the system was reliable. Who wouldn't love such a reward? Lin Fan paid the bill happily. The reward Jiang Ting brought him was so rich that he couldn't help but hold Jiang Ting's head and kiss her forehead. Jiang Ting's face turned red all the way to the back of her neck because of his sudden attack. Although she was 28 years old, she had never had a boyfriend, let alone such intimate contact as today. She only felt her cheeks getting hot and her heart was beating wildly. Lin Fan held Jiang Ting's hand and left the music store with the waiter's warm farewell. After shopping for so long, it was time to go back. Lin Fan drove Jiang Ting's Mini to his rental house so that he wouldn't have to take a taxi back. Lin Fan rented a small single room of 15 square meters. He thought it was enough to live alone. At that time, he was particularly harsh on himself and saved all his money to make up for the betrothal gift. As a result, he often ate instant noodles, eating whole boxes of them. I have to move to a better house in a few days, otherwise I'll be embarrassed to let people go up to this rental house for a cup of tea. Lin Fan said goodbye to Jiang Ting and was about to go to his residence when suddenly a figure rushed out. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Wang Jing. It's really haunting me. Wasn't my rejection obvious enough? Wang Jing pointed at Lin Fan's nose and questioned him. Who is the woman you just drove back with? We've only been apart for 2 days, and you've hooked up with this vixen. You have to make a choice today. Choose me or her. That's unreasonable. Please go away. I've made it very clear. I don't want to waste any more time talking to you. You forced me to do this. Don't regret it. Remember when I said someone was willing to pay 580,000 yuan for the betrothal gift? I immediately agreed to it. He can give me 20,000 yuan in pocket money every month, and I won't have to work. Even if you kneel down and beg me, I won't agree to it. Wang Jing's chest heaved violently with anger, but Lin Fan was no longer in the mood to appreciate it. He had never seen the world before and had been hanging on a crooked tree for 3 years. Now when he thinks about it, he wants to slap himself in the face. He almost forgot about the important matter. He still had 2 vouchers that he hadn't used yet, so he had to use them up quickly. The vouchers in supermarkets and shopping malls all had expiration dates marked on them, and who knew if his 2 vouchers had any expiration dates? System, how to use the voucher. The host only needs to choose to use it to enter the purchase page. After the purchase is successful, a staff member will deliver the goods to your door. Lin Fan clicked on the Lamborghini voucher, which showed that this voucher could be used to deduct 5 million yuan. That means he could choose any item within 5 million yuan, and he would have to pay extra for anything above 5 million yuan. There are only 2 Lamborghini models under 5 million, the Lamborghini Maverick and the Lamborghini Urus. Lin Fan is nearly 1.8 meters tall, and he feels that the Urus is more suitable for him. Click to select, choose the color of forgiveness green, and then max out all other configurations. After selecting all the options that should be selected, it was done for only about 4.5 million. In the spirit of not wasting what the system gives, Lin Fan exchanged the remaining 500,000 for gas cards. I heard that this car is very fuel efficient. This 500,000 yuan fuel card should be able to last for a year or so. There is also a Patek Philippe voucher. Using a Patek Philippe voucher, he entered the purchase page. Among the watches priced at around 5 million, there was only the Patek Philippe Starry Sky Original Diamond Edition, which was extremely beautiful. Lin Fan fell in love with it at first sight. He saw that the price was exactly 5.2 million. Anyway, he had hundreds of thousands left after buying the piano, which was just enough to pay for it. Tomorrow is Jiang Ting's birthday, so it's a good time to take her for a ride. Chapter 17. Zhang Lei starts live streaming. Lin Fan was lying on the sofa, bored, so he opened a certain audio app to watch videos. Suddenly, he came across an interesting live broadcast room. Challenge the big brother of the whole network, 1 push-up for a big beer, 1 pull-up for a bouquet of flowers, and I will be tortured. Why does this person look so familiar? The name of the live broadcast room is Lei Yao Wusi. Isn't this the muscular man Zhang Lei who clamored to be his disciple? I didn't expect that it was him who was broadcasting live. It seems that he really wants to be Lin Fan's disciple. He can even think of this method. This kid is really talented. It is fate that you see it, so please give your support in a small way. In the live broadcast room that Zhang Lei just opened, there are currently only 2 people online. One of them is his secondary account, and the other is Lin Fan. Lin Fan's nickname is Ordinary Road. As soon as Lin Fan entered the live broadcast room, Zhang Lei saw that someone had finally arrived and immediately shouted in the live broadcast room, "Welcome, Brother Ordinary." After calling out to Zhang Lei, he saw that it was a level 1 small account. It was obvious that he was not a big brother, but was here to watch the fun. There were the most people like him on the platform, and they had no value. They were just there to increase the popularity of the live broadcast room. Zhang Lei still symbolically introduced the rules of the live broadcast room: 1 push-up for each big beer, 1 pull-up for each bouquet of flowers, do as many as you can, and don't end the broadcast until you finish. Is there any big brother who wants to teach me how to behave? After Zhang Lei finished shouting, there was no movement at all. Pingfan Lu didn't say anything and didn't leave. He just stayed there quietly. Zhang Lei even suspected that he was a robot. The reason why Lin Fan didn't move was not because he didn't want to talk, but because he was binding his super rich card. Binding successful. Then just top up 10,000 for fun. Is it okay to make as many as you can? Let us try making 10 large beers first. Give away 10 large beers on the Ordinary Road. Thanks to Brother Pingfan for the big beer and 10 push-ups. 1 push-up per second, Zhang Lei finished in less than 10 seconds. 10 isn't even enough to warm you up. Keep up the good work, Brother Pingfan. I'll give you another one. After saying that, Zhang Lei did another push-up. Good boy, you are showing your arrogance again. Today I must teach you a lesson on how to be a good person, otherwise you will always forget the pain after the scar has healed. Give away 100 large beers on the Ordinary Road. A large beer costs only 0.2 yuan each, so he can buy 50,000 large beers with 10,000 yuan. Flowers cost only 1 yuan each, so he can buy 10,000 bouquets of flowers. Then I'll play with you. Thank you, Brother Pingfan, for sending me 100 large beers and 100 push-ups again. After Zhang Lei finished speaking, Quang Quang did 100 push-ups for 3 minutes. Just as he was about to stand up and shout a few words to stimulate his brother's spending, the screen showed that Ordinary Road had sent out 30 bouquets of flowers. Zhang Lei thought that this silly guy was quite capable and would vote on his own without me saying anything. Zhang Lei said, "I am very optimistic about you and I will follow you back." 30 pull-ups were not difficult for Zhang Lei and were completely within his ability. All of this was specially arranged by Lin Fan. Otherwise, if he asked him to do 500 pull-ups right away, he couldn't guarantee that he would run away. Another 3 minutes passed, Zhang Lei finished 30 pull-ups and was just about to drink some water. At this moment, a line of words flashed across the screen. If you don't drink water, the reward will be doubled. Do you want to challenge it? This message was sent by Lin Fan. After Zhang Lei saw it, he immediately put down the cup of water in his hand. Although I, Lei, am only on my first day on the air, I've never been defeated by anyone. Come on, I can do it even without water. As I said before, I'm going to challenge the biggest brother on the internet. Ordinary Road giveaway big beer 200. Thank you, Brother Pingfan, for the 200 large beers. This time, I only need to do 100 push-ups. It's no big deal. I'll arrange it for you, brother. Zhang Lei's speed of doing the 100 push-ups this time was obviously slower. It took him 5 minutes to finish 100 push-ups in 3 minutes before. Keep going, keep going. I've just warmed up and haven't broken a sweat yet. I still have 90% of my energy left. I'll continue challenging the biggest brother on the internet. Zhang Lei's live broadcast had been going on for more than 10 minutes. Due to Lin Fan's gift giving, the recommendations in the live broadcast room slowly opened up, and more people came in to watch. Everyone who came in was attracted by his arrogant tone, and some people began to place their tickets, but most of them just ordered 1 or 2 large beers, which Zhang Lei also did one by one. Zhang Lei didn't care about the gifts from those people at all. He focused all his attention on his small account, Ordinary Road. As he earned a lot of beer, Ordinary Road also went from level 1 to level 5. Is there any big brother who wants to continue the challenge? Is Big Brother Ordinary Road still here? Keep teaching me how to behave. I won't submit to anyone now. I'm just begging for abuse. How many rockets do you need to make? The person who spoke was Lin Fan. He felt that ordering large beers one by one was too tiring, and it would be faster to order a rocket. A rocket is worth 1,000 yuan. If one push-up costs 40 cents, Zhang Lei will have to do 2,500 push-ups. You can do 1,000 push-ups with a rocket, without drinking water in between, or you can do 500 with a down jacket, also without drinking water in between. Then do it in a down jacket. Ordinary road send rocket 1. After thanking his elder brother, Zhang Lei took out a down vest and put it on, then started doing it under the supervision of everyone in the live broadcast room. The first 100 were still completed in 5 minutes, the second 100 took 8 minutes, and the third 100 took 12 minutes. At this time, Zhang Lei's forehead was covered with sweat, which fell drop by drop on the floor. Zhang Lei, who was extremely exhausted, was breathing heavily. He had done more than 200 before, and now he did 300 more, which added up to more than 500. An ordinary person would definitely collapse at this point. Zhang Lei supported himself on the ground with his hands, took 10 deep breaths, patted his sore arms alternately, and then continued to do the fourth 100. This time it took 10 minutes. I have to say, this guy is quite skilled. He was even 2 minutes faster than before. Now there are only the last 100 left. Zhang Lei continued to pat his hand muscles, and this time he rested for a full minute and a half. After adjusting his condition, Zhang Lei continued to do the last 100 push-ups. Also 10 minutes later, Zhang Lei finished the last 100 push-ups and stood up. At this time, he took off his down jacket. His body was already wet with sweat. He was breathing heavily and his tone was not as arrogant as before. He picked up the water bottle and gulped down half of it, instantly regaining a lot of strength. After his strength was restored a little, his mouth began to harden again. Continue to challenge the big brother of the entire network. Fight if you don't agree. It has to be said that Zhang Lei is a good candidate for live streaming. He knows how to create an atmosphere and capture people's hearts. During this period of time, he not only got training, but also made considerable profits. Ordinary road send out rockets x5. Lin Fan sent out 5 rockets again, each rocket equaled 500 push-ups, a total of 2,500 push-ups, and he had to do them while wearing a down jacket. Lin Fan thought Zhang Lei would end the live broadcast, so he accepted the gift and ran away. Unexpectedly, Zhang Lei did not run away, but made a promise to the live broadcast room. I, Zhang Lei, am grateful to Big Brother Pingfan Lu for his appreciation. Tonight, we will fight until dawn, and I will do these 2,500 push-ups for you. Chapter 18 Brother, I'm really admitted. The eldest brother on Ordinary Road is mighty and domineering. Teach him how to be a good person. Weren't you being so stubborn just now? Why aren't you shouting anymore? Everyone was interacting with each other on the public screen, and they were all a bunch of instigators. I'll be waiting in your live broadcast room tonight. If you don't finish the capture and go off the air, the public has sharp eyes, so don't try to get away with it. Please rest assured, I, Zhang Lei, am definitely not a pushover. I'll arrange 2,500 push-ups for you right now. Zhang Lei no longer had the arrogant attitude he had just now. He was afraid that Pingfan Road would send out a few more rockets, and he would be really ruined if that happened. Do it quickly, we are counting for you. Don't try to delay. Big Brother's time is precious and he's waiting for your performance. He started doing it again. 100,200,300. I finished the first 300 quite quickly, but after that I had to rest for half a minute every time I finished about 10. In this way, after 3 hours, Zhang Lei finally finished 2,500 push-ups. He felt his hands shaking violently. He stood up, picked up his phone shakily, and turned off the gift permission. Finally I can breathe a sigh of relief. What happened? The host has turned off the gift permission. Do you think he is stupid? If you don't turn off the gift permission, his hand will be crippled. Thank you all for your company tonight, especially Brother Pingfan Lu for your strong support. I'm convinced tonight. I've been completely convinced by Brother Pingfan. Let's continue tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. See you there. After saying that, Zhang Lei closed the live broadcast room. Lin Fan saw that it was 2 a.m., so he went to bed quickly, otherwise he would be late for work tomorrow. Zhang Ting would be angry. After all, tomorrow was her birthday, and the favorability she had worked so hard to build up could not be ruined all at once. After all, the system will give you a reward every time your favorability increases, so you must seize the opportunity. The next morning, Lin Fan was awakened by a phone call. When he answered it, it turned out to be the staff who delivered the luxury car and watch to him. This efficiency is too fast. Isn't it said that it takes several months to reserve a luxury car like this before you can pick it up? I don't want to think too much. Since it has been delivered, I'll go downstairs to sign for it. Lin Fan wore a black suit today. He hadn't worn a suit since he acquired the physique of a suit thug. But when he put it on today, his temperament immediately rose to a higher level, comparable to an international supermodel. If Wang Jing saw this, her 24K titanium alloy dog eyes would be blinded. As soon as Lin Fan went downstairs, he saw a touch of green. A brand new green Lamborghini Urus was parked at the entrance of the community. Next to the car, a man in a suit and white gloves was standing upright, waiting for the owner to sign for it. It was rush hour at this time, and many people had already walked out of the community. They were all attracted by the Lamborghini at the entrance of the community, and they took out their mobile phones to take pictures and post them on WeChat Moments. I don't know which rich guy has visited this community. This is the Lamborghini Urus. I have only seen it on a certain video. I didn't expect the real car to be so handsome. It's so cool. Who is this guy with such rich family background that he can actually afford a Lamborghini Urus? It's a mobile mansion. If I could sit in the passenger seat for a ride, or even just take a photo, I would be the most handsome guy in my circle of friends. Come on, this kind of luxury car only carries beauties and models. With your weight of over 200 pounds, the owner of the car will vomit at the sight of you. Lin Fan didn't expect that buying a car would cause such a sensation. It seems that he can no longer keep a low profile. He walked straight to the Lamborghini under the gaze of everyone. Someone in the crowd recognized him. After all, they lived in the same community and often ran into each other. Moreover, Lin Fan would bring instant noodles to his home every now and then, so he was somewhat well known in the community. Everyone calls him Instant Noodle Man. Hey, Instant Noodle Man, stop right there. That's a Lamborghini. Don't get too close. Just take a look from a distance and take a picture. If you chip a piece of the paint, you'll have wasted a year's work. Some people kindly reminded Lin Fan out of kindness. After all, they lived in the same community and didn't want to see him get into trouble. Hey, have you noticed that Instant Noodle Man is dressed like a real man today, even wearing a suit and tie? Well, you know what, clothes make the man. He looks like a completely different person after getting dressed like this. Maybe he changed his career to sell insurance. After all, don't insurance salesmen always dress like this? He doesn't necessarily sell insurance. I can only say that you have long hair but short knowledge. The male models in the club also dress like this. Judging from how well dressed he is most likely a male model. Hearing these people's discussions, Lin Fan was speechless. Is there anything wrong with being handsome? Excuse me, everyone. I'm just going to pick up my car. There's no need for such a big crowd. Please hurry up and get to work. You will be fined for being even 1 minute late. Look at what you can do, you even want to pick up a car. It's almost the same as the Wuling Hongguang next to the Lamborghini. If it were me, I would wait until the Lamborghini drove away before driving the Wuling Hongguang. Otherwise, if it got bumped or dented, I wouldn't be able to afford the compensation even if I sold the car. Lin Fan no longer paid attention to the crowd. Only the truth could crush the rumors. He wanted to use practical actions to slap the faces of those who did not take him seriously. Hello, I'm Lin Fan. I guess you were the one who called me just now. I'm here to pick up the car. Here's my ID card for you to check out. The man in the suit took Lin Fan's ID, compared it with his identity information, and after confirming that it was correct, he respectfully handed over the car keys. Dear Mr. Lin Fan, congratulations on becoming a Lamborghini owner. I am your personal consultant. This is my business card. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me. I will be at your service 24 hours a day. Lin Fan took the business card and put it in his pocket. Amidst everyone's surprised gazes, he opened the car door and got in. I've always said that this kid has a promising future. He has to endure a lot of hardships to be able to drive a Land Rover. He can drive a Lambo when he is young and successful, and he won't suffer in love. You are going to take the postgraduate entrance examination, it's so rhyming. Just now you said that he was a male model, how come you changed your mind so quickly? Mr. Lin, there is a precious gift for you in the trunk. Please sign for it as well. The man in the suit opened the trunk of the Lamborghini, which contained a bouquet of flowers and an exquisite gift box. He opened the outer packaging and revealed the true contents. It is a watch box. Even the packaging is so grand, giving off a luxurious and high-end feeling. What is this, a card delivery ceremony? It's possible. After all, it's normal to give a bouquet of flowers or a watch to a man who owns a luxury car worth millions. Some sharp-eyed people noticed that this was no ordinary watch and they seemed to have seen this brand somewhere. Yes, he had seen someone wearing this brand before, at the opening ceremony of Yida Plaza. That person was the son of Yida, one of the top second-generation rich in the country, Brother Sikon. You must be seeing things. Why is this watch so important? I was definitely not seeing things. I will always remember the starry sky printed on the dial, and a circle of sparkling diamonds. It was as if the entire galaxy was put into the watch. It was so beautiful. When I think back on it now, it is still fresh in my memory. I remember I took a photo at that time. I will look for it. After a while, he took out the photo. In the photo, Brother Sikon was full of vigor and looked handsome and elegant. He was wearing this watch, exactly the same as Lin Fan's. That's right, it's the Patek Philippe Starry Sky Original Diamond Edition, with a market price of over 5 million. It can be said that the value of this watch is far greater than that of this Lambo. The continuous stimulation made everyone dizzy and they just wanted to go home to their mothers. Chapter 19. You look like a car rental agent. Invisibly pretending to be a big deal, Lin Fan just wanted to say that I didn't mean to hurt your young hearts. Wearing a watch worth more than 500 yuan on one's hand gives people a lot of confidence. Lin Fan even has the same arrogant attitude as Zhang Lei, who looks down on others. Be low-key. Don't be led astray by Zhang Lei just because you watch his live broadcast. There are always people better than you. You don't have the capital to be arrogant now, so you have to keep a low profile in everything. Press the start button of the Lamborghini, and a violent exhaust sound comes, like the roar of a tiger, shocking your heart. Lin Fan walked away in everyone's gaze. It was still early for work, so he planned to have breakfast, order a cake and a bouquet of flowers, and then go to the company. Lin Fan drives a Lamborghini and attracts countless eyes wherever he goes, even when he is having breakfast. Oh my god, people who drive Lamborghinis also come to this roadside stall to eat buns. Is the world of rich people so simple and unpretentious? You don't understand this. Look at the way he got out of the car and locked it. It was very stiff. You can tell at a glance that he doesn't often drive this kind of luxury car. It is very likely that he rented it. The two women who were also having breakfast were discussing whether Lin Fan was the real owner of the car. You say that young people nowadays don't have much money in their pockets, but they still want to show off, thinking that they can pick up girls everywhere by renting a luxury car. They are reluctant to even go to high-end places for breakfast, and only eat buns for 2 yuan and soy milk for 1 yuan with unlimited refills. We must not be fooled by such people. Yes, it's a good thing we saw it with our own eyes, otherwise we would have thought he was some rich kid. No, we can't let a scumbag like him to harm other people's girls. We have to expose his hypocrisy. Handsome guy, your accent doesn't sound like a local. Lin Fan was drinking hot soy milk. After finishing a bowl, he was just about to ask the boss for another bowl when he heard a woman's voice. Lin Fan was speechless. He seemed to have said nothing, but he could tell from my accent that I wasn't a local? What's up? It's okay. It's just that we sisters have never seen a handsome guy like you in this local area. Seeing a handsome guy so early in the morning is really pleasing to the eyes. Thank you for the compliment. You want to eat my buns, right? If you do, I'll ask the boss to get you 2 and I'll pay for them. The woman was stunned when she heard this, and was amused by Lin Fan. Eat, 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 all you know is eating. How do I look like someone who eats and drinks for free? Do I need to eat a $2 bun? He was indeed a poor loser, with only an infinite desire for buns in his eyes, and he didn't even look at us. The woman concluded that the car was 100% rented. The woman greeted Lin Fan's relatives in her heart, but she still had a smile on her face. Handsome guy, you misunderstood. We're not here to eat your buns. We're just curious. A rich man like you would eat at a street stall. You didn't rent this car, did you? What's it to you? If you have nothing to do, don't disturb me while I'm eating buns. Boss, give me 2 more buns. The woman was a little annoyed by the criticism. After all, she was an above-average beauty, and she was wearing black stockings and a short skirt, but she was ignored by this man again and again. Eat, 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 all he does is eat. What a glutton, like a starving ghost reincarnated. He doesn't look fat, but he can eat so much. My sisters and I are rushing to work, and it's hard to get a taxi here. Can you give us a ride? The woman's tone was slightly coquettish. This trick always worked for her. She believed that any man would be unable to refuse her. Lin Fan tilted his head and glanced at them. It seems there is a C. Give you a ride? Not impossible. When the woman heard what Lin Fan said, she immediately felt proud. It turned out that all men were the same, and there was not a single one who was not lustful. Before she could say thank you, Lin Fan continued speaking. 200 per person, no bargaining. The woman seemed to suspect that she had heard it wrong. She looked at her companion, who also had a look of surprise on his face. Are you kidding me? You're not a gentleman at all. You must have rented this car. Renting it for a day isn't cheap, is it? Are you trying to get some interest from us sisters? It's up to you to sit here or not. This is a limited edition Lamborghini Urus. If you don't sit here, there are plenty of people who want to sit here. After saying that, Lin Fan ignored the two of them and started drinking soy milk. After another bowl, Lin Fan burped with satisfaction. After throwing down 5 yuan, Lin Fan stood up and prepared to leave. Seeing that Lin Fan was about to leave, the two girls thought for a moment and followed him. After all, spending 200 yuan to ride in a Lamborghini didn't seem like a big deal. When the time comes, you can take a lot of photos in the car and instantly become the most beautiful girl in the circle of friends, so that those ghost fire boys driving Civic will give up and avoid wasting each other's time. Etc. Have you figured it out? Pay first and then get on the bus. The two girls were speechless again. How could this guy act like he had never seen money before? They each took out 200 yuan and handed it to Lin Fan, preparing to get in the car. Etc. What's wrong? Didn't I give you money? You can't sit in the passenger seat, sit in the back seat. Lin Fan stopped the woman who wanted to sit in the passenger seat. You're just kidding. This is a new car. The passenger seat is of course reserved for Zheng Ting. You can't sit there for just 200 yuan. Everyone got into the car and Lin Fan started it. Since he had just driven it once, he was not very experienced and his operation was not very smooth. The woman in the back seat laughed when she saw this. Don't worry, buddy. We're not in a hurry. You're not used to the car you just rented yet. Drive slowly and don't damage other people's cars. Anyway, they concluded that he was a car rental party, and Lin Fan was too lazy to explain. After all, they were just casual acquaintances, and they were only here for the sake of the 400 yuan. While Lin Fan was driving, the two girls were taking photos crazily in the back seat. Lin Fan heard a series of clicking sounds. Since they had paid for the photos, it was fine as long as they didn't take photos of him. Luxury cars are fuel-consuming. The fuel gauge lit up after driving for a while. Lin Fan drove into a gas station on the side of the road. This was the first tank of gas for the new car, so he had to fill it up with 98. Lin Fan handed the gas card to the staff, who filled up his tank. Since mobile phones were not allowed at the gas station, the two girls stopped taking pictures and glanced out the window. It would have been fine if she hadn't looked, but she was stunned when she saw it. She pushed her companion and motioned her to look at the gas pump. The above shows the gas card balance, 500,000. 500,000, the balance on the gas card is 500,000. What a rich man he is, he just casually threw 500,000 into the gas card, it's so inhumane. The two girls suddenly realized that this car was not rented? How can you rent a car that doesn't even have the film removed? It's obviously a new car. Look at the mileage, 10 kilometers, it's a new car. All signs indicate that the poor loser sitting in the driver's seat is the owner of the luxury car. They actually made a mistake and mistook the rich man for a loser. Actually, it's not entirely their fault. It's simply because Lin Fan had just got Rambo and his temperament has not caught up yet. The two girls felt regret for their previous contempt. Now we must find a way to remedy this. Chapter 20 Shuejuan Group. Coming out of the gas station, Lin Fan clearly felt that the two women in the back row had become more enthusiastic. Just by looking at the limit on the gas card, their attitude changed 180 degrees. I wonder what they would think if they knew that the watch on their wrist was worth more than 5 million. Handsome guy, thank you so much for today. If you hadn't given us a ride, we two sisters might have been late for our first day of work. How about adding me as a friend so we can play together next time when we're free? You're welcome. You gave me money. If you feel embarrassed, you can give me more. I won't mind. Lin Fan talked about money all the time, which was really unromantic. The good impression between the two of them plummeted. I thought to myself, you are already so rich and drive a Lamborghini, why are you still thinking about the little money in our sisters' pockets? Handsome guy, you're really good at joking. We just arrived in Yenching and are unfamiliar with the place. I hope you can take good care of us. Handsome guy, your car is not cheap, it must be several million, right? Who cares if it's expensive? I didn't buy it. Lin Fan was telling the truth. He indeed didn't buy it, but exchanged it for a voucher given by the system. However, when these words reached the ears of the two women in the back seat, the meaning changed. It turns out that it wasn't his car. I knew it, real rich people and second-generation rich people are all very gentlemanly. Why would they charge money, especially 200 yuan per person? This guy must be the boss's driver, right? Looking at the way he wolfed down the buns just now, he had nothing to do with being a rich young man. He looked like a starving ghost reincarnated. I almost got cheated by this guy, who drove his boss's car to cheat people. When the woman thought about not having work today, not earning a penny, and even losing 200 yuan, she got angry and her tone became less polite. It doesn't matter whose car you're driving. We won't have anything to do with each other anymore. Just don't make us late. We're going to the Yenching branch of Xuejuan Group. Lin Fan sneered. This woman is so realistic. She changes her expression faster than turning the pages of a book. When she heard that the car was not bought by her, she wanted to draw a clear line between them. The last second she said that she was unfamiliar with the place and needed my care. Xuejuan Group Yenchong branch? Isn't this where I work? Are they two new employees? How about adding me as a friend? I'm going to Xuejuan Group too. I'll give you a 20% discount on your next taxi ride. Lin Fan's sudden words made the woman despise him even more. She hated such greedy people the most. He is thinking of cheating us again next time. He is treating us sisters as suckers. He is trying to take advantage of us as soon as he catches a sheep, right? No need to add me as a friend. We won't take taxis anymore, so naturally, we won't have any interactions. I have a message for you, do your job well. Since you're driving for your boss, don't dwell on things outside of work. We despise those who try to take advantage of others the most. I wonder what positions you two will hold at Xuejuan Group. When this was mentioned, the woman couldn't help but show a bit of pride on her face. Xuejuan Group is a well-known listed company. It is very difficult to enter Xuejuan Group. They also got in by chance by getting to know the management personnel within the group through the back door. Since we sisters have good looks and temperament, it's natural for us to be receptionists. It can be said that we sisters will represent the image of Xuejuan Group in the future. Lin Fan sneered. The two of them only scored 7 points at most, not even as good as Qin Mengyao, and they still had the nerve to say that they represented the image of Xuejuan Group. I heard that Xuejuan Group is very strict in recruiting. Even for a receptionist position, a bachelor's degree is required. What school did you two graduate from? The woman said proudly. That's because foreign talents need a bachelor's degree, but us sisters don't need it at all. We have people above us. I just heard you say you're going to Xuejuan Group too. Are you driving for the president? I heard our vice president is a super beauty. I wonder when I can see her. You'd better be polite to us sisters, otherwise we will tell the president that you used her car to pick up passengers and make money, and then you will lose your job. Actually, your president is a nice and kind person. Yesterday he even invited me to be a department manager. I'm still considering whether to accept it. TSK, there should be a limit to bragging. Who would believe you? Aren't you afraid that the wind will bite your tongue? I've seen a lot of young people like you. You might be able to fool little girls, but if you want to fool us, you'd better save your energy. Lin Fan sighed. Sometimes I tell the truth, but no one believes me. Xuejuan Group was just ahead. It was rush hour, and Lin Fan's Lamborghini immediately attracted countless people's attention. What a handsome car. It's green, so cool. Which rich young man is out for a walk early in the morning? What are they doing? Maybe they just had a fun night and are just leaving now. No, he drove into our group. Could it be that a big customer came? Lin Fan looked around and was embarrassed to find that there were no parking spaces. It seemed that he had to park in the underground parking space. He turned right and suddenly found a parking space. It was a special parking area for company executives. He found that Jiang Ting had also come and had just parked her car. There was an empty space next to her car. Lin Fan drove over immediately. Jiang Ting was also wondering who was driving a Lamborghini to work so early in the morning. It seemed that no one among the executives had this car. Could it be the second young master of the Wang family who had been pestering her? The Wang family is one of the most prominent families in Yancheng. Originally, it was an inconspicuous family. In recent years, they had some kind of good luck and made rapid progress. They even had the strength to compete with the Zhang family's Xuejuan group. The second son of the Wang family, Wang Kuan, has been pursuing Jiang Ting fiercely since he met her at a banquet. Even after Jiang Ting clearly rejected him, he still did not give up and kept pestering her. When Jiang Ting saw the Lamborghini slowly approaching, her face couldn't help but darken. She didn't expect that he would dare to come to her company. If she didn't get rid of him, she didn't know how big a trouble it would cause. She picked up the phone and was about to call security. Suddenly, the window of the Lamborghini rolled down, and what she saw was not the second son of the Wang family, but the godlike man in her heart, Lin Fan. Ever since she separated from him last night, Jiang Ting has been thinking about every little detail about Lin Fan in her mind. The more she thought about it, the more interesting it seemed to her. What an excellent and perfect man. The Wang family was not even worthy enough to carry his shoes. Jiang Ting's cheeks felt hot when she thought about how he suddenly broke into her office yesterday and caught her changing clothes. He even kissed her in the piano store yesterday. Jiang Ting now acted like a little girl, not like a female CEO who had the power of life and death over the company. Chapter 21 Meeting with the Chess Master. Why is it you? Jiang Ting exclaimed in surprise. She had imagined countless possibilities, but she had never thought it would be Lin Fan. The shock she received was no different from seeing a big star. Lin Fan chuckled. Vice President Jian, good morning. I just took a look around and found this is the only parking space available, so I parked right next to you. Lin Fan gave him an ambiguous look. At this time, the woman in the back seat also got out of the car, and naturally heard their conversation. The beauty in front of me is the beautiful CEO, my future boss? They looked very familiar. Are drivers so shameless nowadays? They dared to get close to the beautiful CEO. When Jiang Ting saw that there were actually women getting out of Lin Fan's car, and there was more than one, her attitude immediately turned cold. Who are they? Hello, President. We are newly hired employees of the group company. Today is our first day at work. We happened to meet your driver on the road, so we took your car and came here together. The second girl met the beautiful CEO on her first day at work, and now is her chance to perform well. Oh, my driver? Jiang Ting looked at Lin Fan. It was obvious that the two women mistook Lin Fan for his driver. She then looked at Lin Fan seriously. He was wearing a set of clothes today, and he looked more elegant. At first glance, he looked a bit like a driver of a DD luxury car. Jiang Ting chuckled softly. When did you become my driver? I asked you to be the department manager, and you haven't given me a response yet? If I have to choose, I'd still prefer to be your driver. The two girls were stunned by the flirting between the two. It turned out that what he said was true. What kind of relationship did they have? It was definitely not as simple as a driver. Fortunately, no one had complained about him taking jobs and soliciting passengers without permission. Otherwise, if he tells the president about it, my job will be in jeopardy again. It's nothing, you two go report. After sending them away, Jiang Ting's tone immediately became resentful, just like a little girl. What's wrong with you? Where did this car come from? Last night I was thinking of letting you be a partial manager. If you do well, I'll talk to the board of directors and give you some shares. Then you won't have to work so hard as a foreign teacher to make extra money. And yet you drive a Lamborghini to the company without a word. Did you hook up with a rich woman? Tell the truth. Lin Fan smiled mysteriously and shook the watch on his hand. I'm almost late for work. You won't deduct my full attendance, will you? Wait, let me take a look at your watch. I think I've seen it somewhere. Isn't this a Patek Philippe Starry Sky? Hey man, where did you get this luxury car and watch after just one night? Although you are talented and have some looks, you must not take shortcuts. What I despise most is a man who lives off his wife. Lin Fan was speechless. Don't let your imagination run wild. I don't have to sell my noble soul yet. I can only tell you that I have inherited a huge sum of money. Lin Fan made up an excuse to get away with it. After all, he couldn't say it was a reward from the system, and no one would reply even if he said it. Happy birthday to you first. I ordered flowers and a cake for you. They should be delivered at noon. The two of them walked into the office building one after the other. Lin Fan wanted to hold her hand and go in, but considering Jiang Ting's identity, he held back. As soon as Lin Fan entered the work area, he attracted the attention of many female colleagues. This outfit was indeed very eye-catching and a plus. As soon as Lin Fan sat down, the girl with glasses came over and asked curiously, "Why are you wearing something so nice today? It suits my taste very well. Are you trying to attract my attention? Have you ever seen a mosquito being killed with a cannon? It's enough to make you wear flip-flops." In the company, only the girl with glasses and Lin Fan are close. They often joke like this, and others are used to it. Suddenly, Chen Bo appeared out of nowhere. "Brother Fan, I want to tell you something." "What's up?" Lin Fan really couldn't think of what Chen Bo wanted to talk to him about. The two of them had not had much interaction before, and they only had a brief exchange during the last chess game. Could it be that he is impressed by my chess skills and is planning to become my disciple like Zhang Lei? If that were the case, Lin Fan would refuse without hesitation. After my last fight with you, I told my mentor about my defeat. He admired you very much and wanted to meet you, so he asked me to introduce you to you. You have a mentor? That's natural. When talking about his mentor, Chen Bo's face couldn't help but show a bit of pride. My mentor is one of the best in the industry, even ranked nationally, and is nicknamed the Go Saint. But that chess master Su Hai. It's him. Oh my god, the chess master is actually your mentor. You have such a powerful backer, but you still need to come here to work 8 hours a day. The girl with glasses had also heard of the title of chess master, but she didn't expect that Chen Bo, who usually kept silent, actually had such a background. In fact, I am just an anonymous disciple. I may not even see Master Su once a year. Chen Bo scratched his head in embarrassment. Do I have to go if he asks me to? I'm busy. Chess is just a hobby for me. Lin Fan rejected Chen Bo. He didn't have time to meet some so-called chess master. He was thinking about how to celebrate Jiang Ting's birthday today. Maybe if she was touched, her favorability would increase again, and then he could get more strengthening points. Old Su guessed you might refuse, so he said he would do you a favor if you went. Old Su was more than just a Go master. He was once the richest man in Yancheng. Many people wanted to see him but couldn't. The fact that he personally invited you to meet him shows how much Old Su values you. Then let's go meet this chess master, Mr. Su, tomorrow. After some thought, Lin Fan decided to go meet this chess master. After all, in Yancheng, it would definitely not be a wise thing to offend Old Su. Speaking of chess, Lin Fan suddenly remembered that he won first place in the last competition and was rewarded with 2 concert tickets, which happened to be tonight. Then let's invite Jiang Ting to the concert tonight. It would be perfect if superstar Zhou Tianluan could interact with Jiang Ting at the concert. Lin Fan quickly turned on his computer, searched for the organizer of the concert, found their contact information, and reported his needs. Unexpectedly, the other party agreed immediately and gave a price list. Let the stars send blessings, price 200,000. Send blessings plus take photos and sign on stage, price 500,000. Send blessings plus sing a song on stage plus take a photo and sign, price is 1 million. Lin Fan chose the most expensive package without hesitation. After all, in his eyes, 1 million is just 100 yuan. If he can't even bear to spend 100 yuan, why would he go out to pick up girls? Chapter 22 Still too poor. Lin Fan sometimes feels that 1 million is not enough to spend in a day. When can he increase his credit limit? System Master, when can you increase the recharge limit? The host's current reputation cannot increase the amount. The host needs to work harder. He can also accept tasks to gain reputation. 1 point of reputation value can increase the recharge amount by 100. How to accept the task? The host can accept counterattack missions, and each successful counterattack can gain a little reputation. You can also take on more difficult missions to win glory for your country, fight or compete on behalf of your country, and gain honors. You will gain 10 points of reputation for each mission you complete. There are currently no suitable missions to bring glory to the country, only counterattack missions. Does the host need to claim them? Receive. If the claim is successful, the host will gain a point of reputation for each successful counterattack from now on. Previous successful counterattacks will not be counted in the mission scope. What a pitfall! Why didn't they tell me before that I could accept the counterattack mission? The host didn't ask, so of course I didn't have to say anything. Depend on. Lin Fan suddenly felt like he had missed out on 100 million. He had already successfully counterattacked twice, but he received 2 million less a day. Day after day, even 100 million seemed too little. It seems that I still need to communicate more with the system in the future. Now that I have received the counterattack mission, where should I find the target for counterattack? Lily? Obviously not, she's not worthy yet. Xin Mengyao? Her appearance was better than Lily's, but she had been around too many men. Lin Fan had a misophobia, so he rejected her. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. It's better to have nothing than to have something of poor quality. A jerk is not worthy of our status. Lin Fan took out his phone and sent a message to Jiang Ting. Boss Jiang, can I come in and catch up with you? It feels like a long time since we last met. You're such a jerk. How could it be a day? Isn't it just one night? Don't underestimate one night. You can do a lot of things in one night, okay, hee hee. Lin Fan added a sinister expression. No, come in. I have something to ask you. Got it, I'll come over then. Lin Fan came to Jiang Ting's office and, just like last time, he pushed the door open and walked in without knocking. Why didn't you knock again? Jiang Ting pretended to be displeased. I treat the company as my home. Have you ever seen anyone knock on the door when returning home? Why didn't I realize you were so smooth talking before? Lin Fan chuckled and moved closer to Jiang Ting. You'll know if it's smooth talk or not if you try it. Seeing Lin Fan approaching her, Jiang Ting instinctively began to step back. After taking 2 steps, her old stool was against the wall and she had no room to retreat. You are so brave. I am your leader. Don't come over here. Jiang Ting was still struggling fearlessly, but Lin Fan was much stronger than her. After being strengthened, Lin Fan controlled Jiang Ting on the stool with one hand. He stretched out his other hand and stroked Jiang Ting's delicate cheek with his index finger. It's beautiful. Jiang Ting had closed her eyes shyly, her face was as red as if she had put on blush, her lips were pursed tightly, and even her breathing became rapid. Lin Fan held her chin, raised her head a little, and then kissed her without hesitation. The moment of contact, Jiang Ting's body trembled violently and she instinctively began to resist, but under Lin Fan's powerful attack, she was defeated in a short while. Both of them seemed to be inexperienced in this area. They only knew how to hold each other's heads and gnaw on them, wanting to possess the other for themselves. Lin Fan's hands moved around dishonestly, and just as he was about to explore Jiang Ting, she grabbed him. Jiang Ting suddenly opened her eyes and pushed Lin Fan away with all her strength. No, this is an office. Let's take it slow, okay? Jiang Ting felt that her relationship with Lin Fan was progressing too quickly. It had been less than a week in total, which was really too fast. She was so confused that she didn't know what to do. At the same time, she was afraid to reject Lin Fan, fearing that he would be angry and leave her. Don't be angry, I'm just not ready yet. We'll give it to you later. Jiang Ting almost hummed the last few words, her voice so soft that it was almost inaudible. After she finished speaking, she didn't even dare to look at Lin Fan, her face blushing all the way to the back of her neck. Lin Fan held her hand and spoke softly. You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. I have been deeply in love with you since the first time I saw you, but I was too humble to express my feelings. Now that the time is right, I want to tell you that my love for you is not just a whim, but a result of years of hard work. Lin Fan's sudden confession deeply moved Jiang Ting. She took the initiative to turn defense into offense and gave Lin Fan a deep kiss. With the experience just now, the proficiency of the two people is rapidly improving, and they are no longer so clumsy. Jiang Ting is afraid of igniting the fire in Lin Fan's heart again, so before Lin Fan makes the next move, the two separate. Lin Fan touched his lips with an unsatisfied look, then sat down opposite Jiang Ting. Didn't you just say in the message that you had something to tell me? Yes, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to go home with me to meet my parents as my boyfriend. Meet your parents? Lin Fan asked in surprise. This is too fast, the two of them have just started dating, and he is about to be taken home to meet his father-in-law. Even though Lin Fan is knowledgeable and experienced, he is still nervous at this moment. Yes, it's about meeting my parents. There's no need to rush. There's a reason for this. Wang Teng, the second young master of the Wang family, is using his family power to put pressure on my father and force me to marry him. Wang Teng is an absolute playboy. He does nothing all day and just indulges in wine and women. I don't know how many female college students have had abortions for him. He is a huge scumbag. Does your father know that he is such a person? Everyone in Yanqing knows that the second young master of the Wang family is a playboy. But what can we do about it? The group is facing a crisis, and only the Wang family can help it through this difficult time. Even if my father knew that he was that kind of person, there's no way he could change his mind. After all, the Xuejuan group is everything to him, and he can't just watch it fall. Lin Fan didn't expect that the seemingly glamorous Xuejuan group was actually facing a crisis. As long as you come back with me to meet my parents, I will find someone to spread the news that I already have a man. That way, Wang Teng will not have any intentions towards me out of consideration for his feelings. Then the group's predicament will be unsolvable, right? I can only take it one step at a time and get through this hurdle first. If I really have to marry Wang Teng, it would be worse than death. Actually, I know that my father also loves me, but he has too many helpless things. Lin Fan looked at the woman in front of him with heartache. This was the woman who belonged to him, Lin Fan. He absolutely could not sit idly by. He wanted to be her supporter. Don't worry, I'm here for you. I won't stand idly by. Chapter 23 Drinking? I've never been afraid of anyone. Although Lin Fan said he would not sit idly by, Jiang Ting only took it as a comforting remark. Okay, let's stop talking about these unhappy things. Today is my birthday, so I'll treat you to lunch. We're not having bobo chicken today. I'll take you to the Binhai restaurant. This time, they drove Lin Fan's Lamborghini. After all, since they had a new car, he must let her sit in the passenger seat. Binhai Hotel is the only 5-star hotel in Yancheng. People who come and go here are either rich or noble. Binhai Restaurant is a subsidiary of Binhai Hotel. Jiang Ting and her colleagues usually come to the Binhai Restaurant to entertain important clients, so after a few visits, the waiters here all got to know this beautiful customer who often visited. Welcome, are there two beauties here today? As soon as we stepped into the hotel lobby, the waiter came forward to greet us warmly. Yes. The two followed the waiter to the hall and sat down. It was not yet dinner time, and the hall seemed empty, with only a few tables of guests dining. Jiang Ting took the menu and handed it to Lin Fan, asking him to order whatever he wanted. Lin Fan took the menu and flipped through it casually. Any dish started at 3 figures, and there were even dishes that cost 5 figures. The drinks ranged from a few thousand to hundreds of thousands of yuan, which completely refreshed Lin Fan's 3 views. Since he drove here, Lin Fan did not order any drinks, but simply ordered a few dishes, and then gave them to Jiang Ting for some replenishment. Soon, all the dishes were served. Lin Fan toasted Jiang Ting with tea instead of wine and wished her a happy birthday. The two were eating and chatting when suddenly a greasy middle-aged male voice came from their ears. Hey, isn't this Mr. Jiang? How come you're free to have dinner with me? I remember I asked him out at least 5 times, but he always said he was busy. It seems he doesn't have time to have dinner with me. A fat, big-eared middle-aged man with a slicked back hair and a big belly walked over. Lin Fan also knew this person. He had come to the company several times to discuss cooperation, but he had been received by Gao Jie and Jiang Ting before. He didn't know much about this person, but he just felt that he was hypocritical and difficult to deal with. Mr. Huang, what are you talking about? It's my honor to be invited by you. It's just that I really couldn't spare the time before. I will arrange a dinner specifically for Mr. Huang another day. Don't postpone it. Today is worse than tomorrow. We finally met today, so let's have a drink together. I hope you don't mind, little brother? Since you want to drink, I can drink with you. I'm just afraid that it wouldn't look good if you got drunk. After all, this is a high-end restaurant, and all the people who come in and out here are well-known figures. Lin Fan noticed Jiang Ting's aversion to Mr. Huang, so he naturally wouldn't sit idly by. Since he wanted to drink, he would accompany her to the end. With the system's strengthening points bonus, he had never been afraid of anyone. This young man is quite young, but his tone is quite arrogant. He even tried to get me, Huang, drunk. Mr. Jiang, you've made a bad choice of friends. It's best to keep your distance from such an arrogant and ignorant person. Don't worry, Mr. Huang. He's mine. If you can outdrink him, our cooperation will be taken to the next level. Jiang Ting has been unhappy with this person for a long time. If the company hadn't been in a recession recently, she would have stopped cooperating with clients like this. Now, seeing Lin Fan confronting him, Jiang Ting felt relieved. Then I, Huangshan, will experience it today to see if I can really drink or if I'm just a braggart. Waiter, bring the wine. First, 4 tables to moisten my throat. Mr. Huang's real name is Huangshan. It is not known whether he is from Huicheng. Just from the way he orders wine, it can be seen that he can really drink a lot. 4 bottles of Taizi, 2 bottles per person, and 1 bottle of wine weighs 1 kilogram. This is 53 Taizi. Most people are considered to have a good alcohol tolerance if they can drink half a kilogram. As for Lin Fan's current alcohol tolerance, he can only drink 2 taels at most, which is the level of a drunkard. Any little yellow-haired boy can make him fall down after drinking. System, can you enhance my drinking capacity alone? What are you asking? Besides my second brother, is there anything else this system can't strengthen? To what extent does the host need to be strengthened? With the host's current level of a drunk dreg, if you want to drink the opponent down, you need to upgrade to the drunk tyrant level. A drunk tyrant can drink 5 kilograms of liquor and 50 bottles of beer, which is enough to beat him. How many enhancement points are needed to upgrade to the wine master? Drinking capacity is a niche skill. It requires very few points to improve. Just 1 point is enough. It depends on whether the host wants to improve it. Strengthen. After deducting 1 enhancement point, the host's drinking capacity has been raised to the drunkard level, leaving 9 enhancement points to be distributed. Lin Fan looked at the other person jokingly. In his eyes, the other person was like a little white mouse in a cage, and he was a hungry cat. Waiter, bring a big bowl. This small cup is not enough to drink from. Oh, I didn't realize you're still quite generous, like me back when I was a drunk. Let's get a bigger bowl. Let's be frank. If anyone gets drunk, throws up, or suffers any serious consequences, it's none of your business. You can't blackmail us. Huang Shan is really an old hand. He is afraid that Lin Fan will get sick from drinking the alcohol and that he will rely on himself. This is also what Lin Fan wants to say. He is afraid that the other party will be admitted to the ICU and he will have to pay for the medical expenses himself. Lin Fan agreed with the other party's suggestion. He had never seen such a well-behaved and sensible guy. Of course. The problem with the drink has nothing to do with the other person. I can only blame myself for being a poor drinker. After changing to a larger bowl, Lin Fan filled it up for himself. 1 bowl could hold about half a pound, and a bottle of wine could barely hold 1 or 2 bowls. You can't say polite words. If you want to drink me down, then come on. You are older than me, so I'll drink this bowl first as a sign of respect. After saying that, Lin Fan picked up the bowl and drank it in 1 gulp. Wow, Lin Fan's action stunned the waiters next to him. How could someone drink like this? What you are drinking is Taizi, which costs more than 3,000 yuan a bottle. This bowl is worth 1,500 yuan. How can you drink it like this? Such good wine should be savored carefully. A sip costs dozens of yuan. Drinking beer in such a rude way is simply a waste of food. It's true that a wild boar can't appreciate fine bran and can't be elegant at all. If the waiter had seen Lin Fan soaking his feet with the ice dragon set, he wouldn't be so surprised. It's your turn. I'm done drinking. Lin Fan turned the bowl over and found no drop of wine leaking out, proving that he drank it all and there was no fish farming involved. It was also the first time that Huangshan had seen such a fierce drinker. He had seen starving ghosts reincarnated, but he had never seen a drunkard reincarnated. Most people would be really scared by his aura. What a young man. He has the demeanor of me back then. I'll have a bowl with you. Huangshan's words could easily lead to misunderstandings. If you want to drink, just drink. Why do you want to accompany me for a whole night? We don't like this. Huangshan also drank it all in full view of everyone, and there was also no wine left. It took only 2 minutes and the whole bottle was finished. If they continued to drink like this, one of them would have to die today. The waiter quickly took out the intercom. Calling the manager, there are people here trying to assemble a table, 1 bowl at a time. I'm afraid it's going to be difficult to handle. Be ready to call 120 at any time. Chapter 24, Don't accept the toast and drink the penalty wine. Brother, how are we going to drink next? Were we going to just toast? Huang Shan was obviously afraid of Lin Fan, the young and inexperienced boy, and he changed his address from little brother to brother. After drinking the bowl of wine just now, his stomach didn't feel comfortable at all, and it felt like it was burning, as if he had drunk boiling water instead of wine. That's fine, Mr. Huang can drink whatever he wants. Lin Fan said indifferently that after the system's strengthening, he only felt like drinking a bowl of water and did not experience any discomfort. In my opinion, it's noon and everyone hasn't filled their stomachs yet. If they fill their stomachs, their alcohol tolerance will also increase. What Huangshan meant was, little guy, wait until I'm full before I deal with you. Lin Fan had no objection. He had come out to have dinner with Jiang Ting, but he didn't expect Huangshan to interrupt the meal. Before he could even take a bite of the dish, Lin Fan picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. The cooking skills of this restaurant are amazing. The fish meat is extremely tender and melts in your mouth. Lin Fan never thought that an ordinary steamed fish could be so delicious. He immediately picked up a piece for Jiang Ting. Huang Shan immediately stopped him. Brother, you should use serving chopsticks when serving food to others. It's a bit unhygienic to use chopsticks that you've used to eat with to pick up food for Mr. Jiang. But Jiang Ting didn't care. They had already had a deep communication, so there was no need to worry about these things. She picked up the fish that Lin Fan handed to her and ate it. Huang Shan saw that his persuasion was fruitless, so he could only guess at the relationship between the two of them in his mind. At the same time, he silently picked up his own bowl, fearing that Lin Fan, the young man, would take a piece for him. I'm just a rough guy from the countryside, so I don't have to be so particular. If Mr. Huang doesn't mind, I'll give you a piece too. After saying that, Lin Fan was about to stand up and pick up some food for Huang Shan. Huang Shan quickly stopped him and said that he didn't like fish. Mr. Huang, you can't just eat the food. You can't stop drinking. Lin Fan poured himself another bowl and signaled Huang Shan to fill it up as well. It's his bad luck to meet me today, I must scare him once. Come on, Mr. Huang, stop eating. People will think we've never been to a big restaurant to eat. Huang Shan was somewhat dissatisfied with Lin Fan's words, which seemed to imply that he was a country bumpkin who had never been to the city. He had no choice but to pick up the bowl and clink it with Lin Fan's. Sorry, I poured it too full and some of it spilled into your bowl. Do you mind? How could that be? Mr. Huang didn't do it on purpose. The two drank another bowl of white wine. Lin Fan licked his tongue with a look of satisfaction, which made Huang Shan look at him and shake his head. This guy must be crazy. How come he gets more excited the more he drinks, as if he were drinking tap water? He actually looks like he's enjoying it. It's hurting his stomach. He hasn't even taken a few bites of the food and already has a belly full of wine. Huang Shan felt a little depressed and wanted to vent his anger but had nowhere to vent it. How could Lin Fan not see that he was deliberately spilling the wine? He didn't expose him, but just turned around and told the waiter. This bowl is still too small. Look, the wine has spilled out. Bring me 2 more soup bowls. After a while, the waiter brought 2 bowls of soup and placed them in front of the two of them. Huang Shan was really shocked by this scene and said that he had never seen anyone drink like this, drinking white wine in a soup bowl. Brother, there's no need to drink from such a big bowl. It's a bit unsightly. After all, there are many guests in the hall. It wouldn't be nice if people saw it. Huang Shan was scared. This was the first time he was scared. He regretted it so much now. He didn't know what had happened to him just now. He wanted to use some tricks, but he didn't expect the retribution to come so quickly. This big soup bowl can hold 2 bottles of Taiwan. This madman would not fill the soup bowl up, would he? If that's the case, then I must make him finish his drink first before I drink anymore. I can use even a drop as an excuse to cheat and not drink. Huang Shan made up his mind and felt relieved. He was sure that it was impossible for Lin Fan to drink a big bowl of white wine in one breath. Brother, I'm not looking down on you, but you should know yourself. Drink only what you can. You have such a big bowl, and if you fill it up and can't finish it, you'll be laughed at. I won't share it with you. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Huang. I told you I'm from the countryside and I understand the shame of wasting. So Mr. Huang, don't worry. There will definitely be no wasted drinks. How shameless of you. Huang Shan despised you in his heart. You are still being stubborn. Let's see how you end up. Waiter, bring some more tables over and fill them up for me and Mr. Huang. The waiter happily took the wine after hearing this. In the middle of the day, they sold so many tables without any promotion. The manager exclaimed that it was great when he saw it. "Sir, are they all open?" The waiter was even more anxious than Lin Fan because it was considered a valid sale only after it was opened. "Open it and fill it up directly." After getting Lin Fan's approval, the waiter quickly opened all the wine and poured it into 2 soup bowls. 2 bottles of wine just filled 1 soup bowl. Now there were 4 bottles left on the table. Together with the 2 bottles that were finished before, 6 bottles had been opened. After drinking this bowl of soup, Lin Fan had used up only 60% of his alcohol tolerance, but Huang Shan's 2 kilograms of alcohol tolerance was not enough, and it seemed like he was in arrears. Huang Shan still had the same strategy. He would drink only after seeing Lin Fan finish drinking, so at this moment he was still looking at Lin Fan calmly. "Brother, don't be stubborn if you can't drink. I've seen too many young people like you. They drink too fast just to show off, and end up being dragged away by the woohoo." The woo Huang Shan said refers to the ambulance. He still had the mind to tease. It seems that he has Lin Fan in his grasp and thinks that he can't finish this bowl of wine. "Mr. Huang, this is how a real man should drink. This time we're drinking together. You won't take advantage of me. Wait until I finish drinking before you drink. If this gets out, it will tarnish your reputation." Lin Fan saw through Huang Shan's thoughts and blocked his retreat with words, dragging him into the water and determined to let him taste the power of the soup bowl. "What are you talking about, brother? I, Huang Shan, have never been a person who refuses to drink." "You are not a person who refuses to drink, which means that the person who refused to drink just now is not a human being." "Done." Jiang Ting looked at Lin Fan drinking like this, and her beautiful eyes looked at him worriedly. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and told her to put her mind at ease. Lin Fan picked up the soup bowl and motioned Huang Shan to drink with him, telling him not to try to cheat under his nose. Huang Shan felt like 1,000 horses were galloping through his heart. "He was really impressed by you, old man." Gulp, gurgle. The only sound left at the scene was the 2 people drinking and swallowing. After Huang Shan drank a few big gulps, he felt a burning sensation from his throat to his stomach. He couldn't stand it anymore and stopped. "Drink slowly, let me rest for a while." "Why take a break? Keep drinking. We'll be done in one go." Lin Fan handed him his bowl of soup again. He had almost finished 1/3 of it by now. A few more sips would make half of it gone. Lin Fan didn't give him a chance to breathe. Gulp, gurgle. After taking a few big gulps, Huang Shan stopped once. This time he had already drunk more than half of it, which reached his 2 kilograms. If he drank any more, he would exceed the limit. "No, I really can't drink anymore. My head is starting to feel dizzy. If I drink anymore, I'll start thinking about women." Huang Shan was talking without thinking, and it seemed that he was really drunk. He had started talking nonsense, but how could Lin Fan let him go? The wine that had been opened had to be finished. "Mr. Huang, don't waste it. This is a table, more than 3,000 yuan a bottle. You just advised me not to waste food. Let me help you. My younger brother is sensible. He knows that my older brother drank a little too much and helped me share some of the liquor." Lin Fan picked up the soup bowl and personally fed Huang Shan the wine. It was more like a canning than feeding. "Fuck you, who the hell needs your help?" Gurgle, gurgle. Huang Shan, feeling dizzy and swollen, was unable to break free from Lin Fan, whose body had been strengthened. He only felt a pair of iron hands pressing him firmly to the seat, and then he was raped. Huang Shan later recalled that he had actually resisted. He was struggling, hesitant, and afraid inside. But no one expected that this seemingly frail young man was actually incredibly strong, and he was raped in broad daylight. Chapter 25, Hitting the Wall. After coming out of the restaurant, although Lin Fan was still relatively clear-headed, he refused Jiang Ting's help. "You're amazing. Huang Shan will probably stay away from you next time he sees you. How could you be so rude? But it's so satisfying. You are not afraid of terminating your business relationship with your company. It's terminated, who cares?" Jiang Ting said nonchalantly that only Lin Fan knew that Huang Shan would not terminate the cooperation, but would cooperate even more closely. Because before Lin Fan left, he whispered in Huang Shan's ear that he would teach him the skill of drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk. For a businessman who loves drinking, this is a great temptation. Tonight is the Superstar concert, and people from all over the country have flocked to Yancheng. The usually deserted streets have become bustling, especially the streets near the stadium, which have started to be congested. The green Lamborghini roared on the street, attracting countless envious glances. In a black Mercedes-Benz, Wang Jing was chatting and laughing with her new boyfriend. She felt that women should live more realistically. Now she had said goodbye to Lin Fan. Not only did she have 20,000 yuan in pocket money every month, but she also had a Mercedes-Benz to pick her up when she went out. This was the life she wanted. Her new boyfriend got 2 concert tickets from somewhere. Even though they were just seats in a corner, he still showed them off on his social media. He even took pictures of the interior of the Mercedes-Benz, which was full of details. She also wrote, "The wind is sweet on the way to see my idol." Lin Fan naturally saw her circle of friends, but he treated it as air. Perhaps he forgot to block Lily, and Lily left a message below. It seems that it was sold for a good price this time. Wang Jing was furious when she saw Lily's comments. Her originally wonderful mood was immediately disturbed. Silence was not her style. She immediately fought back. Gold will shine wherever it is, unlike some people who are no different from scrap metal. Lily said unyieldingly, "Where is the gold? Why can't I see it? Could it be that the gold rim is also gold?" Lin Fan was very unhappy watching the two of them bickering. These two people were not easy to deal with. He didn't know how they became best friends before. Since it was still early, they parked the car in the parking lot and went for a stroll nearby. This stroll lasted for another 2 hours. Lin Fan had to admire the woman's physical strength when shopping, as if she never got tired. Lin Fan followed Jiang Ting with a bunch of bags in his hands. Jiang Ting ate as they walked. She would try any internet-famous snacks she saw. If they didn't taste good, she would take a bite to test the flavor and then throw them to Lin Fan. When the two arrived at the parking lot, they saw someone taking a selfie in front of his car. When they got closer, they found that it was Wang Jing and her boyfriend who had been taken advantage of. As a top luxury car, Lamborghini is the center of attention wherever it goes. Even if it is parked quietly, it can attract the attention of the public. Wang Jing was taking pictures enthusiastically and didn't notice Lin Fan and the others approaching at all. She also asked her boyfriend to take pictures of her from all angles, which would be the capital for her to post on WeChat moments. Lin Fan originally wanted to wait until she finished taking the photos before going over. He didn't want to have too much communication with her. After taking the photos, Wang Jing was satisfied, and then she found that a man and a woman came to her side. When she looked closely, she found that it was Lin Fan, whom she hated so much. It was really a narrow road for enemies to meet. This time, she would definitely humiliate him. "I was wondering why you've become so arrogant lately and dared not to listen to me. It turns out you've become someone else's lackey. It must be so satisfying carrying all these bags. The mouth is for talking, but you use it to spew shit. You are really something." Wang Jing was speechless after being confronted by Lin Fan, so she had to change the subject. "This is the girl I'm dating now. She's much better off than you. She lives in a big apartment, drives a Mercedes, wears a Gucci, and a Rolex. The most important thing is that he's completely obedient to me. He buys me whatever I want. He even said he'd buy me a Porsche in 2 years, right, honey?" Wang Jing's boyfriend is a Mediterranean, or bald man. He shook the car keys on his waist, then shook his wrist, revealing the Rolex on his wrist. He was proving his strength, and a sense of superiority emanated from him from top to bottom. "That's right. I won't have to wait 2 years. I'll buy it for you in a few months, just wait for the project payment to come in. It's probably over $1 million, so buying a Porsche is no big deal." The bald man has a strong sense of superiority. With his appearance, how could he possibly catch up with a woman like Wang Jing? "I wonder what car you drive. Is it that minivan? I can buy one with the price of a meal. You really don't have anything to show for it." "Oh, no, at least your skills in picking up girls are good. There are not many girls as pretty as you in Yancheng." The bald man looked so wretched that Jiang Ting frowned slightly. "I also know some people in the engineering community. What project are you working on?" "Which project? I'll shock you if I tell you. Do you know the Xuejuan Group? It's one of the best in Yancheng. I'm responsible for the heating for the entire Xuejuan Group, including the subsequent maintenance." The bald man looked at Jiang Ting with a proud expression after he finished speaking. "Okay, I understand. I won't need you to maintain it anymore. Jiang Ting said lightly, and at the same time sent a message to the company director. The group's heating partner must be replaced immediately, without any reason, and it will be implemented immediately. The bald man was still confused. Who the hell are you? He spoke in such an arrogant tone, as if Xuejuan Group was run by your family. That's right, Xuejuan Group was founded by her Jiang family. The next second, the bald man received a call from the head of Xuejuan Group, saying that the cooperation with them would be terminated from now on without giving any reason. The bald man was stunned on the spot. What on earth is going on? Hitting a wall? I'm being overly pretentious. What should I do? Who is this woman in front of me? She actually has so much power. I heard that the chairman of Xuejuan Group has a daughter who is as beautiful as a fairy. Could it be that the beauty in front of him is the daughter of Xuejuan Group? He just teased her. Thinking of this, the bald man broke out in a cold sweat. Are you Miss Jiang Ting? I, Biao, am truly blind and have offended Miss Jiang Ting. I hope you will be magnanimous and not treat me with such leniency. I have elderly parents and young children to support, and my entire family depends on me for support. I beg you to show mercy. I regret it now. If you had only offended me, we could have discussed this matter. But you actually humiliated Lin Fan. He's my man, and it's not your turn to point fingers at him. Jiang Ting said domineeringly. I blame this bitch for everything. She's the one who screwed me over. I haven't had any luck since I met her. The bald man slapped Wang Jing in the face with such force that Wang Jing stepped back repeatedly, covering her face and standing there at a loss. Brother Biao, you actually hit me for them? Wang Jing shed tears of grievance and looked at Lin Fan and the others with hatred. All this was caused by them. Get lost. I don't want to see you anymore. Get lost right now. The bald man yelled at Wang Jing, not wanting to see the woman who caused him to lose his job for even a second. You should move away too. Don't block my car. Lin Fan pushed the bald man away, opened the trunk of the Lamborghini in front of his shocked gaze, and threw all the bags in. It turns out that the car is theirs. They were taking pictures in front of the car just now, but now they wish they could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Chapter 26: Making Friends with Celebrities. After the little episode, it was time to wait for the concert to begin. More and more people gathered around, most of them were young people. Zhou Tianluan represented the youth of countless people. Now, more than 10 years have passed, his fans have grown up and can afford tickets, so naturally there were huge crowds and the concert was bustling with activity. The admission time had arrived, and Lin Fan and his friends checked their tickets before entering. Their seats were relatively close to the front, about 20 to 30 meters away from the stage, which was considered a very good position. After all, the tickets were originally intended to be given away for free, so there was no need to buy too expensive ones. The stadium, which can accommodate 30,000 people, was packed and the scene was extremely lively. With Zhou Tianluan's shining appearance, the concert officially began. The show started with a nunchaku song, igniting the atmosphere of the whole venue. I use nunchakus, hee hee. Many people sang along, and Lin Fan heard a voice in his ear, singing even more vigorously than Zhou Tianluan. Not only was his voice loud, but it was also seriously out of tune, causing Lin Fan's mind to be filled with his out-of-tune melody. It wasn't just Lin Fan who couldn't stand it. There were others who couldn't stand it either and spoke out to remind him. Hey, man, can you sing a little quieter? I can't hear you like that. I'm not here to listen to you sing. You can sing along too. Join my rhythm and have some fun, okay? Add your sister, as if you are a big star, and join in your rhythm. Will you please shut up? I can't close my eyes at all. This is my right. You can sing even if you don't agree. Okay, don't regret it. The guy actually started singing as well, but his singing was not very serious. It was a panting singing style, with a feeling of being weak and reluctant. I use nunchaku hamhahiai. It makes people want to beat someone up when they hear him. He is a talented person and more lethal than that high decibel out-of-tune guy. As soon as he opened his mouth, all eyes around him were focused on him. The man who was panting pinched his index finger and threw a coquettish glance at everyone. Wherever his coquettish glance went, no one dared to look at him. All right, I'm convinced by you, old six. I won't sing anymore, and you better shut up. The out-of-tune guy was finally defeated, and Lin Fan finally had a moment of peace. The concert lasted for 2 hours, everyone's spirits were high, and it was almost over. Zhou Tianluan finished singing another single on the stage and said while holding the microphone, "Thank you all for coming today. I feel the warmth of the people of Yancheng. I love you all. Now I have an announcement to make. Today is a special day. It's the birthday of one of my fans. Her name is Zhang Ting. We invited her to the stage." Zhang Ting looked at Lin Fan in surprise. After all, there were many people with the same name and surname, and she was not sure it was her. After getting Lin Fan's confirmation, she stood up. She thought it was just a simple concert, but she didn't expect there would be an Easter egg. She knew that all this was arranged by Lin Fan, and she hugged Lin Fan with emotion. Lin Fan touched the back of her head and spoke softly. "Go ahead, don't be nervous, today is your home game. Zhang Ting's favorability +1. 10 reinforcement points are awarded, and the current available reinforcement points are 19. Zhang Ting came to the stage excitedly. With every step she took, the lights above her head enveloped her. At this moment, she was the focus of the entire audience. Wow! This woman is so lucky to be able to be so close to her idol. I also want a birthday gift like this. This woman is so beautiful, and her temperament is invincible. This girl is only in heaven." Wang Jing's new boyfriend, the bald man in the corner, was completely dumbfounded when he saw this scene. What kind of trick is this? The superstar sent his blessings and even went on stage to take photos and interact with him, but he actually provoked such a person. He took out his cell phone again and sent Wang Jing a 60-second voice greeting. Zhang Ting came to Zhou Tianluan's side, and was so nervous that she didn't know what to say. "Hello, Miss Jiang, happy birthday to you." Zhou Tianluan spoke first, then gave Zhang Ting a light hug. "Don't be nervous. This is a birthday surprise your friend prepared for you. He really put a lot of thought into it. You can sing a song with me next. Do you have anything you want to say to him?" "Thank you. I've never celebrated my birthday like this before. I'm very touched." Zhang Ting changed the subject. "Can you please ask my friend to come up on stage and accompany us during the chorus? He can play a little piano. You can play the piano. That's pretty good. Then please ask your friend to come up on stage as well." Zhou Tianluan invited Lin Fan to come on stage again. Lin Fan scratched his head in embarrassment. He didn't expect Zhang Ting to let him go on stage to play the piano. "Oh, I have to pretend again." Lin Fan was really helpless. This was the first time he had to show off in such an occasion. It really proved the saying that one is either showing off or on the way to showing off. The song Zhang Ting chose was Dandelion's Promise. Zhou Tianluan signaled Lin Fan to start playing the accompaniment, and Lin Fan nodded in understanding. He adjusted his sitting posture, placed his hands on the keys, and the aura of a piano master spread out. The prelude of this song is relatively soothing, and the accompaniment played by Lin Fan brings a sense of tranquility to people's hearts, as if bringing people into a beautiful and innocent era, without the hustle and bustle of the city, without realistic desires, but only full of yearning for love. Zhang Ting and Zhou Tianluan each sang a section, and they had a very good understanding of each other. The song enters the second half, and the atmosphere is slightly sad, just like the line "I can no longer tell whether you are friendship or missed love." Lin Fan's accompaniment perfectly amplifies this sadness, making people fall into deep memories, wondering if they also missed someone like this when they were young. Soon the song was finished, and people were still immersed in the sad atmosphere. Many girls had already shed tears, perhaps because the song resonated with them. "Thank you both so much for the wonderful performance, especially your friend's piano playing, which was so good and immersive." After Zhou Tianluan and Zhang Ting shook hands in turn, they announced the end of the concert. Lin Fan held Zhang Ting's hand, and they also prepared to leave. Etc. The voice came from Zhou Tianluan, who called out to Lin Fan. "Sir, you play the piano really well. Are you interested in joining my accompaniment band?" Zhou Tianluan extended an invitation to Lin Fan. They were all insiders, and experts could tell whether he was a good candidate or not at a glance. Although Lin Fan only played an accompaniment, the level he displayed had reached the pinnacle. There were probably few people in the country who could match him. Zhou Tianluan naturally tried his best to retain such a talent. "Thanks to the kindness of King Zhou, I have no plans to seek other career opportunities for the time being." Lin Fan declined politely. For him, this was just a change of job location, and perhaps he would not be as free as he was now. "This is my business card. If you figure it out, you can contact me. I'll definitely be your friend." Lin Fan took the business card. There was nothing written on it except a mobile phone number. Oh, that's a good number. It's easy to remember. 6/8. Lin Fan imitated the other person's tone and spoke. Chapter 27 Meeting with Mr. Su. It was already 1 a.m. when Lin Fan got home from the concert. He finished washing up and was about to lie down on the bed to rest when a small notification popped up on his phone. The anchor you follow, Lei Lei, needs to work hard and is live streaming. It's so late, and Zhang Lei is still broadcasting live. He is quite dedicated. Let us go to his live broadcast room. Zhang Lei was originally preparing to end the live broadcast. Throughout the night, he didn't see many people giving gifts. In his words, they were all a bunch of little karamis, and there was not a real big brother among them. He couldn't help but miss the ordinary road, and the feeling of being pressed to the ground and rubbed by the ordinary road. The feeling of sore muscles was so refreshing. He seriously suspected that he had a tendency to be abused. The first time he was abused was in the park, and another time was in the live broadcast room. Why did he have a sense of déjà vu? Both times he was beaten and rubbed. Family, I'll be off the air in 5 more minutes. I'm really disappointed today. There's not a single prominent big brother. Ordinary Road's big brother is still prominent. I admire him the most on Douyin. It's a pity that he's not online tonight. As soon as Lin Fan entered the live broadcast room, he saw Zhang Lei complaining. It seemed like this kid missed me a lot. Was he addicted to it? System prompt, Ordinary Road enters the live broadcast room. When Zhang Lei saw this line of words, he jumped up excitedly. Welcome to my ordinary brother, there are many things to say. Without further ado, I will first arrange 10 push-ups for my ordinary brother. Zhang Lei is such a good guy. After all his actions, Lin Fan, who originally didn't want to recharge or give gifts, felt embarrassed. Come on, I'll just give him AW. After all, he called me master. The recharge arrived quickly, and Lin Fan directly sent out a rocket, igniting the atmosphere in the live broadcast room. Brother Ordinary Road has taken action again. The shot is the rocket, the big guy is the big guy. The host is in trouble again tonight. Brother Ordinary Road, please give me a rocket, and I will wave my hand. Waving hands is out of date. I can skip the third subject. If Brother Big Brother wants to take the test on Ordinary Road, he will do it for me. After doing 10 push-ups, Zhang Lei saw the rocket sent by Lin Fan and jumped up on the spot. Thanks to my good brother for the big rocket, I will do 500 push-ups immediately. Can you do pull-ups? Lin Fan typed a line of words. Yes, of course. We can arrange whatever big brother wants to see. Then let's do 200 pull-ups first. Wow, the big brother started with 200 pull-ups. This is very difficult and tests the arm muscle strength. I remember that I could pull up to 15 in one breath, which was already the best among the crowd at that time. The anchor who was being stubborn just now has stopped talking immediately and is quite well behaved. I still like your rebellious look just now. Lin Fan estimated that these 200 pull-ups were enough for him, so he fired another rocket to make him do 500 push-ups after completing the pull-ups. Lin Fan asked the audience in the live broadcast room to remind him to complete all the exercises, and he put down his phone and fell asleep. The next morning, Lin Fan was woken up by a call from Chen Bo, who said he would take him to see Mr. Su. I almost forgot about this and thought I could sleep in today on the weekend. Plans always change. When Lin Fan arrived at the agreed location, Chen Bo had been waiting for him for a long time. It was obvious that this old Su was very important to him and was even more urgent to him than Lin Fan, the real owner. You drove this car here? Ha! Can't you drive this car? Mr. Su doesn't like arrogant young people. The car you drive is too flashy, which will inevitably make him think you are not very stable. I'm sorry, this is the only car I have. As you said, Mr. Su has been in a high position for a long time, and I don't catch his eye. The two drove to a luxurious manor. After Chen Bo explained his purpose, the security personnel opened the gate and let them in. The manor covers an area of nearly 2 acres. It is a Su-style garden with a flower garden, swimming pool, fish pond, rockery, pavilion, and everything else. It would be a proper prince's mansion in ancient times. Is this the life of rich people? Lin Fan and the others followed the housekeeper to the living room and waited. At that moment, old Su was feeding the koi in the fish pond. After a while, an old man in simple clothes came in, and his voice arrived before he even showed up. Butler, make tea with the best tea leaves to entertain this little brother of mine whom I have never met before. Mr. Su's cheerful personality is very much to Lin Fan's liking. If Mr. Su acted condescendingly, he would not want to have a close relationship with him. What's your name, little brother? I heard from Chen Bo that you two are colleagues. I never knew your company was such a hidden gem. My disciple Chen Bo is a local master, and he used to be able to look down on the younger generation in Yancheng. I didn't expect that this local master would be defeated by you in less than 5 minutes. You really are the young and the formidable. Mr. Su, you are too kind. I won by luck. I am still far behind a senior like you. Lin Fan was humble for once, and he still had no idea what old Su was up to. Chen Bo asked you to come here this time because there's something troubling that I might need your help with. I wonder what Mr. Su is talking about. Could it be related to chess? Old Su sighed and spoke slowly. It's about chess. There's a chess player from a small island in Japan who's incredibly skilled. He's already swept all the younger generation of chess players in Yancheng. He's also arrogantly claiming that no one can beat him, and he keeps saying that chess was invented by their island in Japan. It's really infuriating. Has Chen Bo been defeated? Lin Fan asked tentatively. Chen Bo couldn't last 5 minutes in his hands. He said you were the only one who could fight him, so that's why he recommended you to me. A small island in Japan? Wouldn't that be a good life? He actually made such arrogant statements, coming to Yancheng to show off his power and even wanting to take the chess for himself. Where does he get the confidence to be so arrogant? Bite. The system assigns new tasks. Defeating the arrogant Xiao Ri with chess will reward you with 5 reputation points. Receive. Lin Fan accepted it without hesitation. Even if there was no mission, he would still defeat this arrogant young man. He was really bullying the Chinese nation and leaving it without a successor. What's Xiaozi's current level? Is there no one in the younger generation of Yancheng who can handle him? I guess he has already touched the threshold of becoming a master. Old Su said speculatively. A half-step master? How dare a half-step master be so arrogant? If you can represent Yancheng and win, the Chess Association will award you a prize and a certificate of honor, which is a symbol of status. I personally promise you one thing, as long as it is within my ability, I will do it for you. Old Su was afraid that Lin Fan would not be willing to fight, so he quickly stated all the conditions. Okay, then I'll come and have a little fun with this. Chapter 28, Beating the Daily Life. Seeing that Lin Fan readily agreed, Old Su's mood suddenly became bright. He had been worried about this matter for the past few days, and it was almost becoming a mental illness. Now that the worry was gone, Old Su prepared to give Lin Fan a gift. Butler, bring up the welcome gift I prepared for the guests. Boss Su waved his hand and generously ordered the butler to present a greeting gift to Lin Fan. Lin Fan was also curious about what kind of greeting gift a man of Boss Su's status would give. The butler came up with a plate covered with a red cloth. Old Su gestured to Lin Fan to uncover the red cloth himself. Lin Fan lifted the red cloth, revealing 2 chess pieces made of pure gold, one representing a general and the other a general. They felt heavy in his hands, obviously solid. Judging from the feel, each piece weighed about 100 grams, and 2 pieces weighed 200 grams. The value of this gold alone is 80,000 yuan, which is equivalent to a year's salary for an office worker. This thing feels good and is quite suitable for playing with. Then I won't be polite to you. I'll accept it. You're welcome. I have a video of our daily match here. You can take a look. Knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in every battle. Master Su is overthinking. He's just a half-baked master. He's not qualified for me to treat him with such caution. Old Su frowned when he heard this. He didn't like young people being too conceited. Underestimating the enemy would mean giving the opponent more opportunities, and he didn't want to see them lose the game. May I ask what level your chess skills have reached, little brother? Master level is just the starting point. I don't even know what level I belong to. I become stronger when I face stronger opponents. Lin Fan was lying about this. Even if he met a chess master, he could still fight him. Some people may not agree with this. Masters are also divided into different levels, and new masters are definitely not as experienced as old masters. What? You said you have 10 years of master experience. I'm sorry, the system gives you 30 years of master experience right away. What can you compare with me? Heroes truly emerge from youth. This is the first time I've seen such a young master. Since you've already reached the master level, there's really no need to watch this video. If it weren't for the fact that there are no masters among our younger generation, even a half-baked master wouldn't dare to act so arrogantly. There was even a round with 1 million chips. We've lost 8 rounds in a row and have already lost 8 million. Losing money is a small matter. I don't care about this little amount. The key is that I can't afford to lose face. Lin Fan listened to old Su complaining to himself. No wonder he asked Shinbaru to invite him over no matter what. It seemed that before this, he had invited everyone he could, but still lost 8 games in a row. Seeing Lin Fan at this time was like seeing a life-saving straw. Then please ask Mr. Su to organize the party, the sooner the better. Little brother, you are also impatient, which suits my taste very well. I wish you could put an end to your arrogance right now. Wait for me to call and make an appointment. After a while, Mr. Su came back with a grim face after finishing his phone call. What's wrong, Mr. Su? Fuck, this guy said he didn't have time to play house with us, saying we were just a bunch of mediocre chess players. If we wanted to compete with him, he raised the stakes to 10 million per game and said that if we didn't dare to accept the challenge, he would declare to the world that chess was invented by his little island in Japan. It really pissed me off. Is he sure he can beat us? With 10 million per round, he's forcing us into this game. And the prize money is a whopping 10 million. Everyone will be paying attention to this match, so we have to win. This is a matter of pride for Yencheng. Lin Fan didn't agree with what he heard. Mr. Su promised them that it would be best to broadcast the entire process live, so that we don't worry about them cheating. Don't worry about that. As long as we win, they won't dare to cheat on our territory. Mr. Su called again and confirmed the time for the competition, which was scheduled to take place at 2 p.m. today. Lin Fan and his companions arrived at the competition venue on time as agreed. There was already a crowd of people gathered there, including locals from Yencheng, people from Ordinary Lives, and 2 local reporters, who were specially arranged by old Su. Just to show off today and record this glorious moment, Lin Fan and his team had just arrived when Xiao Rizi and his team's convoy also arrived. There were 3 cars and more than a dozen people got off. The leader was today's contestant, named Koinuta Ichiro. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and had a mustache, looking particularly wretched. He had his hands behind his back and simply nodded when he saw Mr. Su. Ichiro Koinuta said in his broken Mandarin, "Mr. Su, it's only been 2 days since we last met, and you're so eager to send me money again. Yo! You're such a good citizen." After saying that, he walked in with a swagger, followed closely by his bodyguards. He is indeed very arrogant. Fortunately, it is a peaceful time now, otherwise he would be easily beaten for his behavior. With the prize money rising to this level, it is natural that multiple procedures must be checked to prevent cheating. During the official competition, only contestants are present on site, and everyone must leave the room and check the progress of the competition through the camera. As everyone left the room, the game officially began. If you want to regain the face you lost before in this round, you must fight quickly, use sharp attacks to break through the opponent's defense, and then kill him without leaving a single piece of armor. Less than a minute after the start, Xiao sure didn't get any benefits from Lin Fan's superb master level. Lin Fan used the extremely insulting way of walking a dog to tease the other party. The other party also noticed it, but could do nothing but keep shouting Bei Jialu. Is this all you can do, Mr. Dog? Then I won't be polite. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he ate up the opponent's chariot and cannon. Xiao Quan became anxious and immediately sent troops across the river. In fact, it was to deceive others and his purpose was to eat up Lin Fan's horse. Do you think I can't see through this little trick? Lin Fan played along with him and had secretly planned everything out, just waiting for him to fall into the trap. With a snap, the puppy got what it wanted and ate Lin Fan's horse. Yoshi, you're nothing special. Before he finished speaking, Lin Fan started to attack. In less than 3 minutes, there was only 1 soldier, 1 general and 1 general left on Xiaochuan's table. Lin Fan only lost 1 horse, 1 cannon, and 3 pawns. The defeat was inevitable, the puppy became anxious, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Impossible. I lost. I'm only 1 step away from becoming a chess master. I'm the youngest half-step master in this small island nation. He's so young, how could he be better than me? Kojima was completely anxious, he was unwilling to lose like this. Baga, another round. Do you dare? Lin Fan glanced at the puppy and said lightly. You can play another round if you want. The prize money will be doubled to 20 million per round. 20 million is 20 million. I want to take back what belongs to me. I am invincible. The result is self-evident. The little dog lost again. Old Sue and others who witnessed all this were laughing so hard that they couldn't stop. Chapter 29 Attack. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and being rewarded with 5 reputation points. It can be exchanged for an additional 500 recharge limit per day. Do you want to exchange it? Exchange. He definitely had to exchange. He was going crazy with poverty. Others started with the system with trillions or even quadrillions, and they had no worries about money. But when it came to him, the system only gave him 1 million every day. At first, 100 seemed like a lot, but now Lin Fan felt that 100 was not enough. The redemption is successful, and the host can currently recharge 600 yuan per day. Lin Fan made them proud this time. Not only did he win back the 8 million he had lost before, but he also made a profit of 22 million. The main reason was that he got rid of his anger. Old Sue patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and said, "Brother, you're a great hero this time. Take this 30 million bonus. You deserve it. I'll have someone get you a membership in the chess association. Don't underestimate the association. There are so many bigwigs in it. If you encounter something difficult in the future, the association might be able to help you in a matter of minutes. Thank you very much, Mr. Sue. As for the bonus, it's really too generous. Half is enough for me. After all, you already invested 8 million. Just take it if I tell you to. I don't like that fake push and pull game. I really don't care about this little money." Since Mr. Sue said so, Lin Fan had no choice but to accept it happily. This was the first huge sum of money in Lin Fan's life. After saying goodbye to Mr. Sue, Lin Fan returned to his residence. It was already dark at this time. The night sky was dotted with stars. Through the starlight, Lin Fan found that there seemed to be a figure in the garden of the community. He suspected that he was dazzled, so he picked up a stone and threw it over. There was a dull sound, and it obviously hit something. Baka! The figure that was hit roared angrily and stabbed towards Lin Fan with a shiny knife. Lin Fan's heart was in his throat. He had no experience in fighting the criminals head-on, so he could only dodge subconsciously. Damn you little dog! I beg your ancestors and all the women in your family. I just won a little money from you, didn't I? You're so desperate that you're coming to my place to seek revenge so soon. Lin Fan's heart was in his throat. He had no experience in fighting the criminals head-on, so he could only dodge subconsciously. Fortunately, his body had been strengthened by the system, and he was able to deal with the killer in front of him for a while. The unarmed Lin Fan was a little flustered facing the killer's fierce attack. "System Dad, come and save my life. I need to improve my fighting skills. If I continue like this, I will definitely be stabbed to death by my opponent. It is recommended that the host improve strength, agility, and speed first, otherwise even having fighting skills will not be enough to exert their power. Then let us increase our strength first. After deducting 1 enhancement point, the strength is increased to 100 kilograms per punch. Just how strong is 100 kilograms of force? Let me practice on you first." Lin Fan dodged the killer's attack by moving sideways, then punched him hard. Baka! The killer staggered after being hit by Lin Fan, and fell flat on his face. This punch knocked the killer back 2 meters. This power is not that great, the killer still has the ability to fight, the system will give me a little more strength. After deducting 1 enhancement point, the strength is increased to 200 kilograms per punch. The remaining 17 enhancement points can be freely allocated. Come again, little bastard. Lin Fan made a seductive gesture to the killer, signaling him to continue his attack. The killer was a little annoyed because he had been attacking for a long time without success. He didn't hurt Lin Fan at all and was even knocked unconscious by a punch. Seeing Lin Fan's provocation, he yelled and rushed over with a dagger in his hand. Once this man lost his composure, he was exposed to many flaws. The killer, waving a dagger, rushed towards him like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. In Lin Fan's eyes, this was tantamount to giving away his life. He dodged the killer's fatal blow, found an opening, aimed at the killer's back, and punched him again. Can you withstand this 200 kilogram punch? The killer was knocked back 5-6 meters and stopped after somersault. Baga Yalu. The killer cursed angrily, "A killer's life is also a life. You don't treat me as a human being." Each punch is heavier than the last. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the killer rushed forward again. This time he was not so reckless. It was obvious that he was much more sober after being punched twice by Lin Fan. The system gives me a little more strength. After deducting 1 enhancement point, the strength is increased to 300 kilograms per punch, and 16 enhancement points are left for free allocation. "Yoshi, little bastard, come and take my punch." Lin Fan imitated the killer's tone and hooked his finger at him. The killer learned his lesson this time. He began to attack tentatively and fought with Lin Fan for several rounds, but neither of them gained any advantage. While he was looking for Lin Fan's flaws, Lin Fan was also looking for his flaws. There was another brief confrontation, and the killer missed again. He was about to put away his knife and stab back, but Lin Fan seemed to have eyes on his back and dodged the attack by lowering his head. "The time is now. Die." Lin Fan chose the right time, gathered all his strength, and punched the killer in the chest, a solid punch. The killer's chest suddenly caved in, and his ribs could no longer support such a powerful force and broke directly. "Ah!" The killer let out a miserable scream and flew into the air as if he had been hit by a truck. Without checking his injuries, the killer picked up the dagger on the ground and prepared to escape. It was obvious that he could not win the fight. Damn it, the intelligence was wrong. This guy is so pretentious. The intelligence said he was just an ordinary person, but he's no ordinary person at all. An ordinary person could send him flying 5-6 meters with one punch. And this guy seems to have some issues. He gets braver and stronger with each fight, and each punch is more powerful than the last. I can't imagine how many meters the next punch will send me flying. If I don't run now, I'm going to die here sooner or later. The killer endured the severe pain, gritted his teeth and quickly fled the scene. Want to run? No way, the system adds 3 points to my speed. After deducting 3 reinforcement points, there are currently 13 reinforcement points left to be distributed. The host's movement speed is increased by 300%, and the full speed can reach 50 km per hour. 50 km per hour? World running champion Bolt sprints 100 meters in 9.58 seconds, which is equivalent to 38 km per hour. The comparison is obvious. This is already the maximum speed for human running. What if I let you run for 10 seconds first? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 10 seconds passed and the killer had already run dozens of meters. He looked back and saw that Lin Fan had not caught up with him. He was delighted and was about to slow down when he heard a burst of violent and frantic footsteps behind him. Chapter 30 Capital Verification? The killer had a bad premonition. He turned around suddenly and saw the scene he least wanted to see. Lin Fan was approaching him at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. In a matter of seconds, he had run dozens of meters. His speed was much faster than when he was running away. There was no time to be surprised, the killer could only run away again. As a killer, he knew how to use the terrain to shake off the enemy's pursuit. He didn't run in a straight line. He ran to a place where he could block his view. He also picked up some dead branches along the way and threw them at Lin Fan when he was about to catch up with him. This could also delay some time. "Little bastard, surrender now. I have something to ask you." "Dream." The killer uttered these 2 words through gritted teeth. "Little bastard, it turns out you understand Chinese. You can't run away." Lin Fan increased his speed and kept the distance between them at about 5 meters. He kept the killer hanging like this. Lin Fan believed that it would not be long before the killer could not hold on. After all, the killer was injured and was at the end of his strength. 10 minutes later, the killer still couldn't get rid of Lin Fan. He was so tired that he was out of breath. He had already greeted the entire family of the intelligence team. The intelligence was wrong, and it caused a lot of harm. This is not a job I can take on after 2.5 years in the industry. Can't run anymore? Lin Fan stepped forward and pushed the exhausted killer to the ground, put one foot on his back, took out his cell phone and sent it to Old Sue, briefly telling him what had happened. Old Sue said that he would take care of the rest and asked Lin Fan to hand it over to the fine imitation. Maybe it would be a great achievement. After this incident, Lin Fan was still frightened. It seems that the rental house is no longer habitable as its location has been exposed. I have to move as soon as possible. I have some money, so I can buy a house. Lin Fan went back home that night to pack his luggage and moved out of the rental house where he had lived for several years. He didn't dare to take risks again. If he fell asleep and a killer broke into the room in the middle of the night, he would die at the age of 25. Early the next morning, Lin Fan prepared to go house hunting. But he had no experience in this area, so Lin Fan wondered whether he should find an acquaintance to accompany him to look at houses. Who should I look for? Lin Fan was looking through his address book when he suddenly remembered the beauty in his class. She seemed to be working as a real estate salesperson in Yanqing, and she was working on high-end properties. The class beauty in Lin Fan's class was called Lin Jia. I remember when I was in school, 20 out of 30 male classmates in the class like Lin Jia, including Lin Fan. But so many years have passed, I wonder if Lin Jia still remembers him. Opening the chat window, Lin Fan sent a message to Lin Jia. Is my old classmate still in Yanqing? It took half an hour before they responded. Who are you? Lin Jia didn't know who sent her the message because there was no note. She was very afraid that it was an old classmate whom she hadn't seen for many years asking her to contribute a gift. This had happened more than once or twice. I'm Lin Fan. Do you remember me? What? Are you getting married? Or is it your birthday? Do you want to invite me to the banquet? Well, I'm sorry, I don't have time. I've been very busy lately. Lin Jia took the initiative and blocked the opponent's retreat. Fortunately, Lin Fan did not call her to a banquet. You misunderstood. I heard that you're working in real estate sales in Yanqing. I happen to be in need of this. Do you have time to take me to learn more about it? When she heard that it was a business that came to her, Lin Jia immediately became excited. The real estate market has been sluggish recently, and she hasn't made an order for a long time. If she doesn't make an order, she probably won't be able to stay. She has already received a guaranteed salary for several months. Logically speaking, a beauty like her shouldn't have such bad performance. The key is that she is working on high-end projects, and only rich people can afford them. It is true that selling a house can earn you tens of thousands in commission, but rich people are not stupid. Some beautiful saleswomen will approach customers when they see them, and will interact closely with customers after work. However, Lin Jia disdains to do so, so she has not made any orders for several months. Before Lin Fan sent her a message, she had already thought it over and decided to go to her manager to resign the next day. Perhaps her personality was not suitable for this job. You want to look at the house, right? If you're free, I'll send you a location and we can meet up to talk. Lin Fan looked at the location Lin Jia sent him, Junting Villa. This is one of the best villa areas in Yanqing. As a third-fourth-tier city, the housing price in Yanqing is maintained at 5,000–6,000 per square meter, and a house is about 50,000–600,000. When Lin Fan opened the Shenlong suite in the bar, it was equivalent to opening 2 houses. Lin Jiafa's Junting Villa is a benchmark for Yanqing real estate. There are 88 units in total, each with a minimum area of 280 square meters. The cheapest one costs about 5 million yuan, and you have to verify your capital before viewing the house. Lin Jia didn't know where Lin Fan had made his fortune, and why he actually wanted to look at a house with her. Oh no! I forgot to tell him that I only sell high-end properties. He must have thought I was selling just-in-need commercial properties, so his trip would have been wasted. But for his kindness, even if we can't close the deal today, I'll still treat him to a meal. Lin Fan drove his green Lamborghini towards Junting Villa, and he attracted a lot of attention along the way. Look, a Lamborghini. It's green, so cool. Lin Fan listened to the exclamations of passers-by and felt for the first time how great it was to be rich. They arrived at their destination in a short while. Lin Fan parked the car and sent a message to Lin Jia. Old classmate, I've already arrived at the sales office. After receiving the message, Lin Jia immediately found Lin Fan at the door and led him to the hall to sit down. After the two chatted politely for a few words, Lin Fan got straight to the point. What? Aren't you going to introduce your property to me? We mainly sell villas. We don't have the residential units you're looking for. Don't be offended, old classmate. I didn't explain it to you clearly. Actually, I'm very happy that you can come today. I'll treat you to a meal later. After all, we haven't seen each other for many years. Lin Jia explained awkwardly. Who said I want to buy a commercial apartment in the residential complex? I already said I don't know much about this. I'll buy whatever you sell. Is a villa so great? This is what I want to buy today. Are you serious? Don't try to make me laugh, even though I haven't made an order in months. Lin Fan smiled. Do I look like that kind of person? Picture. Lin Jia answered without hesitation. We need to verify your capital before viewing this house. You must have 3 million in cash. Are you sure this is okay? Only 3 million? Then let's verify the capital. Lin Fan looked nonchalant. What was the difference between 3 million and 300 yuan? He currently had 30 million plus a recharge limit of 6 million. It's a full 36 million. Would he be afraid of capital verification? Chapter 31. Of course I bought the best building. Lin Jia confirmed it with Lin Fan again. Are you kidding me? That's 3 million, not 300 yuan. Today is an April Fool's Day, so don't play tricks on me, okay? Lin Fan looked at the former beauty in class, and his heart was still pounding. With the baptism of time, Lin Jia became more mature, and her breasts were big where they should be big, at least 36D. She was thin where it should be thin, with a slender waist that could be held in one hand without a trace of fat. She was wearing a professional shirt with 2 buttons at the collar undone. From Lin Fan's angle, he could just see a hint of white. Bite. A suitable target for counterattack has been detected. The system issues a counterattack mission, and a successful counterattack will reward 10 reinforcement points and 1 reputation point. This mission comes at a very timely moment and can make up for the regrets of my youth. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze and said solemnly. Don't worry, it's only 3 million. I think your sales department should raise the threshold a bit. 10 million would be enough. Seeing that Lin Fan's tone was becoming more and more exaggerated, Lin Jia felt that Lin Fan was teasing her, because looking at Lin Fan's dress, he didn't look like a rich man, and he didn't have a single branded item on him. There is nothing wrong with being poor. Lin Jia is also poor and can barely make ends meet. But she feels that people should accept their poverty and ordinariness instead of bragging and exaggerating. Can you please stop bragging? I never noticed you had this habit of bragging when we were in school. Although we are just ordinary people, as long as we work hard and down to earth, we will be able to satisfy ourselves one day. Lin Fan smiled awkwardly, he didn't want to explain too much. I think you must have misunderstood. How about this? Call your manager over and we'll verify the capital on the spot. That way, you'll believe what I say is true. Lin Jia left suspiciously, and soon she came over with a well-mannered man in a suit. The man in the suit is her manager. He has served many big clients and is very knowledgeable. He knows all the little tricks of rich people. Hello, welcome to our Junting Villa. I'm the manager here, and I'm happy to serve you. The manager politely extended his hand. Seeing this, Lin Fan pulled up his sleeves, revealing the Patek Philippe Starry Skywatch on his wrist, and then shook hands with the other person. There is no point in being low-key in a place like this. You have to show your strength in a high-profile manner. Being high-profile can save you a lot of trouble. This is what Lin Fan thought, so he showed his watch to the other party. He just didn't know whether this manager knew the value of his watch. After all, this watch has been discontinued and is currently at a stage where it has a price but no market, and it is not something you can buy with just a little money. The moment the manager touched Lin Fan's hand, he was attracted by the watch on his wrist. As a senior watch enthusiast, he could naturally recognize at a glance that the watch on Lin Fan's hand was a Patek Philippe. It was something he had dreamed of owning. Now that there was one in front of him, his eyes were instantly attracted. It felt like a hungry man seeing a chicken leg and couldn't take his eyes off it. It turned out to be a Patek Philippe Starry Sky. Oh my god, it's a limited edition watch and it's out of print. The price of this watch is rising every year. Lin Fan's watch is an original diamond version, which is even rarer. The current market price is no less than 5 million. In comparison, the Rolex green submariner on his hand is immediately not so attractive. This gentleman needs to verify his capital, right? The manager asked Lin Jia. Yes, he's my classmate. He said he wanted to support my business, but our Junting Mingshu has a capital verification requirement. If Lin Jia didn't finish her words. What she meant was that if Lin Fan failed to meet the capital verification requirements, he shouldn't be embarrassed. This gentleman doesn't need to verify his capital. His strength is obvious. He wears a 5 million watch and drives a 5 million Lamborghini. Is there still a need for capital verification? Please quickly invite the gentleman to the VIP room. Go and make a pot of my treasured Longjing tea and bring it to me. The manager's words exploded in Lin Jia's mind like a bolt from the blue. Luxury cars and famous watches are things you can only see on TikTok. After not seeing them for a few years, has the gap between them become so big? Lin Jia's favorability +3. Sir, these are the properties we are selling. Take a look. Lin Fan took a casual look and found that there were about 10 houses available, and the cheapest one was about 5 million. Let's wait for my classmate Lin Jia to come and introduce her to me. I came here today just for her. The manager gave me an understanding look and left the VIP room. Take your time chatting. Old classmates should catch up. Please forgive me for any inconvenience. After a while, Lin Jia came in with a pot of tea. Tell me quickly how you became rich. You're so mean to only remember me now. If you come 2 days later, you won't be able to see me anymore. Lin Fan was puzzled. Why can't I see you if I come 2 days later? Because I haven't made any orders for 3 consecutive months, I have no face to stay here if I don't make any more orders. Logically speaking, given her personality and appearance, she shouldn't have been single for 3 months. Is there some other hidden story behind this? Then how do you calculate the commission for placing orders? Based on 1% of the transaction amount, I'd withdraw 50,000 from 5 million. The commission is okay. It can be said that if we are closed for 3 months, we can make enough money to last for 3 months after we open. Now it has been exactly 3 months. Can you tell me which one is better? The top floor apartment is definitely better, but it's too expensive. Actually, this one is not bad either, priced at 8 million. I'll get you an internal price, and it's 7.5 million. Lin Jia didn't treat Lin Fan as a fool. She recommended him a 2-story villa facing south. This one was over 300 square meters, had 8 rooms, and came with a swimming pool and garden, making it a luxurious villa. 7.5 million, and your commission is only 75,000, which is too little. If you want to buy the best building. Can you recommend a best building to me? The King of Floors represents the top configuration of a real estate project. Among the dozens of villas in Junting Mingshu, there is only one King of Floors. It is the best in the entire real estate project in terms of location and area, and of course the price is also the highest. This prime apartment has been vacant for over half a year. Its high price has discouraged many interested buyers. It's priced at 18.88 million yuan, which is enough to buy 2 or 3 other villas. Lin Jia paused and continued. In order to sell the best priced units, our company has specially organized a promotion. If you buy the best priced units, you get a luxury car. If you pay in full, you get a Porsche 718. Let's go. Lin Fan suddenly told her to leave, leaving her bewildered. Hadn't he just said he wanted to buy the best apartment in the building? Why was he leaving so quickly? Are all rich people so unpredictable? Of course I'm going to swipe my card, my class beauty. Lin Jia's favorability +3. Ah. Are you going to swipe the card now? Don't you need to consider comparing prices or something like that? Are all rich people so willful? Is buying a house the same as buying vegetables? Lin Jia was once again shocked by Lin Fan's arrogance. Chapter 32, Small Knife Society. Lin Jia took Lin Fan to find the manager again and told Lin Fan that they wanted to buy the top floor apartment that had been idle for a long time. The manager immediately smiled from ear to ear. Lin Jia, you're amazing. Ever since you joined the company, I've seen that you have great potential and can accomplish great things. It's only been 3 months and you've already sold our best building. You have a bright future ahead of you. The manager patted Lin Jia on the shoulder and said, I'm very optimistic about you. Only Lin Jia herself knew that if Lin Fan had not placed a big order with her today, she would have been fired immediately by the manager. After swiping the card, Lin Jia insisted on treating Lin Fan to a meal. Lin Jia, dressed in casual clothes, looked more like a lady. Even without her high heels, she was still 1.7 meters tall. Her black hair was casually scattered on her shoulders, and her high chest seemed to be about to burst the zipper. Come on, do you mind if I sit in your passenger seat? Lin Fan smiled. It's an honor for the co-pilot to let you sit. Lin Jia chuckled. You've had a lot of women in this car, haven't you? Only by repeatedly trying out the ride can you find the true mistress. Princess, please get in the car. Lin Fan's humor and wit increased Lin Jia's favorability by another +1, and now he is only 3 points away from a successful counterattack. Come on, I'll treat you to the most popular fatty barbecue. Eating barbecue? Lin Fan remembered that the last time he had barbecue was with Wang Jing. He also remembered that Wang Jing had treated him to barbecue after receiving her salary. In the end, Wang Jing refused to pay because Lin Fan ordered a few more skewers of lamb. The two parked the car on the side of the road and walked into the popular Fatty Barbecue restaurant. The two of them ordered skewers and sat down in the store. While they were chatting, a group of men with tattoos on their arms came in. Each of them had a small knife tattooed on his household registration. "Hey beautiful, want a date?" This group of men with tattoos relied on their numbers and treated Lin Fan as heir, openly teasing Lin Jia. "Roll." Lin Jia uttered a word, then took out his cell phone, ready to call the police at any time. "Hey, this little girl is quite fierce. Man, I like it this fierce. The fiercer it is now, the more satisfying it will be when I conquer her. This kind of stuff only costs 800 a night outside, there's no need to drool over it." The group of people were talking and laughing, and their laughter was extremely lewd. Lin Fan felt helpless that he couldn't even have a peaceful barbecue. A bunch of little bastards, barely even fully grown, thinking they're big shots just because they got a tattoo? Kids who've just been weaned dare to imitate others and commit violence? What gang are you guys in? Who's the boss? As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, some thugs started shouting. "What the hell did you say? Do you have the guts to say another word? Do you believe I will tear your mouth apart? I don't believe it, you don't dare." A yellow-haired gangster immediately became angry when he heard this. "Fuck, you actually said I don't dare, I'll tear it apart for you to see." The yellow-haired man rolled up his sleeves, raised his hand and slapped Lin Fan in the face. "Oh, no." Lin Jia screamed in fear, not daring to imagine whether Lin Fan's face would swell up like a pig's head after this slap. All she could do was call the police and try to prevent Lin Fan from getting beaten less before the police arrived. "Ah!" A heart-wrenching scream was heard, but the voice did not come from Lin Fan, but from Huang Mao. His hand stopped in mid-air, held tightly by Lin Fan, unable to move at all. Lin Fan exerted a little force, and the yellow-haired man grimaced in pain. One punch of his could deliver a force of 300 kilograms, and his grip strength was also amazing, like a pair of pliers tightly gripping Huang Mao's wrist. Huang Mao's face turned pale with pain. "Brothers, save me." The other thugs finally reacted and picked up their weapons, some with stools, some with beer bottles, and some even with chopsticks. The shop owner also noticed the commotion and hurried over to try to stop the fight. "Brother, they are from the Small Knife Society. Don't mess with them. Their leader, Brother Dao, is a notoriously ruthless man. He dared to chop off more than 10 people with just one sword. In the end, he fought his way out of the crowd and became famous. When it comes to the Small Knife Society, who doesn't give Brother Dao some face? That's right, let me go immediately, and then give us the girl to enjoy, and let's just leave it at that. Otherwise, Brother Dao won't forgive you." Huang Mao was still being stubborn and making his last struggle. In his heart, Brother Dao was omnipotent and joining the Shoutout Club was his wisest choice. He went from having no food to eat to having a barbecue every 3 days. "What's that, Brother Knife or Brother Sword? I've never heard of them. Call him over and let me see if he's tougher with his sword or his words. You'll regret this." Immediately, a gangster took out his cell phone and called Brother Dao, then told him what had happened, adding some exaggeration to the story. "Just wait, Brother Dao will come and make you suffer." Seeing that the situation was getting worse and worse, the shop owner was no longer in the mood to grill skewers. "I told you that you could pick on anyone else but Brother Dao. Now run away quickly. When Brother Dao comes, you won't have a chance. Just pray that Brother Dao doesn't bring a knife with him, or he won't put it away until he sees blood." Lin Jia looked at Lin Fan worriedly. She had never seen such a scene before and didn't know what to do for a moment. Lin Fan patted her shoulder and signaled her not to worry. "If a fight breaks out later, stay away and don't get hurt accidentally. I'll be heartbroken if you do. It's already late, and you still have the mood to talk about this? You should listen to the boss and leave first, otherwise you won't have another chance." At this moment, a sinister male voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Leave? Where to go? You want to leave after beating up someone from my Shoutout Society? You really don't take me, Wang Xiaodao, seriously." The person who came was the leader of the Shoutout Society, Wang Xiaodao. The man was not tall and came out wearing a vest and flip-flops. There was a 10-centimeter scar on his face that ran through the entire right side of his face. It looked eerie and terrifying, and children would be scared to tears when they saw it. There was a tattoo of a small knife on his hand, and a Chinese character was tattooed on the edge of the knife, representing that he was the king of the small knife society. There were 7-8 gangsters following behind him, looking very impressive. When the shop owner saw this, he was immediately scared to death. Fortunately, he didn't bring a knife, otherwise he would have hidden far away immediately. "You're the one who injured my brothers from the Little Knife Society? Are you really that brave? Now I'm giving you two choices. Either you pay me 100,000 yuan for my medical expenses and then kneel down and call me grandpa 10 times, or I'll cripple your hands." Lin Fan picked up a peanut and put it in his mouth and chewed it. It was so crispy, so he took another one and ate more than 10 peanuts in one breath. What if I choose neither? It was the first time that Wang Xiaodao met someone who was not afraid of him. Most people would have been trembling with fear when they heard his name, Wang Xiaodao. "Very good. If you don't choose either, then I'll let you taste my knife. It's been a long time since anyone dared to ignore my knife club like this." Wang Xiaodao reached into his crotch and fiddled with it for a while, and soon took out a folding switchblade. This action made Lin Fan dumbfounded. Hiding a knife in the crotch, does your life agree? Chapter 33, Subjugating the Xiaodao Society. Wang Xiaodao held the switchblade that still had body odor, like a general commanding the battles one by one. "Go up together and subdue him. Be careful not to hurt the woman next to him. This kind of stuff is rare, so you must enjoy it well." Wang Xiaodao smiled obscenely, and the scar on his face twisted like a centipede. Lin Jia had never seen such a scene before, and was trembling with fear. As soon as Wang Xiaodao finished speaking, 4 younger brothers surrounded him with weapons. The yellow-haired one holding a stool was the most radical because he had just been beaten up by Lin Fan and was now eager for revenge. "Go to hell." The little yellow-haired boy picked up a stool and smashed it towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan had no way to retreat because behind him was Lin Jia, who was as weak as a kitten. He could not retreat and could only take the blow head-on. He turned his head to avoid the vicious blow, then kicked out. A punch could hit 300 kilograms, so this kick had at least 400 kilograms. The little yellow-haired guy was kicked back and knocked down a group of gangsters behind him. "This is too fierce. Is this still a human being? He is simply an animal. Who can withstand such a kick?" The little yellow-haired boy screamed in pain. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to rush forward. Why didn't he understand the principle that the first tree to stick its head out gets shot? When the remaining people saw what happened to Huang Mao, they were afraid to move forward, fearing that they would be the next person lying on the ground. Wang Xiaodao was also shocked by the explosive power of Lin Fan's kick. "This is unscientific. I didn't use much strength, but it felt like I was hit by a car. Come on, useless thing. You're scared now, but you still want to come out and mess around. If anyone dares to take a step back, don't blame me, Xiaodao, for being blind." Under pressure from Wang Xiaodao, the remaining thugs mustered up the courage to approach Lin Fan. Lin Fan grabbed a handful of bamboo sticks and threw them out with force. With the powerful force, the flying bamboo sticks were like arrows, and screams were heard wherever they passed. The few thugs closest to the scene were the first to be hit. They were only concerned with protecting the facade, but their arms were exposed. Each of them had 1 or 2 bamboo sticks stuck in their arms. One of the fat gangsters was the worst off. He had 6 bamboo sticks stuck in his body, like a wounded hedgehog. Some people pulled out the bamboo sticks with great pain. The wounds pierced by the bamboo sticks continued to bleed. These people no longer had the courage to fight Lin Fan, and instead looked around for tissues to stop the bleeding. Wang Yidao, who was standing in the distance and pointing fingers, witnessed this scene with his own eyes. His expression became very solemn. This was the first time that Zayadawi had encountered such a tough opponent since its establishment. "You have no moral integrity and actually used hidden weapons. If you have the guts, throw away the bamboo sticks. What a joke. You're bullying the weak with your numbers, and you're still accusing me of being unethical. If I weren't, I wouldn't have stabbed your hands, I'd have stabbed your vital organs." Lin Fan raised the bamboo stick in his hand. "If anyone still refuses to accept this, come on. Don't say I didn't give you a chance." Wang Xiaodao put down the switchblade in his hand and challenged Lin Fan. "Do you dare to challenge me to a man-to-man duel? I won't use a knife, and you won't use a bamboo stick. Let's see who has the harder fist." It seems that Wang Xiaodao is quite afraid of Lin Fan's bamboo sticks and is willing to put down the knife that he is so proud of. Wang Xiaodao founded the Xiaodao Society, not only because his name was Wang Xiaodao, he was also a master at using a knife. He was very good at using a switchblade, and he had made a name for himself with a switchblade. No one in Yenching dared to duel with him with a switchblade. System, promote me to fighting master. After deducting 5 reinforcement points, the host is promoted to a fighting master, and the current number of reinforcement points that can be freely allocated is 8 points. As his rank improved, Lin Fan looked at Wang Xiaodao as if an adult looked at a 3-year-old child, and he could do whatever he wanted to him. Lin Fan said contemptuously, "I advise you not to humiliate yourself, otherwise you might not last more than 10 seconds in my hands." In fact, saying 10 seconds is to leave room for error. After all, Lin Fan has just been promoted to a fighting master and has not participated in a duel yet. He is not sure about his specific strength. If a real fight breaks out, Wang Yidao might be knocked to the ground in less than 3 seconds. The power of a fighting master is not something a street bully like him can shake. In the whole of China, there are no more than 5 people who can be called fighting masters. You can imagine how valuable this is. Stop talking nonsense. You can't last more than 10 seconds. Don't you worry about your tongue getting bitten by the wind if you brag? That's right, our brother Dao has never lost in a one-on-one fight. Brother Dao is invincible, teach him a lesson. Wang Xiaodao was complimented by the younger brother next to him, and suddenly he felt terribly strong, as if he had already seen the scene of Lin Fan being knocked down by him. Boy, you've hurt my brothers again and again today. As their eldest brother, I must seek justice for them. Remember, from now on, when you see someone from my little knife society, you must keep your tail between your legs. Haven't you heard the saying that villains die because they talk too much? Lin Fan stopped listening to his nonsense and strode towards Wang Xiaodao. He used the whirlwind footwork that was only used in top-level fighting techniques, which emphasized large-scale opening and closing movements, engaging in close combat with the opponent and knocking him down with pure strength. Wang Yidao watched Lin Fan walk towards him with strange steps. He instinctively wanted to avoid him, but he was horrified to find that all his escape routes were blocked by Lin Fan. Every time he took a step back, Lin Fan took a step closer. This passive feeling made him very depressed. After all, he was the boss of a gang. In a one-on-one confrontation, he was forced to retreat step by step in the first encounter, which made him lose face in front of his younger brothers. Roll! Wang Xiaodao had nowhere to retreat and swung his angry iron fist at Lin Fan. Slow, too slow. Wang Xiaodao's fist was slowed down infinitely in Lin Fan's eyes, and was easily avoided by Lin Fan. In just a moment, countless counterattack plans flashed through his mind. This is the terrifying thing about the fighting master. Ordinary people can't compare to him at all because they are not on the same level. Lin Fan, who transformed into a fighting master, dodged Wang Yidao's fist, grabbed the opponent's arm, and punched him in the armpit. With just one punch, Wang Yidao lost his ability to fight. This was when Lin Fan didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, with his status as a fighting master, coupled with his 300-kilogram punch, one punch would be enough to put Wang Yidao in the ICU. Ah! Wang Yidao's heart-wrenching screams were heard from the ground. In one encounter, he was killed by Lin Fan. He was knocked down in less than 3 seconds. It was no exaggeration to say that he was defeated in 10 seconds. Lin Jia's favorability +2. Lin Fan exuded domineering aura and knocked down Wang Yidao cleanly and efficiently, resolving the immediate crisis and winning Lin Jia's strong favor. He was now just one step away from a successful counterattack. Wang Yidao was so angry that his teeth were itching. He no longer cared about the spirit of warriors. He stood up, grabbed the switchblade and stabbed it into Lin Fan's chest. This is his pride. With the knife in hand, the world is mine. Die, boy. He wanted to poke dozens of holes in Lin Fan's body so that he could regain his face and restore his lost dignity. Is the dog desperate? Ha ha. Lin Fan was calm and composed. As a fighting master, he looked at the crazy Wang Xiaodao. His foolish behavior is like trying to fight an elephant with a kitchen knife. He is overestimating his own abilities. Lin Fan kicked his knife away, then swept his leg to knock him down again, and then stepped on Wang Xiaodao's back. No matter how he jumped, he couldn't get rid of Lin Fan, who was on his back. Wang Xiaodao felt very aggrieved. He didn't come here to get anyone to step on his back, he came here to get into trouble. Are you being polite to me like this? Still not convinced? Lin Fan increased his strength, and Wang Yidao cried out in pain, but he was still stubborn and refused to give in easily. Let's see how long you can hold on. Lin Fan gave Wang Yidao a foot massage again. What he didn't expect was that Wang Yidao finally fainted from the pain without even begging for mercy. He's a man, but he's brave but not wise. Lin Fan, who rarely felt a desire to find talent, prepared to recruit Wang Xiaodao into his team. Lin Fan asked the gangsters to help Wang Xiaodao up. After seeing Lin Fan's methods, the gangsters obeyed his orders. Wang Xiaodao didn't wake up until half an hour later, and Lin Fan asked him, "Are you willing to work for me? I'll give you 1 million every month so you can support your brothers. I have no other requirements and I won't restrict you. I'll call you when I need you." Wang Yidao's eyes moved quickly. "If you want to make 1 million a month, how much protection money do you have to collect to make it back? You may not be able to collect 1 million in a year, and you have to fight with other gangs for territory frequently." Wang Yidao was moved. Humans all admire the strong. Lin Fan was much stronger than him, so it would not be shameful for him to submit to him. "Okay, from now on you will be the big brother of the Xiaodao Society, and all 200 brothers in the Xiaodao Society will obey your orders." Lin Fan pointed at Huang Mao and the others. "Since you all obey my orders, kick these little bastards out of the Little Knife Society. They have bad behavior and we don't need people like them. They will cause big trouble sooner or later." After hearing this, Wang Yidao expressed his strong agreement. "All of you, get out of here right now. Don't force me to do anything. If you guys hadn't been causing trouble, would I have gotten this beating?" Lin Fan immediately transferred 1 million to Wang Xiaodao, and then he and Wang Xiaodao exchanged contact information and warned him that everyone in the Xiaodao Society should not do evil. After dealing with the Xiaodao Society's affairs, Lin Fan took Lin Jia and left. "Tonight is truly an unforgettable night. It allowed me to get to know you in a new way. I really want to know what you've been through over the years." Facing a group of armed thugs, you remained calm and composed. "Your composure and composure make me feel safe." Lin Jia was still frightened when she recalled the scene just now. Looking at the tall figure beside her, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. Lin Jia thought, "It would be great if he were my boyfriend, but he's so dazzling now, he might not be interested in me. No, this time I want to take the initiative and test his attitude. They say that the truth comes out when drunk. Well, let us do it." Chapter 34, Re-enter the High. "How about we go get some drinks? I've just been interrupted. I have tomorrow off, so why don't we go to the bar?" Lin Jia hinted to Lin Fan that she would not be working tomorrow and they could play until late tonight. Since this woman had taken the initiative to invite him, there was no reason for Lin Fan to refuse. He hadn't had a good drink since he became a drinking tyrant. Seeing Lin Fan turn around, Lin Jia suggested, "How about going to the newly opened Lunzi Bar? It's also on Bar Street. I heard the atmosphere there is great and the prices are reasonable. Let's go to the bar. I've been there and had a drink. But I heard that if you don't make a reservation in advance, there will be no seats at all at the bar. You can only rely on luck to get a booth. I can go anyway without an appointment. I have acquaintances." "An acquaintance? The one who booked the table at the bar?" "I guess so." Lin Fan took out his cell phone and called Qin Mengyao. As soon as the call was connected, Qin Mengyao's surprised voice was heard. "Brother, why did you call me when you had time? I thought you would never come again. I'm going to have some fun later, is there any room? Others may not have a seat, but I can always find a seat. I'll pick you up at the gate." After hanging up the phone, the two drove to the bar. Qin Mengyao, who was originally drinking with her eldest brother, said sorry and ran away immediately. The eldest brother was immediately unhappy. "What do you mean? I opened the little dragon set, okay? You have to give me an explanation." The eldest brother called the manager to complain about Qin Mengyao's inadequate service. The manager looked around and finally found Qin Mengyao, who was waiting eagerly at the door of the bar. "Mengyao, why did you so capriciously abandon your brother and run away again? You're making it very difficult for me to handle this. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, don't blame me for being impartial." Qin Mengyao glanced at the manager and said lightly, "He's coming." The manager was confused. "Who's coming?" "Mr. Lin is coming." "Which young Master Lin? Could it be the young Master Lin who used the frozen dragon gloves to wash his feet last time?" "Exactly." After receiving Qin Mengyao's affirmative answer, the manager's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. "Just entertain Master Lin tonight. Don't worry about the other guests. I'll take care of him for you. When Master Lin arrives, I'll arrange for 20 waiters to stand in 2 rows at the door to greet him. About 10 minutes later, under Qin Mengyao's eager gaze, a brand new Lamborghini stopped in front of the door of Hebeo. The car door opened, and it was Lin Fan, whom she had not seen for many days. When they met at this time, Qin Mengyao felt that Lin Fan's temperament was even more noble, like a well-mannered young man from a wealthy family, with an air of nobility in his every move. Qin Mengyao immediately went to meet him. "Brother, you're finally here. Without you, the excitement wouldn't be there at all." Lin Jia also got out of the car and came to Lin Fan. The moment she saw Qin Mengyao, her woman's intuition made her feel that the woman in front of her was unusual, which gave her a sense of crisis. Qin Mengyao was not worse than her in appearance, the key was that she was too enthusiastic. She didn't expect that Lin Fan had such a great influence in Hebeo, which is the largest bar in Yancheng. Do all men like this kind of proactive woman? Lin Jia also took the initiative to link Lin Fan's arm. This scene was naturally seen by Qin Mengyao. She concealed it well and was stunned for only a second before she regained her smile. "Brother, please come in, the seat has been made available for you." Lin Fan let Lin Jia hold his arm, feeling the softness on his arm. Lin Fan deliberately raised his arm and rubbed it on Lin Jia's nipples. Lin Jia blushed. This man actually dared to tease her like this. If it was any other man, she would have gone crazy long ago. She was a straightforward person, otherwise she wouldn't have been closed for 3 months. It was because she couldn't accept the dirty deal. But now she didn't feel disgusted at all she felt was a girlish shyness. Hate. As soon as I entered the door, the waiters standing in 2 rows shouted in unison. "Welcome home, Mr. Lin." This momentum and this scene made people turn their heads. Who is this? Why is he making such a big scene? I don't think I've ever seen such a welcome ceremony for a high-profile event. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not being at a high enough level. If you were as generous as Master Lin, you would also be treated like this. Young Master Lin? Whose son is this? I've never heard of him. I can only say that you are ignorant and don't even know about Lin Xiao. You must have heard of the foot-soaking guy, right? The name of Foot Bath Brother has become well known recently. Who hasn't heard of him? It was Lin Xiao who opened 5 sets of frozen dragon foot bath in a row. The frozen dragon suit? 288,000 per set, 5 sets of frozen dragon suits would be nearly 1.5 million. The sky-high price of 1.5 million for foot bathing is enough to make him famous in one battle. Today's party was extremely lively and all the seats were already occupied. Lin Fan followed Qin Mengyao to the best boss booth. There was only one boss booth in the entire bar, and those who could sit here were all symbols of status. The elder brother who activated the little dragon suit was furious when he saw Qin Mengyao following behind Lin Fan happily, looking as if she was trying to please him. Just now he was so arrogant and cold as a stone in front of me, how come he has become someone else's lackey? Who is this person? How can he be so powerful? I heard this guy is the Foot Bath Brother. When the big brother who drove the little dragon heard the 3 words Brother Paogio, he immediately became dispirited. The other party's rank was much higher than his, and there was no hope of revenge. He drank the wine in his glass in a depressed gulp. It's so damn unlucky. I finally saved enough money to buy a small dragon suit, just to get Qin Mengyao, the head banging card player, to have a couple of drinks with me so that I can have something to brag about in the future. Brother, what would you like to drink today? How about some cocktails to liven things up? Qin Mengyao asked Lin Fan gently. She certainly hoped that Lin Fan would continue to show his prowess and use several sets of frozen dragon skills in a row, but she had to put on a good show and not let Lin Fan feel that she was taking advantage of him. You ask her, I don't care. Lin Fan gave the choice to Lin Jia. Lin Jia looked at the various sets of meals and couldn't make up her mind for a moment. Just now I heard someone call me foot-soaking brother. Besides the iced foot-soaking wine, don't you have any other good wine to offer? Qin Mengyao almost fainted when she heard this. The frozen dragon suit that cost 288,000 yuan turned into foot-soaking wine in his mouth. Brother, ever since you complained about the frozen dragon suit being unpalatable last time, we imported a batch of Romane Conti overnight. This batch of Romane Conti is all over 30 years old, so it's guaranteed to suit your taste. Lin Jia was surprised when she heard this. Romane Conti? I heard about this wine when I was in school. It's said to be as high as 300,000 yuan a bottle. This lady is truly knowledgeable. You're right. This wine cost 300,000 yuan a bottle a few years ago, but now it's unavailable. It's 500,000 yuan a bottle now. After listening to Qin Mengyao's introduction, Lin Fan was also quite curious about this wine. Then let's try this Romanée Conti. Chapter 35 Foot Bath Brother. Qin Mengyao's smile became even sweeter when she heard Lin Fan agreed to go to Romanée Conti. Then give me a bottle of Romanée Conti. Lin Fan waved his hand. One bottle is not enough for everyone. Just give me 10 bottles. Brother, this wine is so expensive and we don't have much stock. We only have 6 bottles in stock right now. How about you give me all 6 bottles? Damn, you're so petty. 6 bottles is 6 bottles. Don't do this again next time. Yes, brother. Next time, I will let you drink to your heart's content. Qin Mengyao nodded repeatedly, afraid of making Lin Fan unhappy. The price of a single bottle of Romanée Conti already surpasses the price of the frozen dragon set, and the feat of ordering 6 bottles at once is even more jaw-dropping. Peo Jiaoj has once again set new standards for consumer spending with his astonishing move. Time flies. Just a few days later, that familiar name Lin Fan once again shone brightly on the stage. Like a brilliant star streaking through the night sky, he captured everyone's attention. His presence undoubtedly became the center of attention, and everyone waited with bated breath, anticipating more surprises and astonishment from this legendary figure. The DJ also stopped shouting into the mic and addressed the audience in an excited and high-pitched voice. Mr. Lin from Boss Card ordered 6 bottles of Romanée Conti at once, spending a whopping 3 million. Let's cheer for Mr. Lin and hope he has a great time. Foot soak brother. Suddenly, a shout erupted from somewhere in the crowd, brother soaking feet. This cry was like a fuse, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Immediately afterwards, cries of brother soaking feet surged like a tide, rising and falling, resounding throughout the room, as if threatening to blow the roof off the room. Lin Fan was caught off guard by this sudden development, a faint smile forming on his face. He had never imagined that his seemingly unintentional action would spark such a passionate response, earning him such a special title. At that moment, he felt a mixture of surprise and an indescribable joy. After all, who doesn't want to be the center of attention? However, faced with such an enthusiastic scene, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. The scene was beyond imagination, even more stunning than the legendary opening of the Dragon Trap. It was a super luxurious atmosphere building team of 20 to 30 people. After circling the bar in a mighty procession, they finally arrived at Lin Fan's booth. Walking in the front was the center of everyone's attention, Qin Mengyao. Her beautiful face was filled with a charming smile, like a spring breeze blowing through people's hearts, intoxicating them. At this moment, she was wearing an even hotter and sexier outfit, with the deep cleavage on her chest faintly visible, which was extremely provocative. She was wearing an ultra-short leather skirt on her lower body, which fully exposed her slender legs. This outfit was so hot that everyone present could not help but stare in amazement and swallow their saliva uncontrollably. Some, unable to contain their inner urges, even blew their whistles, attempting to attract her attention. However, Qin Mengyao turned a blind eye to all this commotion and harassment. Her gaze remained fixed on the figure sitting in the boss booth, as if he were the only one left in the world. Qin Mengyao was followed by a group of beautiful women who were also dressed in cool clothes. Some of them had performed the magic tricks on Lin Fan last time, and some even poured foot washing water for Lin Fan. Since they were old acquaintances, Lin Fan asked them to open all the bottles of Romanée Conti, and asked the waiter to bring dozens of glasses and pour half a glass for each of them. What is the foot bathing brother doing? He wouldn't want to treat these dancers to a glass of 1982 Romanée Conti, would he? This is too generous. This small cup costs at least 20,000 yuan, and the foot bath guy just gave it to me for free. This is so grand. If I could have a sip, I would be willing to go with the foot bathing brother tonight. You still want to go with the foot soaking brother? You must be daydreaming. Which of the beautiful ladies here doesn't want to have an in-depth communication with the foot-soaking brother? 6 bottles of Romanée Conti, worth a staggering 3 million yuan, would fill 35 glasses. That works out to a whopping 90,000 yuan per glass. This is no ordinary drink. It's truly liquid gold. The value of this mere glass of wine was equivalent to my entire year's hard-earned salary. What was infuriating was that the guy nicknamed Foot Soaking Brother was so generous that he casually gave such expensive wine to others to taste. How arrogant! If I drank this wine, I wouldn't even want to go to the toilet. I was fortunate enough to witness the heroic feat of the footbath brother tonight. It was an eye-opener and the trip was worthwhile. After Lin Fan handed each glass of wine to the beauties present, he discovered that there was one extra glass left. Just as Lin Fan was thinking about how to give this extra glass of wine to the audience who were shouting brother-soaking feet, the guide who had activated the little dragon suit shamelessly came over and asked Lin Fan for the precious glass of red wine. At this moment, he no longer cared about his own face, because for him, being able to taste such a glass of top-quality red wine worth up to 90,000 was worth paying any price. Moreover, he can show off in his circle of friends afterwards and make others envy and hate him. Brother Paogio, can you give me the remaining glass of wine? Lin Fan looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect that he would come to beg for money. If he could afford the little dragon set, he wouldn't beg for wine. It's like this. My father passed away early. He never drank red wine. I miss him, and I want to try it on his behalf. Lin Fan didn't expect him to say such a thing, so he had to share a cup with him. Some people still think that he is too shameless and has no bottom line. He is really a good son to his father. Come on, let's raise our glasses together. Cheers! Everyone carefully raised their glasses towards Lin Fan, fearing that a drop of red wine would spill. Qin Mengyao said softly, "Let us toast to Master Lin." Everyone raised their glasses and drank with Lin Fan, not putting down their glasses until the last drop of red wine was gone. How can drinking alone be fun? Can you dance? Lin Fan asked Lin Jia if she could dance. Obviously she couldn't, so she shook her head. When Qin Mengyao heard the word dance, she was secretly happy. It was finally her turn to show off her skills. Brother, I can dance. You may have forgotten that I am a top-tier celebrity, but I have never danced for a guest alone. Today, I will dance for you. Great! I didn't expect my sister to have such a talent. I'm so ignorant. But having said that, to be the top star of High Explosion, she must be really amazing. I just haven't had the chance to see her dance solo before, so today I'm in for a real treat. I believe that with her ability, this dance will definitely amaze everyone. I'm looking forward to her wonderful performance. Qin Mengyao waved her hand, and the lighting and sound engineers understood immediately. In an instant, she was enveloped by the lights. As the music slowly sounded, Qin Menyao's body twisted happily to the rhythm of the music. Qin Menyao's slender waist swayed gracefully like a willow branch in the wind, and her jade-white arms stretched out gently like a dancing butterfly. Her beautiful jade feet were gently lifted, and her slender jade legs were also slightly lifted. Every movement was full of endless charm and temptation. At this moment, hundreds of pairs of eyes present were attracted by this peerless beauty. They were completely immersed in Qin Menyao's beauty and couldn't extricate themselves. These people seemed to be possessed by a powerful spell, becoming utterly obsessed and oblivious to their surroundings. Some stared blankly with their mouths wide open, while others involuntarily moved closer, wanting to appreciate this rare sight more closely. At this moment, time seemed to stop flowing, and the whole world was left with only Qin Menyao's stunning beauty and captivating dance. She was like a bright pearl, emitting a dazzling light that captivated everyone. I didn't expect that Qin Mengyao is not only beautiful, but also dances so beautifully. This is the first time I see her dance. If you can spend 3 million, she will also dance for you, and dance alone in the room. She usually looks cold and icy, completely different from what she looks like now. This is how your goddess looks in front of the rich. Thanks to Paogio Gu for letting us enjoy the high blast dance, it was worth our trip tonight. The guy who just drank Lin Fan's red wine wanted to curse when he saw this. Damn it, he just drank a glass of wine with me and was so cold, and ran away halfway through. Now he's actively sticking to me, drinking and dancing with me. Why don't I get this kind of treatment? You're taking advantage of me. That glass of wine from Paogio brother is worth 90,000 yuan. Did a dog drink it? You should be thanking Paogio brother. The dance was over quickly. Qin Mengyao danced very hard. Her cheeks flushed slightly and her breathing became a little rapid. The two balls in front of her rose and fell with her breathing. Seeing Lin Fan staring at her, Qin Mengyao deliberately straightened her chest. Lin Fan just felt that the ball seemed to be about to jump out. He had never seen such a scene before. Unfortunately, he was still a novice. Damn it, this woman definitely did it on purpose. Young girls are alluring, young women are alluring, and this woman is both alluring and alluring. If there weren't so many people around, he really wanted to try her hand hard. Lin Jia looked at the dazed Lin Fan and suddenly felt jealous. Her figure and appearance were no worse than Qin Mangyao, but she didn't seduce Lin Fan as blatantly as Qin Mangyao. She thought for a moment, and a trace of determination flashed in her eyes. She couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Only by taking the initiative could she seize the initiative. She also straightened her proud chest, hugged Lin Fan's arm and rubbed against him. Chapter 36. No longer a novice. Lin Fan was so distracted by her bun that he had no desire to drink anymore. He just wanted to find a place to have a deep conversation with Lin Jia. Are you using this to test cadres? Which cadre can withstand such a test? This imported wine is so intoxicating. I'm already feeling dizzy after just one glass. Is the presidential suite upstairs still available? I'd like to rest for a while. Lin Fan made an excuse and prepared to slip away, as he was eagerly awaiting the touch of Tuanzi. Qin Mangyao was meticulous and knew what Lin Fan was thinking. She looked at Lin Jia beside Lin Fan with envy, her eyes full of jealousy. Brother, please follow me. No one has lived in the presidential suite since you left last time. Qin Mangyao brought Lin Fan to the presidential suite again. She affectionately took off Lin Fan's coat, and then reluctantly left the room. She was a very self-aware woman. She understood that her status was far from worthy of Lin Fan. She was very satisfied that Lin Fan could think of her occasionally. Lin Fan could also see what she was thinking and thanked her before leaving. Thank you for your hard work. I'll treat you to a meal alone next time. Lin Fan specifically emphasized that he wanted to treat her to a meal alone, and Qin Mangyao's beautiful eyes instantly lit up. Eating alone, does that mean their relationship is more than just friends? After Qin Mangyao left, Lin Fan didn't know how to start for a moment. Want some more drinks? Okay, fine. Outside the window is the beautiful night view of Yanqing. The large floor-to-ceiling windows of the presidential suite allow you to take in the beautiful scenery outside. Beautiful scenery and beautiful women are a perfect match. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel that being rich was really great. The goddess who was once high and mighty was now conquered by his financial ability. As a man and a woman were alone in a room, Lin Jia guessed what might happen next and couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Half an hour later, the two drank another bottle of red wine. Lin Jia, who was not good at drinking, became even more red in the face under the influence of alcohol. Lin Fan placed his hand on her leg, feeling the warmth from her leg. Her body instinctively trembled, and it was obvious that she was very nervous. Lin Fan asked in surprise. As a novice, he was also quite nervous. You've never had a date? No. Then let's try it? Lin Jia raised her head and looked at Lin Fan in a drunken state. It was the first time she saw Lin Fan at such a close distance, and she had the illusion of being in a trance. They were former college classmates and she thought they would never have any intersection again after graduation. Perhaps it was God's will that she met Lin Fan when she was most helpless. Lin Fan was like a beam of light, illuminating her world. She was afraid that this was only a momentary brilliance. At this moment, she wanted to catch this beam of light, the light that belonged to her. It's hot. Lin Jia felt increasingly hot inside, as if a fire was burning. She took off her coat and leaned lazily on the sofa, revealing her perfect curves in front of Lin Fan, with a pair of long, slender legs placed in front of him. Lin Fan swallowed unconsciously. As a novice, he felt his mouth was dry. He took another big sip of red wine. No one can bear such long legs. They are invincible when carried. Lin Fan gently pinched her long legs. Ah! Lin Jia cried out shyly. The feel is really good, the long legs feel so smooth, the feel of the ball must be so smooth. It's a bit hot indeed. I should take off my shirt too. Lin Fan's tone seemed to be negotiating, but in fact it was informing. Before Lin Jia could say anything, he took off his clothes. His perfect body was exposed to Lin Jia's sight. His 8-pack abs were too eye-catching. With such muscle lines and shoulder-width ratio, it was difficult to find such a perfect body in the gym. Women like Lin Fan's figure, which shows his masculinity, but unlike Zhang Lei, his muscles are so exaggerated. Just like men like women's figures, they both want something just right, not the bigger the better. I didn't expect you to be in such good shape. Do you exercise regularly? Fitness is part of my daily life. You are the first woman who appreciates my figure. You must be responsible. Can I touch it? Lin Jia's expression was like a drunkard seeing fine wine, and he couldn't move. Without waiting for Lin Fan's consent, Lin Jia stretched out a finger and rubbed his chest. So hard. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't stop her, Lin Jia became bolder. She touched Lin Fan's abdominal muscles again. The 8 well-defined abdominal muscles felt so good that she pinched them boldly. Lin Fan was being kneaded wantonly by her soft and boneless hands on his body, and he felt more and more itchy in his heart. Lin Fan grabbed her hand, pulled her into his arms, then turned over and pressed on her. The two looked into each other's eyes, and they could hear each other's breathing clearly. The girl under his chest felt warm and soft. Lin Fan could no longer control himself and kissed her on the lips. A few minutes later, the two separated reluctantly, and Lin Fan was about to take the next step. I haven't washed it yet, go wash it first. Lin Fan had to suppress his thoughts temporarily. He carried Lin Jia in a princess hug and walked into the bathroom. The bathroom in the presidential suite is spacious enough that two people don't feel crowded at all. When the two spoke frankly to each other, the suppressed desire was ignited again, and this time Lin Jia did not stop it. The two were inseparable in the bathroom. An hour later, Lin Jia collapsed on the ground exhausted, and Lin Fan was also very tired. With Lin Jia's help, Lin Fan finally got rid of the title of novice. Bite. Lin Jia's impression +1. The current favorability is full, and the counterattack mission is completed. 10 reinforcement points are awarded, and there are currently 18 reinforcement points remaining. Rewards 1 reputation point. Use reputation points now. Consume 1 reputation point to increase the recharge limit by 100, and the daily recharge limit is 700 yuan. View properties. Lin Fan, male. Age 25. Height 179 centimeters. Weight 67 kg. Appearance 7.7 points. Physique outstanding. Remaining reinforcement points 18. Skills acquired piano master. Skills acquired English master. Skills acquired Japanese master. Skills acquired chess master. Skill acquired fighting master. Suit thug perfect body. 1 Yen Wong card. Shenhao card daily recharge limit 700. Balance 11 million. Overall score 62. How come the score is only 62? Isn't it good enough? 62 points already have girls rushing to it. I can't imagine what the scene would be like if the score was 100. The system is currently issuing a limited time mission, The Richest Man in Yancheng. The mission will last for 1 year. Completing the mission will earn you generous rewards. Do you want to accept it? Is there any punishment for not completing it? No. Lin Fan felt that it would be better to be cautious. He was not sure how much assets he would need to become the richest man in Yancheng. Then take it. Accepted successfully, host can check the task progress at any time. Chapter 37 Gucci. The next morning, Lin Fan vaguely felt an extremely smooth little hand caressing his chest. How could he tolerate this? For disturbing someone's sweet sleep so early in the morning, Lin Fan immediately scolded her. After separating from Lin Jia, Lin Fan received a call from Jiang Ting. Lin Fan, are you free this afternoon? Remember what I told you last time? I want you to accompany me back to meet my parents today. Okay, I'll pack up and see you this afternoon. Lin Fan had experience in meeting parents at home, because when he was with Wang Jing before, he often went to Wang Jing's house to show his courtesy, buying things and giving them to her every time. However, in the end, he was still looked down upon by his family and asked for a sky-high price for the bride price. You can't go to someone's house empty-handed. Jiang Ting's parents have been in high positions for a long time and must be knowledgeable. What kind of gift would catch their eye? We only have one morning to prepare the gifts, so we have to hurry. He quickly searched the internet and was shocked by the result. Executive jacket plus Audi. Flying platform plus Huazi. PhD certificate plus real estate. Explosive ghost fire plus yellow hair. B ultrasound order plus arrogance. 70% of them chose the B ultrasound order plus arrogance, which Lin Fan never expected. Could it be played like this? With dyed blonde hair, an executive jacket, and an Audi, he carries a conference briefcase in one hand containing his doctoral degree, property ownership certificate, and ultrasound scans, and in the other, bottles of Maotai and Huazi. Doesn't that give him the right to be arrogant? None of these worked, as they didn't suit his temperament and style. After thinking about it for a long time, he couldn't figure it out. So he simply asked Jiang Ting directly about his parents' preferences. It would be wisest to prescribe the right medicine for the right condition. After asking, I learned that her father likes to study calligraphy and painting, her mother likes skincare, and her grandfather is not in good health, so they pay more attention to healthcare. This was easy. He called Mr. Su and explained his purpose. Mr. Su said that there happened to be an antique enthusiast in their chess association who had a lot of good stuff. He could take Lin Fan to see him. It's just that this person has a bit of an eccentric personality, so whether you can get him depends on your luck. Lin Fan came to Mr. Su's manor again. The security guard at the door already knew Lin Fan and let him in directly. Old Su should be feeding the fish in the fish pond at this time. Lin Fan went straight to the fish pond and saw the familiar figure there. Knowing that Mr. Su liked to drink tea, Lin Fan handed him 2 boxes of high-quality tea. Mr. Su, I'm sorry to bother you today. I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. Old Su took the tea from Lin Fan and took a look. Wow, it was the mother tree Dahonpo. He could even get this. This guy is not simple. Why are you being so polite? You are not allowed to bring anything to my house from now on. How come you also have a hobby of collecting antiques, calligraphy and paintings? Lin Fan explained. It's for someone else. Oh? For whom? Who is so lucky to have you give such a valuable gift? Jiang Chongsheng. Old Jiang? Lin Fan was not surprised at all that old Su knew Jiang Chongsheng. After all, he was once the richest man in Yanqing, and all the top people in Yanqing were on good terms with him. As the actual controller of Xuejuan Group, Jiang Chongsheng naturally had a very good relationship with old Su. What? Are you attracted to her daughter? Old Su saw through Lin Fan's purpose at a glance and said it directly. It is impossible for an arrogant person like Lin Fan to curry favor with Jiang Chongsheng. The only possibility is that he has taken a fancy to his only daughter. Lin Fan smiled awkwardly and admitted it generously. If you want antiques, calligraphy and paintings, most of what you can buy on the market are fakes. If you want to find the real good things, you have to visit one person, Gucci. This man is, as his name suggests, he is a loner and very strange. You have to be mentally prepared. It won't be easy to get treasures from him, and you may come back empty-handed. Old Su took Lin Fan around the city and finally stopped in front of a small alley, where the bad guy lived. After walking through the long and narrow alley, an ancient courtyard came into view. Mr. Su went forward and knocked on the door. Thump thump thump. An impatient voice came from inside the house. Don't knock, there's no one inside. No one is inside? Who is talking? This old man has a really strange temper. Old Su seemed to have long been accustomed to the old man's temper, and spoke patiently into the room. Lao Gu, it's me. Open the door quickly. I have something to discuss with you. Gucci inside the room replied unhappily. What good things can you have that make you miss all the treasures in my house? But he still came to open the door, and when he opened the door, he saw Mr. Su and a young man waiting at the door. Why did you bring people here? Don't you understand the rules here? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are the president. Upon hearing this, old Su smiled mysteriously. This young man is extraordinary. Who do you think he is? I'm too lazy to guess. I can't guess. You old man really have no patience at all. This is the Lin Fan I told you about. A while ago, the arrogant Xiao Rizi came to Yanqing and killed everyone. No one in the younger generation could compete with him until he showed up and killed Xiao Rizi without a single piece of armor left. His chess skills are superb. After listening to Mr. Su's introduction, Gucci looked at Lin Fan carefully. Then come in. Lin Fan and Mr. Su just stepped into the door of Gucci. Be careful, the floor tiles under your feet are from the Qing dynasty. Don't break them. Lin Fan's footsteps stopped awkwardly in mid-air, and he had no choice but to step over the ancient blue brick. When he came, he only heard Mr. Su say that this man had a strange personality and was difficult to deal with. Now he has finally seen it for himself. After entering the house, Gucci spoke again. You can sit on the sofa, but don't sit on that armchair, it's from the Ming dynasty. Lin Fan handed over 2 boxes of high-quality tea as usual, but the old man didn't even look at them. He just threw them on the table and then asked Lin Fan. Your chess skills are so good that they can easily beat Ziazizi. Could it be that you've reached the Grandmaster level? Lin Fan nodded. His chess skills were indeed at the master level. Great, come with me and vent my anger for me. I've been abused by the old man in the park for several days. Go and help me get back at him. Gucci grabbed Lin Fan's arm and was about to take him out, but old Su stopped him immediately upon seeing this. Lao Gu, I told you I came here today to discuss something with you. It's not too late to leave after I finish speaking. Hurry up and tell me, I'm in a hurry to go out. As long as you don't have any ideas about my baby, everything can be discussed. Mr. Su cut to the chase and told the full purpose of his trip. Upon hearing this, Gucci immediately let go of Lin Fan's arm and moved away from him. So you're here for my baby? I advise you to give up on this idea. Now that he was here, Lin Fan certainly wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal. I can buy it at a high price, hoping that Gugu will give up one of his many collections. Gucci's eyes rolled quickly, and then he unexpectedly agreed. Okay, I'll do it for old Su's sake. Chapter 38, The Destiny-Changing Needle. Gucci brought Lin Fan and old Su to a study room, which was filled with calligraphy and paintings. There were also many works of famous artists on the walls, and the one hanging in the center was an authentic work of Qi Baishe. Gucci opened the drawer and took out a pile of rolled-up calligraphy and paintings. He spread them out carefully. Pick one, pick any one and take it away. Lin Fan took a look and found that these were all modern imitations. Although the painting was good, this kind of paintings were not presentable as gifts. Isn't it a bit unfair of Gu Lao to use these paintings to fool me? Or do you only have these fakes and no real goods? After hearing what Lin Fan said, Gucci was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Who said that, kid? I'm going to open your eyes today. Gucci opened the drawer, took the key to open the safe, and took out an exquisite bamboo tube from it. Judging from his cautious attitude, this should be a good thing. Stinky boy, old Su, I'm going to open your eyes today. This is a huge bargain I spent 500,000 on. It's an authentic Tang Bohu painting. The previous owners sold it as a high-end imitation. I didn't expect that after I bought it and studied it, I found out that it is indeed an authentic Tang Bohu painting. The current market value is over 5 million. The scroll was opened, and on the rustic paper was a picture of a lady. Lin Fan also observed it carefully. The painting skills were indeed impeccable. Lin Fan listened to Gu Lao explaining to them the characteristics of Tang Bohu's paintings. Every aspect verified that the painting was indeed authentic. Gu Lao even took the painting to an auction house for appraisal. The auction price given at that time was about 5 million. He was reluctant to sell it and kept it as a treasure. Lin Fan was very satisfied with the painting. I want this painting. Gucci cursed immediately. Go away. I just wanted to show it to you, but you really think it's yours. I'll give you 6 million, if it's not enough, I'll give you more. I won't sell it no matter how much you offer. What if I can cure your spouse's disability? As soon as Lin Fan entered the door, he found an old woman in a wheelchair basking in the sun in the yard. Hearing her call him old man, Lin Fan guessed that she must be Gucci's wife. Gucci sneered. My wife's legs have been paralyzed for 10 years. I've visited hospitals all over the country, and not a single one has said they can save her. You're just too young to try to deceive me, an old man, with your outrageous words. What if I really healed you? If it really can cure it, I'll give you this painting for free. You said it, Mr. Su, please bear witness for me. I'm afraid some people will regret it later. You little bastard, my wife is my first love. I'm willing to do anything for her, let alone this mere painting. Okay, then it's a deal. System, I want to improve my medical level. What level does the host want to reach? At least professor level. Can professor level cure paralysis? No, you have to at least reach the level of a miracle doctor. Then upgrade to the level of miracle doctor. After deducting 10 enhancement points, the host's medical level will be upgraded to the level of a miracle doctor, and a bottle of miraculous rejuvenation pill will be given as a gift. Damn! System, you're too cruel. You actually deducted 10 reinforcement points. What exactly is this rejuvenating elixir? Lin Fan checked the efficacy of the pill and found only a simple line of text as an introduction. As long as the patient is still alive, the pill can be saved. Overbearing, this introduction is too overbearing. It is equivalent to having an extra life. This pill is simply a priceless treasure. Lin Fan instantly felt that the deduction of these 10 strengthening points was not a loss at all. Lin Fan and his group came to the yard. He squatted down to check the situation. No matter how Lin Fan stimulated the old lady's legs, she had no feeling. It should be the damage to the spinal nerves that caused the paralysis. The injury lasted too long and without treatment, the muscles have atrophied. Brother, I know you're an excellent chess player, but different professions are like different worlds. Practicing medicine and saving lives are two completely different things from chess. Do you even know any medical skills? Madame Gu's leg has been examined by many famous Chinese doctors, and none of them can help. Are you sure you can cure it? Seeing that Lin Fan spoke with confidence and clarity, old Su spoke curiously. Don't worry, Mr. Su. I, Lin Fan, never do anything without confidence. I am 90% sure I can cure the old lady's leg. Please get me a set of silver needles. The reason why Lin Fan was 90% sure that he could cure the disease was because the old lady's disability was one of the difficult and complicated diseases, and he happened to have a set of acupuncture treatments that had been lost in ancient times, called the heaven-defying fate-changing needle. Soon Gucci brought a set of silver needles for Lin Fan. Lin Fan opened the silver needles and inserted them into the old lady's lumbar spine. 1 stitch, 2 stitches. Lin Fan didn't stop until he had given her 18 injections. Feeling that, old lady? Yes, I feel a burning sensation on my waist. I haven't had this feeling for a long time. The old lady was so excited that even Gucci jumped up in surprise. Don't worry, there are still a few last stitches left. Lin Fan inserted 8 more needles into the old lady's legs. As the last needle fell, an invisible force spread throughout the old lady's body, and her damaged nerves were slowly recovering. About 10 minutes later, Lin Fan pulled out all the silver needles. Okay, I have repaired the old lady's damaged nerves. You can try to stand up now. Gucci still pinched the old lady's thigh doubtfully to test whether she had regained consciousness. Unexpectedly, he used too much force and the old lady kicked out in pain. Gucci couldn't avoid it and was kicked directly, leaving him lying on the ground. Oh, old woman, you still hit me so hard. Although Gula was blaming him, he was actually very happy. He was grinning from ear to ear. He carefully came to the old lady's side and helped her up from the wheelchair. Under everyone's expectant gaze, the old lady miraculously stood up. After standing for only a few seconds, the old lady sat down again due to exhaustion. The old lady has just recovered and needs to rest for a few months. I will prescribe some Chinese medicine for her later. You can get it yourself and boil it for her to drink. Okay, brother, you are really my savior. Whatever you say is what I will listen to you. Gucci changed his usual behavior, put away his mischievous mentality, and was very respectful to Lin Fan. He has such advanced medical skills at such a young age. This alone is worthy of Gucci's respect, not to mention that Lin Fan has given his wife a new life. Fortunately, I brought you here personally today, otherwise I would have missed out on a wonderful medical demonstration. I never expected that your medical skills would be so advanced. Mr. Su witnessed the miraculous recovery of a man who had been paralyzed for 10 years. He was so shocked that he couldn't describe it. You must make good friends with Lin Fan. Having a friend who is such a skilled doctor will provide an extra layer of protection for your health. Rich people pay great attention to maintenance. Chapter 39 Beating Wang Tang. Gucci pulled Lin Fan into the study again. This time he did not hesitate, but reluctantly put the scroll away and handed it to Lin Fan. A gentleman's word is as good as gold, and Gucci kept his promise. Lin Fan insisted on buying it at the market price, but he refused. His room is full of antiques, calligraphy and paintings, which are worth at least a small target. He can afford to give them away for just a few million. Lin Fan had no choice but to thank Gucci and promise to help him get back at the park next time. The goal had been achieved, so Lin Fan and old Su left Gucci's courtyard. He also had to prepare some other gifts. Jiang Ting's mother likes skin care, so he went to the Helena counter to buy some goods, and then bought a 100-year-old ginseng. After everything was ready, she went to meet Jiang Ting. Jiang Ting is still as charming as ever. Today she is wearing a light green windbreaker, and her black hair is quietly scattered on her shoulders. When the breeze blows, her hair dances in the wind, adding a bit of messy beauty to her. She stood quietly at the gate of her manor to greet Lin Fan, looking around from time to time, looking like a wife waiting for her husband to come home. As soon as they met, Jiang Ting naturally took his arm, looking like a little woman, and she said tentatively, Wang Tang, the second young master of the Wang family, came today to force a marriage. I just received the news. He is drinking tea with my father in the garden right now. You won't be angry, will you? Wang Tang? Then let me meet the second young master of the Wang family. Walking through the corridor, the garden of the manor comes into view, where various kinds of flowers are carefully cultivated. On the stone table in the middle of the garden, there is a tea set. In front of the tea table, an old man and a young boy are drinking tea. The young man picked up the teacup and took a sip. He seemed not very satisfied with the taste of the tea, so he spat out the tea in his mouth. Uncle, I came here today to discuss Ting Ting and I's marriage with you. My father said that as long as our two families are married, our Wang family will definitely not stand idly by when the Xuejuan group is in crisis. I'm not saying anything bad, but the taste of this tea is just average. I don't usually drink this kind of tea. This is a gift I brought to my uncle, 2 boxes of Mingqian Longjing. This tea is worthy of your status. Wang Teng's arrogant attitude made Zhang Changxing on the opposite side very dissatisfied. He had heard that Wang Teng was arrogant and disrespectful to his elders. When he saw him today, he found that the rumors were true. He suppressed the anger in his heart. Zhang Changsheng said with a hint of anger without even looking at the gifts he brought. Is what you just said what your father Wang Gang meant? Exactly. If Dingding comes with me today and stays at my house tonight, I'll transfer 50 million yuan immediately, and the crisis the Zhang family is facing will be resolved. You are taking this opportunity to blackmail me, Zhang Changsheng, and want me to sell my daughter for fame and fortune. I can't do that. Please leave. Uncle, please don't say such harsh words. We are all family from now on, so it is better to be harmonious and make money. Without the help of my Wang family, your Zhang family will probably have a hard time getting through this. Don't be so hasty to reject me. Think about the many employees in the group who need to eat, and think about the bank loans that need to be repaid. All of these will cost a lot of money. Please think about it carefully. I am waiting for your reply. Wang Tang looked determined to win, as if everything was under his control. Butler, please see us out. Zhang Changsheng ordered everyone to leave. Wang Tang laughed heartily. His goal for today had been achieved. He had no intention of staying any longer and stood up to leave. When he turned around, he saw a scene that made his blood boil. He saw the woman he had been thinking about day and night, walking towards him with a strange man, talking and laughing as they walked, and acting coquettishly from time to time. He took another closer look at Lin Fan. He saw that he was handsome and well-mannered, and that he looked like a gigolo. He was furious. Zhang Ting did all this on purpose for Wang Teng to see, just to make him give up this idea and completely give up the desire to be with her. Wang Teng was angry, and he growled like a roaring lion. Zhang Changsheng, what does this mean? You'd better give me an explanation. Bang! A loud slap landed directly on Wang Teng's face. Although Lin Fan only used 30% of his strength, the slap still caused blood to appear at the corner of Wang Teng's mouth. How can a rat like you call out your uncle's name so carelessly? I really don't know how your Wang family raised you. You have no manners at all. Wang Teng never thought that this gigolo whom he totally ignored would actually dare to attack him, and hit him so hard that his face was swollen with just one slap. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Wang Teng looked at Lin Fan with resentment. Okay, very good. No matter where you came from, no matter how you hooked up with this bitch, I want this hand of yours. Even Jesus can't hold it back. Bang! Another crisp slap, but this time it was on the other side of the face. Lin Fan felt that this was more symmetrical. This slap is because you don't respect women. I'm teaching you a lesson on your father's behalf. You bastard, I'm going to kill you, and you dare to replace my father. Wang Tang has always been the one bullying others since he was a child. He was flattered wherever he went and had never been bullied, let alone beaten. After Lin Fan slapped him twice, his rationality was completely thrown out of the window. He rushed to the table, picked up the tea set and threw it at Lin Fan and Zhang Ting. Go to hell, you little white face, and you shameless bitch, you cheated on me. Lin Fan hurriedly protected Zhang Ting behind him and let the flying tea set hit his back. After strengthening his body, Lin Fan was not afraid of this attack at all. It could not break his defense at all. The tea set hitting his body was like a tickle. Although he failed to cause any substantial harm to himself, he even did not let Zhang Ting go, which Lin Fan could not tolerate. You can hit me, but you can't hit my woman. This is Lin Fan's bottom line. You're courting death. You actually hit a woman. And you have this rotten mouth. You just lash out at everyone you catch. Are you what you call a troll? Lin Fan didn't wait for him to react and kicked him directly, hitting Wang Tong in the lower abdomen. Wang Tong screamed and flew into the air, landing 5 meters away. This kick was an angry attack from Lin Fan, and the force was naturally quite strong. Wang Tong, who was kicked, took a lot of effort to stand up. Wang Tong covered his stomach and said nothing, his face terribly gloomy. If his eyes could kill people, Lin Fan would have been cut into pieces by him long ago. After all, you can't hide the look in your eyes that wants to kill someone. Nonsense, stop it. Zhang Changsheng has spoken. If he doesn't speak up, Wang Tang will probably be crippled by Lin Fan, and it will be difficult to explain then. Zhang Changsheng began to look at the young man that Zhang Ting brought back. He had heard Zhang Ting say before that she had someone she liked. He thought that Zhang Ting was making up an excuse because she didn't like Wang Tong, and that Lin Fan was asked by Zhang Ting to cooperate with him in acting. Now it seems that this is not acting. After all, actors would not dare to use such heavy hands on the second young master of the Wang family. If he offended the second young master of the Wang family, he would be unable to move forward in Yanqing and would be severely retaliated. Even his Zhang family would have to be polite when facing the Wang family. After all, the Wang family is now in its heyday. Zhang Changsheng now has two choices. The first is to sever ties with Lin Fan and then hand him over to the Wang family for disposal. The second is to trust the young man in front of him and form a united front with him. Although Zhang Changsheng knew nothing about Lin Fan, based on his many years of experience in judging people, he was afraid that the young man in front of him was not simple. Knowing that the other party is the second young master of the Wang family, he still dares to use such heavy hands. He is either an idiot or he is not afraid of his Wang family. Obviously, the young man in front of him didn't seem like an idiot, so he might as well believe him this time. He had been unhappy with Wang Tong for a long time anyway, but he couldn't do anything to him because of his status. Now seeing Wang Tang being beaten up by Lin Fan, he felt extremely relieved. Chapter 40. You can tell it's a fake at first glance. Zhang Ting, look at what you've done. You dare to bring anyone back and cause such a big disaster. You're so bold. Zhang Changsheng seemed to be blaming him, but in fact he was praising him. Lin Fan's kick just now was so cool that it directly crippled the arrogant Wang Tang. Dad, this is the Lin Fan I told you about. He's an all-around genius who knows a lot, and most importantly, he'll help you vent your anger. Zhang Ting proudly introduced Lin Fan. I've long disliked Wang Tang. He has a few filthy rich girls everywhere. If I were to marry such a man, I would rather become a monk. Although the Zhang family is facing an economic crisis now, I believe there will always be a way to solve it. Zhang Changsheng sighed. He couldn't do such a thing as selling his daughter for fame and fortune. Now he could only take things one step at a time. Uncle, since this is our first meeting, I have brought you a small gift. It's a token of my appreciation. I heard you're a collector of calligraphy and paintings, so I just found one to give you. I hope you don't mind. Zhang Changsheng looked at the items that Lin Fan handed over without much emotion. What good could there be in something he just bought at the last minute? Looking at the packaging, it's only worth 3,000, no more. Any more would mean being ripped off. This is the experience he has accumulated over the years, and he rarely makes mistakes. Zhang Changsheng is an avid fan of calligraphy and painting, but he has long been disdainful of ordinary calligraphy and painting. His tastes are becoming more and more discerning. He doesn't believe that this strong and powerful young man in front of him can produce anything good. Although he didn't hold much hope for the item in Lin Fan's hand, he couldn't suppress his curiosity. It's enough for you to have this intention. Young people nowadays don't have a deep understanding of calligraphy and painting, so it's easy for people to take advantage of them. Zhang Changsheng's words were to remind Lin Fan that the calligraphy and paintings he bought were very likely fakes. Where did you find this? From the antique street, right? 80% of the stuff there is less than a month old, all freshly made. It's okay, just consider it a lesson learned. Lin Fan defended himself. I didn't buy it on the antique street. This painting of mine is different from others. It was given to me by an antique collector. He claimed that this painting is worth 5 million. Young man, being down to earth is the right path to success. I gave you a painting worth 5 million yuan. Did you save his life or his wife's life? Lin Fan was speechless. Zhang Changsheng, you are such a good guy. Can you please stop making random guesses? You guessed so accurately, how can I answer you? I don't know much about calligraphy and painting, but I heard the painter's surname is Tang. Tang what? Emperor Taizong of Tang? I think his name is Tang Yin. When Jiang Changsheng heard the name Tang Yin, he couldn't help but sneer. Tang Yin? Humph, you're just saying that without thinking. Do you know what Tang Yin represents? You're not from the art world, so you don't understand the weight of these two words. Let me put it this way, Tang Yin's works, even if you're lucky enough to see them live, can become a topic of conversation among friends, let alone owning them. Whoever can own an authentic Tang Yin work will see their status in the art world soar. Generally, known authentic Tang Yin works are collected by museums, and there are very few in private collections. Then if my uncle has an authentic Tang Yin painting, then he can kill people in the Yenqing antique circle. Not only in Yenqing, but also in the whole country, no one can stop me. As far as I know, there are no more than 2 big men in the country who privately collect authentic Tang Yin works. These 2 people are now the leading figures in the circle. Lin Fan slowly opened the scroll in his hand. The first thing that caught his eye was a portrait of a woman. The painting was exquisitely done, with a round and full face, which was in line with Tang Yin's painting style. Jiang Changshan was also staring at the painting. The moment he opened it, he began to carefully find fault with it, determined to find the problem with the painting. The painting is quite good, quite in the style of Tang Yin. If a replica can be done to this level, it's worth 2,000 to 3,000. It's not a big loss. Keep opening it. Lin Fan opened it a little more, and this time he could see more. Jiang Changsheng immediately moved closer so that he could observe it more closely. The colors are beautifully executed, with no trace of modern craftsmanship. The lines are also very natural, a single stroke of the brush, without the slightest pause. This clearly demands a great deal of skill. It seems the artist who copied it has reached the level of a master. The price of this painting will have to go up a bit, perhaps 10,000 or more. Lin Fan opened the scroll completely and spread it flat on the stone table so that he could appreciate the entire painting. Jiang Changsheng pushed Lin Fan aside and took out a magnifying glass from his pocket. He wanted to observe carefully and not miss any details. Because up to now, he has not found any flaws in the painting. If he continues like this, he will feel embarrassed. After all, he concluded that the painting was a fake as soon as he opened his mouth. If it is a fake, he will definitely be able to find flaws. This is what Jiang Changsheng thought. He was convinced that this painting was a replica and could not be the original. The main reason was that Lin Fan was an unknown person and his words carried little weight. If a big shot in the circle said that he had an authentic Tang Yin painting, Jiang Changsheng would not be so suspicious. Time passed minute by minute, and Jiang Changsheng still couldn't find any fault with the painting. Whether it was the painting skills, the use of colors, or the signature seal, they were all exactly the same as those in the museum's collection. Jiang Changsheng panicked and wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. He had just said shamelessly that this painting was a fake, but more than 10 minutes had passed, and he, a veteran with 20 years of experience in antiques, calligraphy and paintings, could not find any fault with the painting. Was he showing off too much? Now it was too late to end it. Jiang Changsheng thought of his old father, who was also an avid lover of calligraphy and painting. It was because of his father's influence that he became so obsessed with collecting calligraphy and paintings. It was just that his old father was old and had changed his career to healthcare, but he still had experience. Jiang Ting, go and invite your grandfather over. I want him to taste it with me. Jiang Changsheng learned his lesson this time. He didn't dare to ask his old father to fight against counterfeiting. Instead, he used a more elegant word, appreciation. Jiang Ting responded and walked into the house. Soon she came out supporting an old man with a white beard. The old man looked to be in his 80s. He had a goatee, wore a pair of reading glasses, and a zhongshan suit, looking like an old scholar. Father, here is a painting by Tang Yin. The painting is so exquisite that I can't find any faults after examining it for a long time. Please come and take a look. The old man with the goatee is named Zheng Chongshan. He was the one who founded the Xuejuan group, but now he has retired behind the scenes and is living a life of self-cultivation and healthcare. When Zheng Chongshan heard that it was Tang Yin's work, he immediately lost interest and said angrily, Tang Yin? How many times have I told you this? There's no Tang Yin in the world, and 9 out of 10 Tang Yins are fake. You're completely wasting my time practicing Tai Chi. Jiang Changsheng broke out in a sweat when he heard this. His old father was getting more and more stubborn as he got older, but he still tried to coax him. If you can find something wrong with this painting, I will get up at 6 every day to practice Tai Chi with you. Jiang Chongshan snorted coldly. I'll let you open your eyes today. Chapter 41. 100 million isn't expensive, right? Jiang Chongshan snatched the magnifying glass and held it tightly in his hand. His eyes were focused and sharp, as if he wanted to see through the scroll through the magnifying glass. He slowly moved the magnifying glass, carefully scanning every detail of the scroll. As time went by, his brows gradually furrowed, and his expression became more and more solemn. No matter which angle he looked at it from, the painting was breathtakingly perfect. The lines flowed naturally, the colors were vibrant and lifelike, and even the smallest brushstrokes were flawless. Jiang Chongshan pondered, could it be that I've been secluded in the mountains for too long, cut off from the world, that the art of forgery has become so advanced that it's indistinguishable from the real thing? The thought unsettled him. If that were the case, wouldn't all his years of research into ancient paintings have been in vain? But with years of experience and intuition, Jiang Chongshan felt that things were not that simple. The painting before him gave him an indescribable feeling, as if it hid some secret waiting for him to uncover. This painting is by no means an ordinary imitation. Imitations cannot be so real that they are indistinguishable from the real thing. Even if it is an imitation, it should be the work of a master. Jiang Chongshan put down the magnifying glass and asked after a long time, "Where did you get this painting?" Lin Fan answered first after hearing this. "This painting was given to me by a friend of mine, who's also a seasoned antique enthusiast. You might recognize him, but his name is Gucci. He's a rather eccentric person, and he treasures this painting like a treasure. I had to go through a lot of trouble to get him to part with it." Jiang Changsheng exclaimed in surprise when he heard Gucci's name. This weirdo was famous in the circle for having many treasures, but he was also famous for being unsociable and not giving face to anyone. "Master Gucci Gu? You actually know him? And you got this painting from him? This all sounds incredible. Let me call Gu to verify it." Jiang Changsheng took out his cell phone and made a call. "Hello, is this Gu Lao? I'm Chang Sheng. How are you these days? I'm bothering you today to ask if you've ever gifted a Tangyin scroll to a young man named Lin Fan." Gucci was accompanying his wife in rehabilitation training. Seeing that his wife's legs and feet were getting stronger and stronger, he was happy from the bottom of his heart. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Gucci's familiar, sarcastic voice came from the phone. "Do I need your permission, Jiang Changsheng, to give the painting to someone I want to give it to? I never thought that he would come to me to ask for the painting in order to give it to you, an old fellow. Humph, you got a great bargain this time. You know, that painting is a treasure that I have treasured for many years. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for the favor he has done me, even if someone offered 10 million to buy it from me, I might not agree. So, be sensible and don't embarrass him. I'm relieved when you say that. If you want to see my authentic Tangyin paintings, you can come to my manor anytime." Roll. Gucci hung up the phone angrily. Isn't this just rubbing salt into his wounds? After receiving Gucci's affirmative answer, Jiang Changshan laughed heartily. "I was wondering why neither my father nor I could find any fault with this painting. It turns out this is a genuine Tangyin work." Jiang Changsheng looked at Lin Fan again, his eyes had become clear and gentle. "Xiao Fan, I just confirmed with Master Gu that this painting is indeed from his hand. I love it very much, but it's too valuable." Jiang Changsheng pondered inwardly. He had indeed intended to splurge on this painting. However, reality struck him hard. The Jiang family's finances were already in dire straits, and they simply couldn't afford such a huge expense. To make matters worse, the bank would be knocking on their door tomorrow, demanding repayment of the loan, which undoubtedly exacerbated the already tense situation. Faced with this predicament, Jiang Changsheng felt unprecedented pressure and helplessness. On one hand, he had long cherished artwork, and on the other, the survival of his family business and its looming debt crisis. He had to make a difficult choice between the two. This once high-spirited and ambitious man now fell into deep distress. Jiang Changsheng's head started to ache when he thought of this, and he couldn't help but sigh. "Uncle, why are you sighing? I originally intended to give this painting to you. There's no need to measure it with money. In the eyes of enthusiasts, it's worth a fortune, but to me, it's just a piece of paper." Lin Fan was speaking the truth. He was not interested in these things. It would be more practical to strengthen himself. Jiang Changsheng appeared calm on the surface, but a huge wave was stirring in his heart. This was an authentic work by Tangyin, a painting that many people had dreamed of, and he had obtained it without any effort. His wish had been fulfilled. "Then I'll accept it. But since you hit Wang Tang today, he won't let it go. You have to be careful. He's a vindictive man. Uncle, don't worry. I just heard Wang Tang say that the bank will come to collect the loan tomorrow. What's going on? Jiang Changsheng waved his hand and said it was okay, he could handle it. At this time, he was still trying to be strong and refused to lose face in front of Lin Fan. Jiang Ting didn't care about that. She had long regarded Lin Fan as a family member, so she told him everything she knew. Tomorrow there's a 50 million yuan loan due. If I can't pay it back, the group's assets will be seized. My dad is really worried about this, so I agreed to let Wang Tang come to my house. 50 million? Just 50 million? Yes, it's only 50 million. When the group was prosperous, 50 million was just a drop in the bucket. But now it's different. 50 million is like a mountain, weighing down my father and making him breathless. After Lin Fan bought the house, his entire property plus the limit on his super rich card was about 25 million, which was still halfway. Although he could wait a few days and the super rich card would bring up the 25 million, the Jiang family couldn't afford to wait. The image of the once famous figure, Old Su, emerged in his mind. This former richest man in Yanqing, his wealth and status were staggering. Now that I think about it, for such a wealthy man, this little bit of money would be insignificant and he wouldn't even consider it. After all, the wealth that Old Su possessed was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people, and this little bit of money might just be a drop in the ocean for him. He secretly plotted a secret deal with the venerable Elder Su. He held in his hand an inestimably precious rejuvenating elixir, its value beyond measure. Legend has it that swallowing this elixir in a life or death situation grants an extra chance at life. This miraculous rejuvenating pill is a rare treasure produced by the system. It contains miraculous medicinal power that can bring people back to life and restore vitality. For anyone, such a treasure is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, now he had decided to trade it with Old Su. Perhaps it was because he believed that only through Old Su's connections and resources could the pill be used to its full potential, or perhaps he believed that cooperating with Old Su would bring him greater benefits and opportunities. He knew that this deal would cause a stir, but he also understood that only by taking risks could he gain unimaginable rewards. So, he picked up his phone without hesitation and called Mr. Su. On the phone, he introduced the miraculous effects of this magical pill to Mr. Su in detail and concisely. After hearing this, Old Su couldn't help but be shocked. If he hadn't witnessed Lin Fan's superb medical skills with his own eyes before, he would never have believed that there was such a miraculous elixir in the world. This pill is like a rare treasure. Its value is not fixed, but varies according to the circumstances of different people. For those who are extremely wealthy and rich enough to rival a country, such as Mr. Su, a big man who has endless wealth and resources, even if they spend an astonishing figure of 100 million to buy it, they will think it is worth the money. After all, to these wealthy people, money is just a number. However, the potential benefits brought by this pill are priceless and cannot be measured by money. Therefore, from this perspective, this pill is simply a pie in the sky for rich people like Mr. Su, making them feel satisfied. I'm willing to pay 100 million. Mr. Su was extremely excited and couldn't calm down for a long time. He spoke in a trembling voice. Lin Fan hadn't expected Old Su to be so generous, and he was wondering if the price was too high. When Mr. Su saw that Lin Fan had not responded, he thought that the price he offered was too low and quickly raised the price. Brother, you can't sell it to anyone else. I'll add a little more, another 100 million, or 200 million. You have to keep it for me. Then I'll give this magic weapon to Mr. Su. As for the price, let's just go with 100 million. Our friendship is worth at least 100 million. If each one was worth 100 million, then the entire bottle Lin Fan owned must have at least dozens of them. This meant he held billions of dollars in wealth. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. This was the first time in his life that he had experienced the pride and satisfaction that came with such abundant financial resources. At this moment, Lin Fan seemed to have reached the pinnacle of his life, his heart filled with confidence and heroism. Chapter 42. Are you worthy of trouble with my big brother? After the deal was done, 100 million yuan was immediately deposited into Lin Fan's Huaxia card. With the huge sum of money coming into his account, Lin Fan felt very proud. As the saying goes, if I am not arrogant, who will be? Jiang Ting, was that 50 million you just mentioned? You're such a fool. A mere 50 million could solve our current predicament. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had told me earlier, you wouldn't have made your uncle so anxious. Give me your card number and I'll transfer it to you right away. Zhang Ting looked at the 50 million yuan deposited into her bank card and didn't know what to say for a moment. This was 50 million yuan, not 5,000 yuan. How could he transfer it to me so easily and casually? Oh my god, she found that she was increasingly unable to understand Lin Fan. Who on earth was he to be able to freely control such a large amount of funds? Now, this sudden, enormous sum of money piqued Zhang Ting's curiosity about Lin Fan. She couldn't help but recall their past interactions, searching for clues. Lin Fan's words and actions were always so calm and composed, as if he had everything under control. Could he truly be the heir to a hidden family? Or perhaps the secret weapon of a business tycoon? Zhang Ting shook her head, trying to put these unrealistic conjectures out of her mind. She knew that no matter what Lin Fan's background was, the 50 million yuan had actually been transferred to her account. I will pay you back the money as soon as possible. Zhang Ting made up her mind to return the money as soon as possible. She didn't want Lin Fan to think that she was a profit-driven person. She simply liked Lin Fan. Zhang Changxing's eyes became softer as he looked at Lin Fan. It was the affection of an elder for a younger generation. His Zhang family had no sons, only a daughter, Zhang Ting. If Lin Fan was willing to marry into the family, he would most likely be a good son-in-law. I heard from Zhang Ting that you are also a member of the Shuejuan Group. I wonder if you are interested in joining the Shuejuan Group's board of directors. The Shuejuan Group is in need of talents like you. Actually, whether I join the Shuejuan Group or not doesn't really matter. As long as Zhang Ting is in the Shuejuan Group, I won't sit idly by if anything happens to the group. After receiving Lin Fan's affirmative answer, Zhang Changsheng did not continue to dwell on this issue. As long as Zhang Ting and Lin Fan continued to be together, Shuejuan Group would have an extra layer of protection. Wang Tong walked out of the Zhang family's gates dejectedly, like a defeated rooster. He was filled with a simmering anger that he couldn't swallow. After all, as the second young master of the Wang family, how could he have ever suffered such humiliation? The memory of Lin Fan pinning him to the ground, powerless to fight back, intensified his fury and gnashed his teeth. Damn it! Lin Fan, I wouldn't be a gentleman if I didn't take revenge. Wang Tang secretly swore that he would find an opportunity to teach Lin Fan a lesson and let him know how powerful he was. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He felt that he had lost all his face. If he couldn't save the situation, how could he survive in the martial arts world in the future? Wang Tang began to ponder how to deal with this formidable foe, Lin Fan. After careful consideration, he realized that he couldn't defeat Lin Fan on his own, but that didn't mean he was helpless. At this moment, a thought flashed through his mind: since he couldn't defeat Lin Fan himself, why not seek help from others? Suddenly, Wang Tang recalled a well-known gangster he once met. He seemed to have about 100 men under his command, and everyone called him Brother Dao. That's right. It was Brother Dao, the leader of the Small Knife Society. Brother Dao was renowned for his ruthlessness and cruelty, a notorious figure in the martial arts world. Thinking of this, Wang Tong pondered, if he could enlist Brother Dao's help, it would surely cause Lin Fan considerable trouble. After all, a ruthless character like Brother Dao often achieved immediate results when he intervened. In this way, defeating Lin Fan would no longer be a distant prospect. Wang Tang started calling Wang Yidao. He was determined to teach Lin Fan a severe lesson. Wang Yidao, help me cut someone down. I'll give you 100,000 yuan as a reward after the job is done. Wang Yidao's lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. Who has offended our Wang family's second young master? We live in a society ruled by law now, not an era of violence. Young Master Wang, asking me to stab someone is inappropriate, isn't it? Wang Tang thought that Wang Yidao was not satisfied with the price he offered, so he spoke in a sarcastic tone on purpose. I'll give you another 100,000. I want you to capture him and bring him to me. I want to destroy him myself. Make a deal. Wang Tang immediately started to ask someone to investigate Lin Fan's background information, sent the collected information to Wang Yidao, and then waited quietly for Wang Yidao to deliver the information to him. Wang Yidao looked at the folder he had just successfully received on his phone, his face filled with astonishment. It was full of detailed information about his good brother. He scanned the screen line by line with wide eyes, secretly groaning inwardly, isn't this the mysterious brother who beat me up the other day and then gave me $1 million? At this moment, Wang Yidao finally understood that the elder brother he revered was actually named Lin Fan. What shocked him even more was that the unfortunate Wang Tang had not only provoked Lin Fan, but had also had the absurd idea of dragging him into the water and making him his thug. Wishful thinking. Wang Yidao cursed secretly in his heart, there's no way this is going to happen. When he thought of the scene where he was beaten horribly by Lin Fan, he couldn't help but tremble all over, as if the unforgettable pain came back to his heart again. How dare someone set their sights on my eldest brother? Humph. If that's the case, then why not take advantage of the situation and take advantage of their strategy? Tell this to brother Lin Fan, and maybe we'll even achieve something great. He immediately called Lin Fan and told him everything about Wang Tong's plot. He thought Lin Fan would definitely praise him, but the result was completely unexpected. He was greeted with a barrage of scolding from Lin Fan. It turned out that Lin Fan had clearly warned him long before not to do anything that was against the will of heaven and morality. But now he was being clever and trying to gain credit and reward by informing on others. Isn't this knowingly committing a crime? Well, call Wang Tong and ask him to come out. Tell him that the matter has been done and ask him to come and seek revenge. This potential threat must be eliminated. Such people are like poisonous snakes in the dark, ready to bite people hard at any time. Wang Tang had just finished bandaging the hideous wound on his body, and before he could even catch his breath, he heard a rapid ringing of his cell phone. He frowned and muttered to himself, who would call it this time? With some doubts and dissatisfaction, Wang Tang still picked up the phone. When Wang Tang saw the caller's name displayed on the screen, his eyes instantly became sharp. It was Wang Yidao. After the call was connected, Wang Yidao's flattering voice came, Master Wang, it's done. I completed the task you assigned me so quickly, isn't it impressive? Wang Tang's mouth curled up slightly, and his tone revealed a hint of satisfaction. Well done, you are worthy of being someone I value. However, deep down, Wang Tang had already thought of dozens of extremely cruel methods of revenge. These thoughts lingered in his mind like a demon, making him look forward to the upcoming revenge. At this moment, Wang Tang was like a dormant beast, quietly waiting for the perfect opportunity. Once the time was right, he would unleash his meticulously planned revenge plan without hesitation, making those who had hurt him pay a heavy price. Chapter 43, Fell into my hands again? The place Wang Yidao agreed to meet was located in a desolate area, on a narrow path rarely visited by people. This place was quiet and peaceful, far away from the hustle and bustle of the world, and there was no one around. It was truly a perfect place to strike a blow. Wang Yidao was already familiar with this kind of thing. After all, he had done similar things many times before. Lin Fan led the group to the agreed location ahead of time and quietly set up an ambush. They hid in the bushes on both sides of the road, holding their breath and waiting for Wang Tong to fall into the trap. Time passed minute by minute, and about 10 minutes later, Lin Fan saw two cars speeding towards him from afar. He comes so quickly. Lin Fan muttered to himself, looking at the situation. Wang Tang must be full of anger and can't wait to find someone to vent it. It's a pity that he never thought that he was walking step by step into the trap we carefully set. Thinking of this, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile slyly. The car parked steadily and firmly at the side of the road, near the river. The door slowly opened, and Wang Tong, carefully supported by his younger brothers, struggled to get out. He stumbled and limped, clearly seriously injured, but his eyes were still filled with vigilance and curiosity. Wang Tang looked around and swept his eyes over the people in front of him. Sure enough, he saw familiar faces such as Wang Yidao, but the only key figure missing was Lin Fan. Confused and dissatisfied, Wang Tang questioned, "Didn't you promise me that everything was done properly? Then why can't I see Lin Fan now?" Facing Wang Tang's questioning, Wang Yidao raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile. "Master Wang, you are still so anxious. Don't worry, I have brought the person you were looking for, but now you need to wait a little. Let me invite him out." Hearing the words "please come out," Wang Tang couldn't help but feel a strange feeling. Addressing a prisoner with the word "please" was truly baffling. For a moment, he couldn't fathom Wang Yidao's intentions, secretly wondering what the other party was up to. Wang Tang widened his eyes and stared at Wang Yidao without blinking, trying to find some flaws or clues through his seemingly calm face and calm tone of voice. But Wang Yidao showed extraordinary calmness and composure at this moment, as if everything was under his control. This confident attitude made Wang Tang even more uneasy. Just as Wang Tang was getting anxious, the crowded crowd suddenly parted, leaving a narrow passage. Lin Fan, with a sarcastic smile on his face, walked out of it in a grand and dignified manner. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a bone-chilling smile. He looked just like a hungry wolf staring intently at its prey. Wang Tong and said, "Oh, my lord, I never thought we'd meet again so soon. A nobody like me, I'm so humbled to have the honor of receiving such care from you. I just don't know why you've brought such a large group of people with you. Are you planning to attack me? Stop rambling. I'll make things difficult for you later. Wang Yidao, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and tie him up and hand him over to me. Remember, make sure you tie him up tightly. Wang Tang had already been frightened and terrified by Lin Fan's beating. Even though he was now surrounded by 2 cars of men to support him, he still couldn't muster up the courage to capture Lin Fan himself. Wang Yidao seemed not to hear Wang Tang's order. He slowly took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep breath, and then spoke slowly. You're just trying to cause trouble for my big brother? Do you think you can be so arrogant and domineering just because you have a little money? How ridiculous. Sorry, I forgot to tell you something. The person you want to use a knife on happens to be my big brother. I can only say that you have terrible luck. You actually provoked my big brother without knowing the consequences. After hearing this, Wang Tang was completely stunned. I've never heard anyone mention that you, Wang Yidao, have an older brother. You've always been a maverick, known for being unruly. If anyone dares to cross you, you'll just kill them without a word. How come an older brother suddenly appears? It certainly wasn't there before, but it is now. The only person who can truly convince me, Wang Yidao, is my eldest brother. If you mess with my eldest brother today, it's the same as messing with me, Wang Yidao. If you know what's good for you, quickly tell me how to resolve this matter. Before Wang Yidao finished speaking, the younger brothers behind him took a step forward in unison, putting tremendous pressure on Wang Tang. Seeing that the situation was not good, Wang Tang secretly thought of a way to escape and quickly waved his hand to signal his men to prepare for retreat. However, what he did not expect was that the group of brothers who had been lurking in the bushes suddenly rushed out like a tide, blocking their retreat in an instant. Wang Tang knew that he was going to fail today. He was defeated by the same person twice in one day. Wang Tang felt very desperate. Could it be that this person was born to be his nemesis? Always leave a way out so we can meet again in the future. You, Wang Yidao, are a big shot in the underworld. I am your employer after all. You must abide by the rules of the underworld and cannot attack your employer. Otherwise, you will become a rat crossing the street, and everyone will shout and beat you. Wang Tang's move was quite clever. He first put a big hat on Wang Yidao so that he wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Excuse me, I, Wang Yidao, will be retiring from the martial arts world. From now on, I will only obey my elder brother's orders. I will kill whoever my elder brother tells me to. Wang Tang's face was ashen as death. Looking at the expressionless Lin Fan, he knew that he was doomed today. Lin Fan was angry with him because of Jiang Ting. He could start from this aspect. If you let me go, I won't cause any more trouble for the Jiang family, nor will I have any plans for Jiang Ting. I only went to find Jiang Ting because of family pressure. Although Jiang Ting is a beauty, the women I've played with are no worse than her. If you don't believe me, just look at me. I have the video as proof. Wang Tang smiled mysteriously, gently opened his phone, and carefully handed it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan took the phone curiously, and when he saw the content on the screen, his eyes widened. The phone was full of videos of Wang Tang having intimate encounters with various beauties. Lin Fan was secretly surprised. I didn't expect Wang Tang to have such a peculiar habit, even recording these private moments as a souvenir. He casually glanced at the videos and quickly closed his phone. However, at this moment, Lin Fan suddenly revealed a sly smile, and a brilliant idea flashed through his mind. He tightly grasped Wang Tang's phone, opened the album without hesitation, and selected one of the most exciting and thrilling video clips. Then, Lin Fan expertly clicked the share button and posted the video to Wang Tang's WeChat moments. Furthermore, Lin Fan carefully selected a moment that best showcased Wang Tang's manliness as the cover, adding a provocative caption, "Do you think I'm awesome?" After doing all this, Lin Fan looked at his masterpiece with pride, as if he had already foreseen the uproar that was about to be caused. At this moment, Wang Tang was still unaware of what was waiting for him. Chapter 44 My son Wang Tang is going to be ruined. After doing all this, Lin Fan returned the phone to Wang Tang and warned him that he would not let him off easily if he did it again. Wang Tang was let go by Lin Fan just like that. He walked while thinking, he let me go so easily. It's a bit unrealistic. It doesn't seem like his style. The ferocity with which he beat me last time is still fresh in his memory. He was already prepared to get another cast, but he didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly. Without thinking too much, he ordered his minions to retreat quickly, fearing that Lin Fan would regret it if he was a step late. Brother, are you just going to let him go like this? He won't learn his lesson if you don't charge him some interest. Lin Fan smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, someone will take care of him for us, and the one who does it will be even more ruthless than us. Who is Wang Teng? He is the second son of the Wang family. There is probably no other second-generation rich man like him in the whole Yancheng. His circle of friends are all people from the upper class. As soon as the explosive short video was released, it caused a huge sensation, comparable to a large-scale melon eating scene. This Wang Teng is such a tough guy, he dares to post anything on WeChat Moments. Like first, then watch. Develop a good habit. Wang Teng is not a bad girl. She's very pretty. It turns out that the young master of the Wang family also likes to carry his legs. This coincides with my opinion. Great minds think alike. I envy young Master Wang every day. Isn't this the slightly famous internet celebrity Sasha from Yancheng? Last time, someone swiped 10 carnivals and still couldn't get a date. Young Master Wang is awesome. In just over 10 minutes, Wang Teng's circle of friends exploded. Wang Teng, who was already a playboy, became even more famous. The female anchor, Sasha, watched the disgusting video playing in front of her, her face turned blue with anger and she was shaking all over. She originally thought that she had hooked a rich husband and could live a rich life from then on. But she never expected that instead of catching a rich husband, she caught a landmine. Now, because this video has been exposed, Sasha Eskild is demanding that she pay a penalty of up to 3 million yuan for breach of contract, otherwise they will take her to court. This was undoubtedly a nightmare for Sasha, as she simply could not afford such a huge amount of compensation. At this moment, Sasha's heart was filled with anger and resentment, and she hated the man named Wang Teng. Recalling the day when they played poker together, Sasha tried her best to dissuade Wang Teng from filming the video, for fear that the private content would be leaked. But who could have expected that Wang Teng would be so generous? Not only did he take the video, he even shared it on his circle of friends without hesitation, allowing everyone to see this shameful video. The more Sasha thought about it, the angrier she became. She really wished she could tear Wang Teng into pieces with her own hands to relieve the hatred in her heart. However, the reality was cruel. Faced with the current predicament, Sasha felt helpless and frustrated. The other party was a rich and powerful young man, so how could a small anchor like her compete with him? Wang Teng, who was running for his life, was suddenly attracted by the ringing of a phone. He picked up the phone and saw that it was his elder brother calling. Wang Teng usually acts arrogantly outside, but he still respects his elder brother very much. His father trained him to be the successor of the Wang Group, and his status is far above Wang Teng. He can cut off his pocket money with just one word. If someone else called, Wang Teng would definitely refuse the call, but he had to answer his elder brother's call even if he was playing poker. "Brother, what do you want from me so late at night?" Wang Su's furious voice came from the other end of the phone. "Where the hell have you been? Look at what you've done. You've brought shame upon our Wang family, you useless piece of shit." Wang Teng didn't know why Wang Su was so angry. He went over the bad things he had done recently in his mind. It seemed that he had not thought that he had done anything out of line. Not only did he not bully others, but he was beaten up instead. It was unlucky just thinking about it. He must not let his elder brother know about the beating. "What's going on, brother? I'm not messing around. I've been behaving myself lately. Look at the stupid thing you did. What did you post on your Moments? Circle of friends?" "I didn't T-post on WeChat Moments." Wang Teng was confused. He opened a certain message to find out what was going on, but found that his account had been blocked because it was related to pornography. "How did I get involved in pornography?" "I didn't do anything." Wang Teng looked aggrieved. "Brother, what happened?" "My WeChat account was blocked due to violations." Wang Su's unquestionable voice came from the other end of the phone. "No matter what you are doing now, return to the Wang family compound immediately. My father and I are waiting for you in the study." Wang Teng felt a chill down his spine. His elder brother and father were both there, and this was the first time he had seen such a grand scene. When he thought of his father Wang Zhenhai, he couldn't help but shudder. He was an existence more terrifying than his eldest brother. He was the actual controller of the Wang Group. No one in the entire Wang family dared to disobey him. Even his eldest brother obeyed his father's orders. Wang Teng rushed to the Wang family compound in a hurry. He had already prepared for the worst. The worst that could happen was that he would be put in solitary confinement by his father. As soon as he stepped into the study, Wang Teng saw Wang Zhenhai sitting on the armchair. He stared at Wang Teng without saying a word, and the air seemed to be filled with gunpowder. After a long time, Wang Junhai slowly uttered two words. Kneel. The two short words carried an irresistible majesty. With a thud, Wang Tang knelt down without hesitation. Dad, I was wrong. No matter what, Wang Tang just had to admit his mistake first. At this time, Wang Su showed Wang Tang the video that was circulating wildly on WeChat Moments. It was the video he had just shown to Lin Fan. Oh no, Wang Tang finally understood what was going on. He was tricked by this guy. Damn it. Dad, listen to my explanation. My phone was hacked just now. I didn't post this video. Big brother, you have to believe me. Although my private life is a bit messy, I would never do such an outrageous thing. Please speak up for me. Wang Su shook his head. It was too late now. Although the video had been removed, because the protagonist of the video was Yu, Wang Tong, the second young master of the Wang family, this matter had begun to spread. Wang Su said he could not help and told her to fend for herself. Wang Junhai was so angry when he saw his son who was so disappointed with him. Use all your connections to find this female anchor, Shasha, and then pay her to deny that she is not Wang Tong and just looks like Wang Tong. Wang Su agreed with his father Wang Junhai's views. Yes, that's what I think too. We should suppress public opinion first, and then settle accounts with the person who spread the rumor. It's obvious that my second brother has been tricked. We must not let this person off lightly. Wang Tang will be put in solitary confinement for a month. Anyone who dares to release him will be punished as well. Wang Junhai's words directly determined Wang Tang's life for the next month. He did not dare to resist his father's decision and had to blame everything on Lin Fan. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Wang Tang swore that he would not be a gentleman if he did not avenge this. Chapter 45 Check-in to the Big Villa. On the way back, Lin Fan received a message from Jiang Ting, which was about the pornographic incident in Wang Tang's circle of friends. She said that Wang Tang should be quiet for a while and will not cause trouble for you. What Jiang Ting didn't know was that Wang Tang had actually come to settle the score with Lin Fan a long time ago, but he ended up losing more than he gained. Now Wang Tang was put in solitary confinement, and it would be a month before he was released. Lin Jia arrived at the sales office early this morning, with only one thing on her mind: handling the necessary paperwork for Lin Fan's villa. Ever since that intimate encounter with Lin Fan, she'd become increasingly concerned about it, as if it weren't just a job, but an emotional investment. Although Lin Fan had never formally pursued her, in Lin Jia's heart, she had long considered herself his. This silent recognition made her extra focused and attentive in handling every detail. After a busy day, as night fell, all matters were finally settled. Lin Jia breathed a sigh of relief and called Lin Fan. Lin Fan, everything has been arranged. You can move into the villa tonight. I'm waiting for you at the door now. When she said this, her voice unconsciously lowered, and her mind began to imagine that she might spend tonight with Lin Fan again, and a shy blush instantly appeared on her cheeks. Lin Jia was feeling both excited and nervous at the moment. She couldn't help but bite her lip softly, secretly praying that she could spend a wonderful and unforgettable time with Lin Fan tonight. Lin Fan was worried about having nowhere to stay tonight. When he received Lin Jia's call, he drove directly to the agreed location without any hesitation. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Fan arrived at his destination. From a distance, he saw a graceful figure waiting at the door of the villa. When she saw Lin Fan park the car, she immediately came to greet him. Lin Jia said jokingly, "Welcome home, valued owner." Lin Jia held Lin Fan's arm intimately, looking like a young couple. There were so many women coveting such an outstanding man like Lin Fan. She wished she could lock Lin Fan up in the big villa forever and not let him go out. This Porsche 718 sports car is a free gift when you buy a villa. I saw you like green, so I took the liberty of choosing a green one for you. I've parked it in the garage for you. Here are the keys. Lin Jia handed the sports car key to Lin Fan, but Lin Fan did not reach out to take it. He never had too many cars. As his horizons broadened and his funds became more abundant, he was not very interested in a car that could be purchased with a recharge of 100. It would be better to do a favor and give it directly to Lin Jia. After all, there is no girl who doesn't like a sports car. This is not my car, it's your car, you keep the keys. Lin Jia was a little dizzy from this sudden happiness. This was a sports car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it was given to her like that. She felt more and more that playing poker with Lin Fan was not wrong, and even felt that she was not unrestrained enough. If it's okay tonight, then I have to work harder. The villa's gate slowly opened, and Lin Fan stepped inside with great anticipation. Upon entering, he was deeply shocked by what he saw. The villa's decoration was simply extravagant. Every detail showcased the owner's taste in wealth, making it feel like being in a palace. Lin Fan strolled through the spacious and bright hall, and everything he saw was magnificent. A gorgeous crystal chandelier hung in the center of the ceiling, illuminating the entire space with dazzling light. The walls were covered with exquisite wallpaper painted with delicate and elegant patterns. The floor was covered with thick plush carpets, which felt soft and comfortable to the feet, making people want to walk barefoot. The furniture in the living room is even more exquisite. The sofa, coffee table, etc. are all made of top-grade materials, with a smooth and delicate feel without losing texture. The dining area is furnished with a set of luxurious solid wood dining tables and chairs, exuding a simple and solemn atmosphere. The villa also features multiple bedrooms, a study, an entertainment room, and other functional areas. Each room is uniquely furnished, yet complements each other beautifully. It's worth noting that despite weekly housekeeping, the villa remains exceptionally clean and spotless, a truly remarkable achievement. Shouldn't such a large villa be equipped with a butler? Lin Fan asked. Butlers, chefs, and cleaners are all hired by the owner himself. How about I help you find one someday? No need, I have a choice. Lin Fan suddenly thought of someone. That was Lily. Although this woman was materialistic, she was still very efficient in getting things done. He called Lily. As soon as the phone was connected, Lily's attentive fake smile was heard. Brother, you finally remembered me. You haven't contacted me for so long. Did you pick up a new partner? I tell you, no way. I am your professional errand boy. Lin Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. He just casually said that Lily was his errand boy, but he didn't expect this woman to take it so seriously. Would you like me to introduce you to a job? What kind of job? I'm not going to deliver food. I'm just running errands for you. My villa is in need of a housekeeper who can cook. I wonder if you are interested. Go. I'll come to work tomorrow. It is definitely a great honor to be invited by Lin Fan to be his housekeeper. It's just cooking. I'll take you upstairs to rest. Lin Fan nodded. He was indeed a little tired after a busy day. It's getting late, you can rest here today. Lin Jia was waiting for this sentence. If Lin Fan didn't ask her to stay, she would find an excuse not to go home after dark. This is the attitude that the goddess in the minds of ordinary men displays in front of the rich, so passionate and proactive. She smiled softly, her red lips parted, and then gently reached out to remove Lin Fan's coat. As the coat slipped off, Lin Fan's well-defined muscles were revealed, as flawless as a sculpture. The body in front of me exudes a strong masculine charm, as if every muscle contains endless power. She couldn't help but widen her eyes, her throat rolled unconsciously, and she swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At this moment, her eyes were completely captivated by Lin Fan, unable to extricate herself. His broad shoulders, strong chest, and slender, powerful legs all made her yearn for him. Such a nearly perfect figure is simply a masterpiece of God. How lucky I am to have met such a great man. Lin Jia reached out and touched Lin Fan's chest muscles, her fingers constantly drawing circles on his chest, full of teasing. How could Lin Fan bear it any longer? He was about to whip her, but he didn't expect Lin Jia to stop him suddenly. She leaned over and whispered in Lin Fan's ear. Chapter 46 Live Cashback Card. I'll make the move today. This is what Lin Jia said in Lin Fan's ear. He didn't expect that she would take the initiative. Half an hour later, Lin Jia collapsed from exhaustion. This was much more tiring than doing yoga. As expected, the road to success is always difficult. Afterwards, the tired Lin Jia fell into a deep sleep, but Lin Fan couldn't fall asleep for a while. He turned on a certain audio live broadcast. He hadn't watched a live broadcast for a long time, and he didn't know if Zhang Lei was slacking off. It is Zhang Lei's live broadcast time now. He is playing PK in the live broadcast room. The other party is also a host of the same type, named Fitness Xiaowei, but his popularity is obviously much stronger than that of Zhang Lei, the new host. As a result, Zhang Lei was suppressed by the opponent and his health bar was almost depleted. This time, Zhang Lei only had a few small gifts with a value of less than 100, while the opponent's gifts were worth almost 10,000. The gap in strength was so huge that there was no chance of winning at all. Is there any big brother out there who could be so kind as to help me out? Please help me lower my health. Even if I lose the game, I can't lose too badly. Zhang Lei shouted at the top of his lungs, but to little effect, only a few scattered little stars came out. At this moment, he couldn't help but think to himself, oh, if only my incredibly powerful big brother from Ordinary Road were here. With his abilities, he'd be able to beat the crap out of his opponent in a matter of minutes. As if sensing Zhang Lei's inner piety and desire, God finally opened his eyes. The Ordinary Road that he had been thinking about day and night actually walked into the live broadcast room. Welcome my Ordinary Road big brother to the live broadcast room. Zhang Lei shouted excitedly, his voice trembling. Why are you still playing PK? Lin Fan asked, puzzled. Wasn't this guy's original intention to get into fitness and become his disciple? How did he stray from the internet? Could he have been blinded by money? This was something Lin Fan didn't want to see. Brother, you misunderstood. I participated in a popularity contest and had to compete. If I could get a good ranking, I would get official traffic support. You don't know that since you left, my live broadcast room has been in the single digits. I have no choice but to do this. After hearing the other party's explanation, Lin Fan finally felt relieved. Although he had not yet recruited Zhang Lei into his team, he already regarded him as his own. He certainly did not want him to go astray. Keeping the original intention was the most valuable. Currently, Zhang Lei only has 128 votes, while the other party has 10,800 votes. Lin Fan threw out 2 rockets without hesitation, crushing the health bar. The PK was only 1 minute away from ending. The opposing anchor originally thought that he had secured victory, but unexpectedly, Chang Yaojin appeared out of nowhere and was about to strike hard at the critical moment. Oh no, brothers, the other side is trying to steal the tower. Everyone should support with a little heart, and the strong big brother should use the rocket to fly. Fitness player Xiaowei shouted wildly in the last few tens of seconds. His canvassing was obviously much more effective than Zhang Lei's. In just these 10 seconds, the opponent launched 2 more rockets. Fitness Xiaowei's votes have reached 31,000, while Zhang Lei's is only around 20,200. In terms of ranking, Zhang Lei is currently at 823rd and the other party is at 768th. The ranking must be in the top 100 to obtain traffic support. The higher the ranking, the greater the support. You want to beat me? That's impossible. I'll show you what cruelty is. Lin Fan muttered to himself. He was ready to go straight to the carnival and give the opponent a critical hit. Bite. Detecting that the host has a strong desire for PK, this system specially rewards a live broadcast cashback card, which will return 10% of the amount swiped out every day, and the remaining funds in the card are 100 trillion. Is there such a good thing? Spend 10,000 and get 1,000 back. Spend 100,000 and get 10,000 back. Let's try spending 100,000 first. One carnival costs 3,000, so just do 30 of them first. Zhang Lei, already disheartened and ready to give up, was completely stunned by this sudden carnival feast and was completely overwhelmed. In just 30 carnivals, like a torrential downpour, the vote count instantly soared to a staggering 900,000. Such a huge advantage left his opponent with no chance of a comeback. Barely 10 seconds had passed, and the outcome was clear. Zhang Lei had won the PK with an overwhelming majority of votes. His ranking had skyrocketed, leaping from over 800th to 88th, successfully entering the top 100. Lin Fan's level at this time has reached level 35, which is considered the level of a small local tycoon. The highest level on the platform is only level 70, and there are only 2 level 70 players on the entire platform, and they are said to be guild accounts. Thank you, brother Pingfanshilu, for helping me win this PK. I, Zhang Lei, really have no way to repay you. Without your support, I'm afraid I would not have been able to get to this point. I wonder if you are from Yancheng, brother? Zhang Lei asked expectantly. Yes, that's right. Lin Fan answered briefly and decisively. After receiving such a clear answer from Lin Fan, Zhang Lei was ecstatic. He had never expected that this mysterious and powerful elder brother would actually live in the same city as him. This coincidence made him feel incredibly lucky and excited, so he immediately extended a warm invitation to Lin Fan. That's great. Since we're in the same place, why don't we go out for a late-night snack together? That way, I'll have the opportunity to express my gratitude to you in person and take the opportunity to properly admire your demeanor. I hope you won't think I'm being too presumptuous. Okay, let's chat privately later. Lin Fan left the live broadcast room after leaving these words. He now had to race against time to brush. After all, the more he brushed, the more he would get back. He accepted the task of becoming the richest man in Yenching, but it was time limited. He also knew that he had completely offended the Wang family this time, and the Wang family would definitely not let it go. Sooner or later, they would confront him head-on. He had to race against time to make money so that he could face the storm calmly. Lin Fan came to the live broadcast square and casually browsed the live broadcast room. He was not just browsing mindlessly, he had his own little thoughts. He wants to find a good-looking anchor, give her the rewards, and complete a counterattack mission at the same time. Wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? Lin Fan entered the live broadcast room of a sweet girl. Her appearance is definitely above 90 points. I heard that the beauty filter of TikTok is very powerful. I wonder if it can get 90 points without turning off the beauty filter. This was a small anchor with only about 50 people online. Lin Fan threw a rocket, which directly blew up the anchor and made him scream. Thanks to my brother for sending me the rocket. It's the first time that a level 35 big brother has come to my live broadcast room. It really makes my live broadcast room shine. He is a talented anchor and can dance for him. Lin Fan was not interested in dancing, and just asked the anchor a question casually. This question put the young anchor in a dilemma. Chapter 47. Can I turn off the beauty filter? Lin Fan's request was, can you turn off the beauty filter? The host on the other side was immediately caught in a dilemma. Where could she find someone like him who could give her a carnival? She had been streaming for 3 months and this was the first time she had received such a large gift. If the big brother is not satisfied, then he will probably leave the live broadcast room without hesitation. However, if the beauty function is turned off, will the big brother immediately get angry and curse? After all, she was very clear about her true appearance without beauty filters. Her looks could only be rated 65 points at best, which was far from her eldest brother's standard and could not attract his attention or love at all. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel nervous and uneasy. Should it be closed or not? While the young anchor was still hesitating, Lin Fan gave her another carnival. It was this carnival that made the anchor make up his mind to turn off the beauty filter. She decided to go all out. The big brother had spent 2 carnivals on a gift worth 6,000 yuan just to see her true appearance. She felt guilty if he couldn't even fulfill this small request. The female anchor bit her lip and made up her mind. I'll turn off the beauty filter right now. I'll only do it for a minute. I'm only doing this for brother Pingfan's sake. Netizens urged. Stop wasting time, okay? Turn off the beauty filter. Big brother lets you lock it up because he thinks highly of you. Can you be quicker? My brother is still waiting. Is it possible that I can't see anyone without turning off the beauty filter? Otherwise, why would I not dare to turn it off? I heard that the beauty filter on Douyin is super powerful. Even a face full of pockmarks can be transformed into a delicate and fair-skinned fairy in seconds after using the beauty filter. I wonder if this is the case with the anchor. The female anchor looked at the message on the public screen, her heart beat faster. She was ready for her brother to run away overnight. She tapped the screen lightly and turned off the beauty filter. Only then did Lin Fan see the host's original appearance. It was completely different from her appearance after beauty filters. After beauty filters, she had a melon-shaped face, but without beauty filters, she had a big round face. Her eyes also changed from big eyes to small eyes. If you look closely, you can see white spots on her cheeks, which means she has powder stuck on her face. After the female anchor revealed her true face, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately became excited. Holy crap! Is this still the anchor I know? He's completely different. The pig demon has revealed its true form. So this is what the anchor looks like. I've been following her and even sent her a lot of little stars. This is a blatant deception. Host, you have to compensate me for my little star. The female anchor looked at the enraged audience, feeling panicked and helpless. As the situation spiraled out of control, she was utterly distraught, yet helpless to do anything. In this critical moment, the female anchor had no choice but to re-enable the beauty function. At that moment, a miracle happened. Her ordinary face instantly became pure and beautiful, as if a fairy had descended to earth. The audience was also shocked by the beauty before them and marveled at the power of beauty filters. However, after seeing Lushan's true face, the audience would never pay for her looks again. I see, someone said, suddenly realizing, no wonder she refuses to turn off the beauty filter. The difference is truly enormous. Another person shook his head and commented, based on her looks, I give her a 60 at most. She's not even as pretty as the receptionist at our company. This appearance definitely doesn't meet my requirements. Let's quickly find the next suitable candidate. After saying that, Lin Fan turned around and left the live broadcast room, continuing his search for a good-looking female anchor, leaving the female anchor with a look of regret sighing alone. Lin Fan came to the live broadcast square and scanned the female anchors who were broadcasting live with a sharp gaze, trying to find the beautiful goddess in his mind. Suddenly, a beautiful figure came into his sight, a girl in a white sweatshirt, as eye-catching as a blooming lily. This female anchor is Miss Dong. She has a fresh and refined appearance, which is even better than the anchor we just saw. She has a pure and cute look that makes people feel pity for her. However, Lin Fan couldn't help but wonder, at first glance, she's quite pretty. I wonder what she really looks like after turning off the beauty filter. At this moment, Miss Dong was completely absorbed in a fierce pique. Her face was filled with anxiety as she tried her best to persuade the audience to vote in her favor. In fact, her vote count is already far behind her opponent. If she doesn't find a way to turn the situation around, this pique will probably end in failure. I guess the punishment for losing the pique is quite severe, Miss Dong is screaming wildly. Family members, please support me with your heart. I can't lose this round. Is there a big brother who can help me? If I win this pique, I can connect with him on the microphone. Rather than canvassing for votes, it would be more accurate to say that Miss Dong is simply begging everyone to vote for her. She kept shouting various slogans, saying that as long as any big brother was willing to give her a precious vote, she would do her best to meet any request. This pitiful look really makes people feel pity. Take another gamble. Even if you're wrong, you have nothing to lose. Miss Dong currently has 23,500 votes. The opponent is a male anchor named Kaida Ko Jiao, who looks a bit like Koen Koen, so most of his fans are female. His votes currently number 86,800. If Miss Dong wants to surpass him, she must get help from her big brother. Then let us have 100 carnivals first, so that the opponent will have to think twice before stealing the tower. When Lin Fan entered the live broadcast room, the system immediately prompted that a level 35 brother had entered the live broadcast room. This was a privilege given to the rich, and Miss Dong immediately started the welcoming mode. Welcome Brother Pingfanzi to the live broadcast room. This is the first time that brother has come to my live broadcast room. My family, please pay attention to Brother Pingfanzi so that he can see the cohesion of our family. Even though he was only level 35, he was still a big brother after all. She once witnessed a level 55 big brother walk into her live broadcast room. At that time, she was like a chicken with its blood pumped up, trying her best to please the level 55 brother, using all her tricks to please him. In the end, the brother couldn't bear to lose face, so he gave her a rocket before leaving. Objectively speaking, level 35 is indeed much lower than level 55, but as long as you make a little effort and make these big brothers feel respected and valued enough, they will give you some gifts. Moreover, these big brothers are usually very concerned about their reputation. As long as they are praised to a certain level and feel happy, they will feel embarrassed not to give gifts. In terms of understanding and grasping human nature, Miss Dong has put in a lot of effort and devoted herself to studying its mysteries. Feeling Miss Dong's enthusiastic and expectant eyes, Lin Fan made the request again. Chapter 48, Becoming Famous in One Battle. After hearing Lin Fan's request, Miss Dong agreed without hesitation. What was the reason behind this? Perhaps it was because she was extremely confident in her appearance, or perhaps she was determined to win this PK competition, so she was willing to pay any price for it, even if it meant temporarily turning off the beauty function that made her look twice as beautiful. Miss Dong said with a determined look, "Okay. As long as you can give me a rocket, I will turn off the beauty filter as soon as this PK is over." Her words revealed a boldness and determination, as if she was proving something to Lin Fan and the entire audience. At this moment, she was like a blooming flower, radiating captivating charm and a confident glow. Lin Fan was a little surprised by Miss Dong's straightforward response, but he was more excited and expectant. Could she really be a beauty with a beauty score of over 90 points? It's just a rocket. The threshold is too low. Ever since the cashback function came into being, he has disdained to order gifts below the carnival level. Without a word, Lin Fan unleashed 100 carnivals, raining down on the screen like a hurricane. Instantly, Miss Dong's vote count soared to a staggering 3 million, leaving her opponent with a staggering 2 million vote gap. With only 3 minutes remaining until the PK ended, the opponent needed to frantically rack up 2 million votes in the next 3 golden minutes to turn the tide. Miss Dong could never have imagined that this seemingly ordinary, level 35 player would be so generous and lavish. This surprise was like a drop of heaven, leaving her breathless with excitement. Looking back on her 6 months of live streaming, this was undoubtedly the most precious and significant gift she had ever received. However, in addition to being ecstatic, she couldn't help but feel regretful. Why did she forget to record the screen? This is very good promotional material, and maybe she can be included in the list of rising star anchors. Thank you, Big Brother. I wish you smooth sailing, 2 dragons soaring, 3 sheep opening the door to prosperity, 4 seasons of peace, 5 blessings, 6 good lucks, 7 stars shining, wealth from all directions, perfection, success in everything, 1,000 auspicious things, everything goes well, good health, and a long life. Miss Dong's cherry lips were like a machine gun firing at full power, chattering out a series of sincere and enthusiastic blessings to express the gratitude overflowing from the bottom of her heart. These 100 carnivals also made the audience in the live broadcast room excited. Such a big event is not common. Which young man has taken a fancy to this anchor? This Big Brother has a good eye. This anchor's figure is really amazing. If I had money, I would spend it like this. There is no woman I can't conquer. I envy my brother every day. This sudden good fortune was like a huge fortune falling from the sky for her, as if all the glory and wealth in the sky were pouring down on her. She had never dreamed that the Big Brother she had once looked down upon would be so generous and lavish. After all, they were strangers to each other and had no connection at all. So why did this mysterious Big Brother act like this? Could it be that he was just trying to invite her to meet him offline? If so, according to Ms. Dong herself, she would have refused without hesitation because she has always adhered to the principle of only selling talent performances, never selling her body or soul. 3 minutes passed quickly, and Miss Dong won the victory as she wished. She carefully asked Lin Fan if he had any requests, and she would satisfy them as long as they were not too excessive. Lin Fan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. Then, his fingers tapped the keyboard lightly, effortlessly typing out a line of words. No other requests, just turn off the beauty filter. Upon seeing this message, Ms. Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. She stared at the screen, wondering, what on earth are these wealthy people thinking? They're blasting through 100 carnivals just to see me turn off beauty filters. Their minds are truly pure and simple. Although she was deeply confused, Miss Dong decided to do as Lin Fan asked. After all, they had spent a lot of money on it. So, she took a deep breath and said calmly, well, since Big Brother has spoken, I will turn off the beauty filter for everyone. After saying that, Miss Dong clicked the button to turn off the beauty filter. At this moment, Ms. Dong's livestream was at its peak. Her decision to turn off the beauty filter at this crucial moment was undoubtedly a huge risk. Without the beauty filter, her true appearance would be revealed to the audience without reservation. The risks involved were obvious. However, Miss Dong had no other choice. Although she was confident in her appearance, she was also afraid of being criticized by a Big Brother like Lin Fan who didn't play by the rules. When the beauty function was turned off, a girl as gentle and charming as a beautiful girl next door appeared before everyone's eyes. Her face had not been subjected to the exaggerated skin smoothing and whitening processing of beauty software, but instead presented a more real and natural beauty. At this moment, people were surprised to find that the girl's undecorated appearance was even more beautiful than when she turned on the beauty filter. Lin Fan secretly rejoiced in his heart, I really made a profit this time. I guessed right. Bite. The system issues a counterattack mission. The counterattack anchor Dong Xiaoyu will be rewarded with 10 strengthening points. The current favorability is 1. Please keep up the good work. It turns out that the host's name is Dong Xiaoyu, a beautiful girl next door, which fits the name. Since the task has been accepted, I will continue to give her some rewards. Very good. You don't need to use beauty filters for live broadcasts anymore. What I hate most is broadcasters using beauty filters. Dong Xiaoyu immediately understood. Everyone listens to my brother and broadcasts whatever he tells them to do. Lin Fan typed a line of words and then asked, do you still want to play PK? Think about it, will my brother still support me? Go and connect with Shangguan Wanner, the most popular person on the platform, and she will help you win a big one. Small fights are really not that interesting. Lin Fan really wanted to make a big bet. What he wanted was the 10% cashback. The more he spent, the more he would get. Dong Xiaoyu couldn't believe her eyes. He actually asked her to compete with a top anchor. Wasn't that asking for trouble? She couldn't even be considered an 18th tier anchor. She confirmed with Lin Fan again. Do you really want to compete with Shangguan Wanner? You might lose miserably. Lin Fan didn't have the patience to explain and just replied indifferently. Go ahead, I'm here to make sure you win. Chapter 49. Shangguan Wanner takes the initiative to connect. With Lin Fan giving her courage, Miss Dawn was eager to try it. She also wanted to know if what Lin Fan said was true. Then I'll give it a try. I wonder if Shangguan Wanner will accept my PK. She tried to connect with Shangguan Wanner, but was rejected as expected. How could she, the top anchor of the platform, care about a small anchor like you? There were countless small anchors who wanted to connect with her every day. Their purpose was self-evident, they all wanted to take advantage of Shangguan Wanner's popularity. I was rejected. They didn't even bother me. I was at my wit's end. Did you refuse? Did you refuse? Give me a few minutes, I'll have him come and pick you up personally. Lin Fan left the live broadcast room after leaving these words. Brother ran away? What happened? Big Brother must have used his connections. I heard that the rich have a group, and they can just shout in the group and choose any streamer they want. I see. Then I'll stay here and see what methods Big Brother has to get Shangguan Wanner to connect to me. After leaving the live broadcast room, Lin Fan clicked into Shangguan Wanner's live broadcast room without hesitation. Wow! She truly deserves to be a top streamer. Look at the astonishing number of people online, over 500,000. She only needs to sit down, and the entire screen is flooded with a constant stream of gifts. It's simply dazzling. No wonder she's so arrogant and domineering. After all, she truly has the confidence and strength to do so. However, please remember your arrogant look at this moment, because after I make a move, you will no longer be able to maintain this arrogant attitude. At this moment, Lin Fan acted decisively. Without hesitation, he presented an incredibly gorgeous carnival. Shangguan Wanner was clearly stunned by this unexpected surprise. After a moment's silence, she finally spoke to express her gratitude to Lin Fan. Thank you, Brother Ping Fan, for sending me the carnival. You are so majestic and powerful. Shangguan Wanner was no stranger to carnivals, but she had to treat the big brother who gave her a carnival right away with great respect. These were rich people, and they could give gifts worth thousands of dollars at will, completely based on their mood. A cold smile appeared on Lin Fan's lips, and he thought to himself, it's ridiculous that you changed your attitude just because of a carnival. He knew these people's faces very well. Their desire for money and flattery had reached an outrageous level. However, Lin Fan didn't give up. Without hesitation, he sent out 100 carnivals in one go. These carnivals burst onto the screen like colorful fireworks, each one gleaming with dazzling light. Remember, this was a lavish gift worth a full 300,000 yuan. But this wasn't enough. Lin Fan then launched another 100 rockets, the blazing flames threatening to ignite the entire livestream. Such a grand gesture left everyone present dumbfounded and incredulous. Shangguan Wanner was stunned by the scene before her. Her eyes widened, her mouth wide enough to fit an egg. Where did this mysterious man come from? Puzzled, she quickly picked up her phone to contact the guild, eagerly asking, is this a gift from our guild? After all, in the live streaming world, major guilds often resorted to giving gifts to attract viewers in order to boost the popularity of their streamers. Shangguan Wanner herself had gradually risen to prominence through this method. Similar situations were commonplace for her, but a sponsor as generous as Lin Fan was unprecedented. The news from the guild left Shangguan Wanner dumbfounded. Lin Fan wasn't sent by the guild. After receiving the guild's resolute response, Shangguan Wanner was completely stunned, as if struck by thunder. Oh my god! Did I step in dog shit today? How could I be so lucky? I've only been on the air for less than half an hour, and I've already received such a huge reward. This is simply a stroke of luck. Who was this man called Ordinary Road? What was his intention behind this? Shangguan Wanner racked her brains but couldn't figure out the reason. In desperation, she could only choose to dance passionately in the live broadcast room to express her gratitude to Lin Fan. Brother Ping Fan, I am deeply grateful for your recognition and support of Wanner. I would like to dance once again to express my gratitude. Wanner asks the 500,000 friends in the live broadcast room to pay attention to Brother Ping Fan. Under Shangguan Wanner's passionate appeal, many fans in the live broadcast room responded and actively clicked the follow button for Lin Fan. Lin Fan gained at least 200,000 fans during this wave, but he had no interest in these fans, as they were just there to watch the fun. Everyone was curious. What exactly did this low-key and mysterious man do for a living? Was he the son of a wealthy real estate tycoon? Or was he actually a key figure within the platform? All sorts of speculations flooded their minds, and everyone was eager to uncover the truth. Just as everyone's thoughts were racing, Lin Fan slowly typed a line of words on the public screen. Let's connect with Miss Dong, the same Miss Dong you just tried to connect with but rejected. This sentence was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, instantly triggering a new round of heated discussions among the audience in the live broadcast room. People began to whisper and talk to each other, full of curiosity about the mysterious Miss Dong. Who is she, anyway? Why would that wealthy individual specifically request that the streamer connect with her? Could it be that the wealthy individual was willing to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars just to connect with Ms. Dong? Oh my god! What an amazing feat this must be! He spent a fortune just to win the smile of a beautiful woman. This seemingly ordinary brother is actually a real rich man. Who exactly is Miss Dong? I don't think I've ever heard of her before. Could it be that she is the latest prey that the rich man has set his eyes on? The host should quickly connect with Miss Dong so that everyone can see Miss Dong's true face. Countless question marks flooded into everyone's mind like a tide, making the atmosphere in the entire live broadcast room more and more tense and exciting. Shangguan Wanner stared at the livestream's public screen, unblinking. The comments were flooded with messages, all urging her to connect with Ms. Dong. She couldn't help but wonder, who was this mysterious Ms. Dong? How could she attract so much attention and anticipation? Thinking back to when she had hastily declined the call without even looking closely at who was on the other end, Shangguan Wanner felt a bit embarrassed to be actively connected. However, on second thought, since it was for the sake of ordinary road, she had to accept the call anyway. You know, Shangguan Wanner's guild had already issued a clear directive to fully serve a wealthy and generous man like Lin Fan. A financial sponsor like Lin Fan was the dream of every streamer. If they accidentally failed to retain him and let him go to a competitor's livestream, the loss would be devastating. Therefore, they had to hold on to this piece of fat meat, Lin Fan, at all costs. Family, I'm connecting with this mysterious Miss Dong now. Chapter 50. Are you sure you want to PK with me? Miss Dong sat in front of the live streaming station, her hands tightly gripping her phone, her eyes fixed on the screen. A thin layer of sweat had even appeared on her forehead. Her heartbeat was getting faster and faster, as if it was about to jump out of her throat. She prayed secretly in her heart, Lin Fan, please don't stand me up. At the same time, she couldn't help but worry, if Shangguan Wanner really succeeded in connecting with her, how would she deal with it? After all, Shangguan Wanner was the top anchor on this platform, with millions of fans, while she was just an unknown little anchor. Thinking of this, Miss Dong's hands began to tremble slightly, and her heart was filled with anxiety and fear. Just when Miss Dong was in endless anxiety, suddenly, a prompt box popped up on the screen. Shangguan Wanner invited her to connect online. Miss Dong trembled with fear, her mind going blank. Why hasn't Lin Fan come back yet? Should I accept this connection request? If I do, what should I say, what should I do? At this moment, Miss Dong discovered that her livestream had surged to over 10,000 viewers thanks to Lin Fan. In contrast, Shangguan Wanner had over 500,000 viewers online. This massive disparity in viewership made her feel incredibly stressed, almost breathless. After hesitating for a few seconds, Miss Dong finally made up her mind and chose to connect. After all, this was a rare opportunity that Lin Fan had worked so hard to secure for her. If she could make good use of it, her popularity would surely soar to new heights and reach new heights. When the connection was successfully established, Shangguan Wanner's graceful and charming figure appeared on the other side of the screen. She smiled and greeted Miss Dong warmly. Hi, Miss Dong, I've been assigned by the organization to come and chat with you. Shangguan Wanner made lighthearted and humorous jokes in an attempt to ease the slightly tense atmosphere. At the same time, she thought to herself that every time she connected with these fledgling anchors, they would always stutter or even speak incoherently due to excessive nervousness. Considering that this person was the one personally designated by Big Brother Lin Fan to connect with, Shangguan Wanner certainly understood that she had to give him sufficient respect and courtesy. Shangguan Wanner was surprised to find that Miss Dong possessed such outstanding beauty, even surpassing her own. No wonder the ordinary road boss treated her with such special care. It turns out these bosses seemed to favor innocent young anchors who hadn't yet ventured into society. For someone like Shangguan Wanner who has already become a top anchor, it is obviously not easy to gain the favor of the big brothers. After all, most big brothers tend to have a so-called mental cleanliness, and they generally believe that the private lives of big anchors must be chaotic. After all, as a successful big anchor, there must be many complicated interpersonal relationships involved. Thinking of this, Shangguan Wanner couldn't help but sigh deeply. Although she seemed to be in the limelight in the eyes of outsiders, in reality, she was just a tool used by the guild to make profits. At this moment, she began to envy Miss Dong, who was connected to her. Miss Dong responded politely to Shangguan Wanner. "Hello, I've heard a lot about you. Shall we have a PK?" Shangguan Wanner couldn't help but chuckle at this, thinking, how dare you, a mere 18th tier streamer, challenge me to a PK? This is simply the most ridiculous thing I've heard recently. While I have to admit that you do have some beauty, that shouldn't be a source of arrogance or contempt for others. Competing with me? What do you have to offer? Even without even considering that Ordinary Road will go all out to vote in the livestream, those scattered votes alone are enough to easily win 1 or 2 million votes. Not to mention that my live broadcast room is filled with many powerful brothers, who sit firmly in it like a stabilizing force. With such a powerful and invincible lineup, I can completely dominate the entire platform and be invincible. Even if you are the anchor that Big Brother specifically requested to connect with, it doesn't mean that you have the ability to compete with me. One must remain sober and rational, and recognize one's true situation. Otherwise, when the real fight comes, one will make a fool of oneself, which would be a real disgrace. However, for the sake of the Big Brother, Shangguan Wanner decided to show him some mercy. So, she raised the corners of her mouth slightly and asked with a hint of sarcasm, "Are you really sure you want to have this PK match with me?" Miss Dong nodded with a firm look in her eyes. "I am sure." Shangguan Wanner's live broadcast room suddenly exploded. This Miss Dong is so amazing. Could it be that Fish Leon gave her such great courage? She actually dared to challenge Shangguan Wanner, someone exclaimed. You are simply ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Wanner only agreed to connect with you for Big Brother's sake. I didn't expect you to be such an arrogant person. Another person said indignantly. Wanner, fight her. We fully support you. We must make this ignorant guy lose miserably. I hate people who have no sense of propriety and don't know the seriousness of the matter the most. Someone else shouted in the barrage. For a time, Shangguan Wanner's live broadcast room exploded, and the screen was filled with various remarks criticizing Miss Dong for overestimating her own abilities. Some angrily questioned Ms. Dong's arrogance, others expressed sympathy for Shangguan Wanner, feeling insulted, and still others, simply enjoying the spectacle, fanned the flames and urged the two to fight as soon as possible. The atmosphere in the live stream room grew extremely tense and heated. Shangguan Wanner smiled and gently soothed the audience in the live broadcast room, while speaking gracefully. Dear friends, please be patient. Since Miss Dong has made such a request, Wanner will naturally not spoil the fun. However, we also have to consider the potential disparity in strength between the two sides, so let's treat this PK as a friendly match. There will be no penalties, it's purely for everyone to exchange and learn from each other. After hearing this, Miss Dong nodded, expressing her approval and acceptance of Shangguan Wanner's proposal. Shangguan Wanner responded, well, let's do it this way. Let's reconnect and prepare to fight. Miss Dong, you can call all your good brothers over there to cheer you on. Her words revealed a sense of confidence and expectation. Chapter 51. Sorry, I'm on the opposite side. I don't know where Miss Dong got the courage to compete with Shangguan Wanner. Even her heart was pounding because the competition was about to begin and there was no sign of Ping Fan Lu. After reconnecting, the PK officially begins. Shangguan Wanner started to mute her microphone. She wanted the big brothers to vote for her. Brothers and sisters, today's PK can be said to be a stress-free friendly match. We can win with just some support. There's no need to make a big fuss. 10 little stars per person is enough to cope with it. Let's save our strength for the peak match. Although Shangguan Wanner asked everyone to conserve their strength and not to vote too hard, there were still some rich guys who refused to listen and voted in the carnival, including Ordinary Road. Lin Fan gave Shangguan Wanner another 100 carnivals, which made Shangguan Wanner scream continuously. She said that she would give anyone Lin Fan asked her to give carnivals to from now on. The audience in Ms. Dong's live broadcast room also saw Lin Fan giving 100 carnivals to the opponent, and they were all very angry. Damn it! Didn't we ask Wanner to connect with Miss Dong? Why did they go to the other side to farm? I think this guy is here purely to humiliate you, Miss Dong. It's so infuriating. I actually followed him, I'm going to unfollow him right now. This guy has no moral standards. This rich guy has bad character. Ms. Dong, I support you. I'll give you a rocket. After watching 100 carnivals, Lin Fan left the live broadcast room after leaving a message. The show has officially begun. Before Shangguan Wanner could react to what this sentence meant, she saw Lin Fan went to Miss Dong's live broadcast room opposite and frantically watched the carnival. Ordinary Road Carnival 100. Miss Dong stared at the screen closely, not daring to take her eyes off it for a moment. When she saw Lin Fan's avatar finally light up, her heart finally settled down. Just now, the audience in the live broadcast room were still blaming Lin Fan, thinking that he had deserted the battlefield, but Miss Dong always firmly believed that Lin Fan would definitely come back. Sure enough, Lin Fan did not let her down. As soon as he came back, he gave away 100 carnivals. This amazing move was like a ray of warm sunshine, which instantly dispelled the haze in Miss Dong's heart and made her feel unprecedented warmth. I'm sorry for being late. If I don't give the other party some points first, I'm afraid they'll lose too badly. Lin Fan said calmly, his words revealing an unspeakable confidence and arrogance. Miss Dong stared blankly at Lin Fan's message, muttering softly, so he was giving her gifts just to save her face. After all, she was invited by Lin Fan to compete with me. If he didn't do anything, wouldn't the situation be too embarrassing? Thinking of this, Miss Dong couldn't help but smile, her eyes filled with admiration for Lin Fan. She knew that Lin Fan's actions weren't due to fear of losing to the opponent, but rather out of his kindness and generosity. Such qualities were truly rare in today's realistic society. After such thoughtful consideration, Miss Dong changed her opinion of Lin Fan. She thought he was a considerate and thoughtful person, not a rich man who spent money mindlessly. Dong Xiaoyu's favorability +2. The current favorability is 3, please keep up the good work. Shang Wanwana was wondering what Lin Fan meant by a good show is about to begin when her eyes were suddenly drawn to Lin Fan's actions as he ran into the other party's livestream and showered them with gifts. Suddenly, she understood the true meaning behind Lin Fan's words. Was Lin Fan giving her 100 carnivals simply out of politeness? Such generosity was truly astonishing. However, Shang Wanwana wasn't carried away by Lin Fan's arrogance. She knew there was more to this competition than meets the eye. Even if Lin Fan might be supporting the opposing streamer, she firmly believed she had equally powerful rivals on her side. With just a little tactic acting cute and promising to connect with the big brothers to promote local specialties, those generous big brothers would surely flock to vote for her. After all, this place has a whopping 500,000 fans. Thinking of this, Shang Wanwana's lips curled up slightly, a glint of confidence flashing in her eyes. She was ready to unleash all her skills to face this fierce competition. Shang Wanwana did what she said. She immediately started canvassing for votes in the live broadcast room. She was already familiar with this kind of canvassing operation. Soon, her live broadcast room was filled with gifts. Including the 100 carnivals that Lin Fan gave her, she currently has more than 4 million votes, and the number is still rising rapidly. It will only take a few minutes to break through 5 million votes. The health bar that had just been leveled tilted to one side again in the blink of an eye. Lin Fan stared at the screen and saw that the other party's live broadcast room suddenly became lively, and gifts poured in like a tide. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible sneer. Ha, you want to fight me? You are far away. After that, his fingers slid quickly across the screen of his mobile phone, frantically swiping through the carnival. Not long after, another 100 carnivals were given out, and Miss Dong's votes soared to 6 million like a rocket, once again leading the opponent by millions of votes. By this point, Lin Fan had accumulated hundreds of carnivals, and his account level had climbed all the way to the impressive level 50. Users at such a high level, no matter which streamer's room they entered, would become highly respected VIPs and enjoy meticulous treatment. Seeing that Miss Dong had overtaken her in votes again, Shang Wanwana became anxious. With so many big brothers in her live broadcast room, how could she not be able to defeat a mere ordinary person? She refused to accept this and promised the big brother in the live broadcast room again that if he could get 100 carnival votes, she would personally promote his products for a week. This sentence was like a bombshell, causing the live broadcast room to explode. Shang Wanwana has been live streaming for so long, but she has never personally helped anyone promote products. It seems that she cares a lot about today's PK and is determined to win. This seems to be a matter of face. If she, the top anchor of a platform, loses to an unknown small anchor, her popularity will definitely be affected, and her status may even decline. This is something Shang Wanwana absolutely does not want to see. The big brothers in the live broadcast room got the guarantee from Shang Wanwana, and the frequency of voting was obviously much faster. Just now, you could occasionally see a few rockets, but now there are almost no rockets in the live broadcast room, it is all carnival. Several big brothers have already joined forces, and the number of votes in Shang Wanwana's live broadcast room has soared. It has exceeded 10 million in less than a minute, while Miss Dawn only has more than 8 million votes, which makes Shangguan Wanner feel a little relieved. Chapter 52 President Fan. Lin Fan stared at the screen calmly, his eyes firm and confident. He watched as the vote count on the other side soared like a rocket, quickly breaking through the 10 million mark. But he remained unfazed, frantically tapping the screen to continue voting for Miss Dawn. Every second, Lin Fan could click the carnival button 3 times at an astonishing rate, meaning he could send out nearly 200 carnivals per minute. Such terrifying hand speed and voting efficiency were truly astonishing. Just 1 minute later, Miss Dawn's vote count skyrocketed, reaching a staggering 12 million. This number was enough to rival Shangguan Wanner, who had always been in the lead, and the gap between the two was instantly eliminated. As time ticked by, everyone secretly wondered if Lin Fan was about to stop. After all, taking on all the leaders alone, such heroic aura was already awe-inspiring and awe-inspiring. I guess it's almost over, right? He's already got 500 carnivals. It'll probably stop soon. However, at this moment, Lin Fan had no intention of giving up. Instead, he became more courageous and continued to exert his strength like a lion. Shangguan Wanner saw that the situation was not good and knew that if she continued like this, she would lose sooner or later. Brothers, come on. The enemy is showing signs of fatigue. Let's seize the opportunity and defeat them in one fell swoop. Protect Wanner. She is the undisputed #1 female star on our platform. We must not let anyone else take this position away from her. For a moment, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was extremely warm, and the audience responded to the call and cheered for the anchor. Meanwhile, in Miss Dawn's livestream, Lin Fan was like a god of war, becoming more and more courageous as the battle progressed, constantly breaking gift records. Who would emerge victorious in this fierce competition? The answers seemed to be gradually emerging. Lin Fan's fingers slid across the screen relentlessly, seemingly forever. Time ticked by, and after more than 5 minutes, he finally stopped. Ordinary Road was like a tireless machine, continuously sending carnival gifts to the streamer. The number of carnival gifts he had sent out in Miss Dawn's live broadcast room had already exceeded 1,000. This astonishing number caused the vote count to soar like a rocket to over 30 million. Such outstanding results will undoubtedly make it to the top of the hourly list. At this moment, they were at the top of the hourly rankings. As their rankings rose, their traffic exploded, attracting numerous curious visitors who clicked into Miss Dawn's livestream. They wanted to catch a glimpse of this mysterious figure who had made it to the hourly charts. After all, everyone was already quite familiar with well-known streamers like Shangguan Wanner, but they were filled with curiosity and anticipation about the sudden rise of Miss Dawn. Dong Xiaoyu sat in front of the screen with her eyes wide open, in disbelief on her face, staring at the dazzling gift special effects that kept flashing all over the screen. She felt as if she was in a cloud of mist, as if she was having a wonderful yet unreal dream. At this moment, there are only 3 minutes left before the end of this fierce PK, but judging from the speed at which Lin Fan is currently giving out gifts crazily, breaking through 50 million votes is a piece of cake. It is just a matter of time. Dong Xiaoyu had never dreamed that one day she would be so deeply loved by a certain elder brother, being pampered and cared for like his beloved darling. She has been working in the live streaming industry for a long time. She had never met a man as generous and magnanimous as the man named Ordinary Road today, who spent a fortune just to win a beautiful woman's smile, and even poured tens of millions of votes to support her to the end. This deep friendship and support deeply moved Dong Xiaoyu, and the emotion in her heart could no longer be described in simple words. At the same time, Dong Xiaoyu became increasingly curious about this mysterious elder brother. What kind of man could have such strong financial resources? And why did he favor her so much? Countless questions flooded Dong Xiaoyu's mind, making her eager to uncover the true veil hidden behind this Ordinary Road. On the other hand, Shangguan Wanner, although several big brothers were giving her tickets, they were all real money. Their pace of gift giving couldn't compare to Lin Fan's, so they had to be frugal. After all, giving too much could lead to huge losses. In the end, Shangguan Wanner's vote count settled at 36.5 million, while Miss Dawn's victory was a resounding success, with 62 million votes. It was undeniable that after tonight, Miss Dawn's name would be trending on the platform, along with the person with the ID Ordinary Road. After all this turmoil, Lin Fan's followers skyrocketed to over 500,000, and his level soared all the way to level 60, just 10 levels away from the max level. Ms. Dawn also gained hundreds of thousands of new followers. It could be said that Ms. Dawn was the biggest beneficiary of this PK. Lin Fan emerged like a dark horse, his unstoppable momentum sweeping away numerous powerful figures, leaving them in disarray. It was as if he were a god of war that had suddenly descended from the heavens, filling the air with curiosity and speculation about his origins. In a single night, Lin Fan had transformed from a relatively unknown player to the #1 overlord on the leaderboard. Not only that, many charming female anchors also began to quietly pay attention to the mysterious Lin Fan and sent him private messages, revealing their admiration for Lin Fan between the lines, and at the same time earnestly hoped that the generous Lin Fan would visit their live broadcast room next time to cheer them on. Lin Fan's private messages exploded like a volcanic eruption. The sheer volume of messages was overwhelming, and his fingers were practically cramped from replying. In desperation, Lin Fan had an idea: to all those sending private messages, please include a photo of yourself without makeup. This way, he could save himself the trouble of repeatedly answering questions and filter out those who were genuinely interested, killing two birds with one stone. The shock this PK brought to Shangguan Wanner was beyond words. It was unbelievable that the insignificant, unimportant streamer she had once considered could actually receive strong support from a mysterious big brother at a crucial moment and successfully defeat her. At this moment, Shangguan Wanner realized that she had to take this big brother named Ordinary Road seriously. After all, the other party was extremely powerful and seemed to be able to fight against many people at once with ease. The energy and value behind him were undoubtedly enormous. Maybe by cooperating or making friends with them, you can bring yourself more unexpected opportunities. It seems that this platform is really full of hidden talents. I was too underestimated and narrow-minded before. We shouldn't call him Big Brother anymore, because we should call him Mr. Fan. Chapter 53 Wanner is sad. After the PK ended, Lin Fan was still not satisfied. He had just earned 6 million Chinese yuan from 2,000 carnivals, but only 600,000 yuan was returned to him. It is really too little. You need to complete 10,000 carnivals to get 3 million back. You need to complete 100,000 carnivals a day to get 30 million back. He even considered creating a new account and hiring a few people to play with him. Isn't there a candidate right next to him, Lin Jia? Seeing that she was sleeping so soundly, Lin Fan had no intention of waking her up. It's better for you to work harder and brush it for a while. Miss Dong's current favorability towards Lin Fan is 3, and she needs to continue investing if she wants to make a comeback. After all, with this level of favorability, people will only agree to a date if they are considering the money. Miss Dong watched Lin Fan's level soar from level 35 to level 60, and it felt like a dream. But I am the heroine, so this night is destined to be a sleepless night. Miss Dong spoke softly and gracefully. Brother Ping Fan, the PK has come to an end. You don't need to continue sending gifts. However, Lin Fan seemed to have not heard anything and was immersed in his own world, ignoring what Miss Dong said. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a determined smile, and he muttered to himself, "Not brushing? That won't do. This is just the beginning." At this moment, Lin Fan seemed to be in a paradise, with no distractions and only caring about giving Miss Dong a carnival. Before long, Lin Fan's generous behavior attracted the attention and curiosity of many other anchors on the platform. They flocked to Miss Dong's live broadcast room, wanting to witness this jaw-dropping feat with their own eyes. For a moment, the entire live broadcast room became extremely lively and noisy, as if a grand carnival party was taking place. Lin Fan became the absolute protagonist and focus of this party. Look, even the anchor Xiaoyer with 30 million fans is here. The number of people in the live broadcast room has skyrocketed to 300,000. This is the platform's recommendation mechanism. The more gifts there are in the live broadcast room and the more people stay, the more traffic will be pushed. At this time, the number of people in the live broadcast room is increasing at a rate of 20,000 people per minute. This caused the traffic of major anchors to decline, with Shangguan Wanner being the first to be affected. She originally had over 500,000 followers online, but since she connected with Ms. Dong, the number of followers has been dropping rapidly. At this time, 300,000 people have been lost, and there are only 200,000 people in her live broadcast room, and the number is still decreasing. It was only a matter of time before it dropped below 100,000, and Shangguan Wanner panicked. If this continues, the number of people will decrease. How will she explain to the Big Brother who sends gifts in the live broadcast room? She had just promised Big Brother that she would contact Big Brother to help them sell the goods after the PK was over. But in the blink of an eye, everyone ran to Miss Dong's live broadcast room to watch the fun. Now that people were gone, how could the goods be sold? She contacted the guild anxiously, urging them to invest money to purchase traffic as soon as possible. The guild didn't hesitate, quickly spending 100,000 Chinese yuan to purchase a large amount of traffic. After all, Shangguan Wanner had already profited handsomely from this PK. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round, and this also applies to this platform. After the guild generously spent 100,000, Shangguan Wanner's popularity gradually turned around and began to rise slowly, and was about to break through the 300,000 online user mark. Shangguan Wanner was secretly delighted, thinking that this time she should be a sure winner. However, at this moment, an unknown viewer left a message on the barrage. Zhou Tianluan has come to Miss Dong's live broadcast room. This news was like a bolt from the blue, instantly causing an uproar on the screen. The entire public screen was instantly dominated by words like Zhou Tianluan has arrived in Miss Dong's live broadcast room, come and watch. As soon as the news came out, Shangguan Wanner's popularity, which had been rising steadily, plummeted again, and she was so angry that she started cursing. The situation was completely out of control at this point, and no matter how hard Shangguan Wanner tried, it was of no avail. Even big names like Zhou Tianluan were attracted by Ms. Dong's live broadcast, not to mention those ordinary fans who have no loyalty at all. Zhou Tianluan is a superstar with over 100 million fans across the entire internet, and his fans on TikTok alone reach over 60 million. Even big names of this level can be attracted by Dong Xiaoyu's live broadcast room. It seems that this mysterious ordinary person has a great background. At this point, defeat was inevitable, but Shangguan Wanner did not panic or feel depressed. Instead, she showed an open-mindedness and decisiveness. She thought to herself, since that's the case, why not go with the flow and help everyone achieve their goals? By handing over all the popularity to Miss Dong, perhaps I can win her some favor. After all, in the highly competitive live streaming industry, having a wide network of contacts and a good reputation is crucial. Maybe, the sponsor named Ordinary Road will visit Ms. Dong's live broadcast room next time because he appreciates her magnanimity. Thinking of this, Shangguan Wanner immediately took action. She first communicated with the big brothers who had always supported her and agreed to help promote the products during the next live broadcast. Shangguan Wanner then addressed the audience in the livestream, "Dear friends, please come to Ms. Dong's livestream to show your support. If you are my family, please remember to leave a message on Ms. Dong's public screen saying Wanner Fan Club is here to support me." As soon as she finished speaking, Shangguan Wanner closed her live broadcast without hesitation. This was a first. In the past, Shangguan Wanner was always reluctant to end her live broadcast early. After all, nighttime is the peak traffic period, and missing this golden period will undoubtedly mean huge economic losses. However, today she resolutely stopped broadcasting. After the live broadcast, Shangguan Wanner did not delay for a moment and went directly into Miss Dong's live broadcast room. As soon as she entered, she saw the carnival special effects flashing all over the screen. Wow, it's only been a few minutes since the PK ended, and he has already spent another 700 or 800 carnivals. My goodness, is this something a human would do? Is carnival produced by your family? You are so good at brushing, you are risking your life. Having said that, deep down Shangguan Wanner was actually envious of the female anchor named Miss Dong. Ha! You're such a lucky woman, to have met such a generous and kind brother. She muttered to herself, how can I, Shangguan Wanner, be inferior to you? These big brothers are really hard to predict. They don't play by the rules at all. But now that things have come to this, Shangguan Wanner decided to show her magnanimity and generosity. So, she sent a carnival without hesitation and left a message wishing Miss Dong's live broadcast career to prosper and go smoothly. At this moment, Shangguan Wanner secretly told herself, it's no big deal. Now that I'm here, I have to open up the situation completely. Chapter 54. Please stop brushing. After Shangguan Wanner finished her live broadcast, all her family members in her live broadcast room came to Miss Dong's live broadcast room. At this time, the number of people in Ms. Dong's live broadcast room has exceeded 800,000. Miss Dong had never experienced such a grand and spectacular scene before. She was at a loss for a moment and could only mechanically keep thanking the gift giver. All those live broadcasting skills and tactics for retaining customers that he had once memorized seemed to have completely vanished from his mind, leaving nothing behind. She knew very well that this grand occasion was entirely thanks to Lin Fan. If Lin Fan's carnival had not stopped, her popularity would definitely have remained high. After all, humans are always full of curiosity, and everyone will choose to stay in the live broadcast room to see how many carnivals this mysterious rich man can continue to produce. At this moment, Shangguan Wanner also sent out a carnival, and then her fans began to frantically type messages on the public screen of the live broadcast room. Wanner's fans are here to help. Before long, these words quickly flooded the entire screen like a tide. Miss Dong certainly noticed the movement on the public screen, so she hurriedly expressed her sincere gratitude to Shangguan Wanner. Oh my god, he has cleared 1,000 carnivals again. What is he trying to achieve? This isn't a PK match. You don't understand the world of the rich. I don't want to understand either. If I had so much money, would I still be here watching the live broadcast? Tonight is destined to be a moment to witness a miracle. While the audience was whispering and discussing, some real bigwigs also began to discuss this ordinary road. Among them is the platform's well-known level 70 big brother Sui Jinghao. You know, Sui Jinghao was one of the first to reach level 70, but his way of upgrading was completely different from Lin Fan's. He didn't give out gifts aimlessly like Lin Fan did, but had a clear goal and strategy. He would only give rewards to those who could bring him real benefits. In his eyes, Lin Fan's behavior was extremely stupid and he had no idea how to maximize the use of resources. After all, for these big guys, every penny should be spent wisely to get more returns. Lin Fan's extravagant spending not only fails to maximize profits, but may also put himself in trouble. Another level 70 big brother, Mr. Wolf, is here. When a level 70 big brother enters the live broadcast room, there will be exclusive special effects and prompts. How could Mr. Wolf, who has always been high profile, miss such a visual feast? I wonder who is stronger, this ordinary guy or the wolf? Needless to say, it must be Mr. Wolf. His status and position are there. Level 70 is just the upper limit of the platform, not Mr. Wolf's upper limit. That's not necessarily true. Ordinary Road was only level 35 at the beginning of tonight, and it hasn't been long since he reached level 60. He has already surpassed 90% of the people. At this rate, it will not be a problem to reach level 65 tonight. This guy is really a tough guy. He plays the carnival as if it's free. Even if I were to play the little stars, I can't get so many. Oh my god. I discovered that Mr. Wolf was following Ordinary Road. You know, Mr. Wolf's follow list has always been very concise. Before this, there was only the Goodyears who was also a level 70 big brother. Now that there is suddenly an Ordinary Road, does it mean he also has the potential to be promoted to level 70? Is that even a question? Look at the rocket like leveling speed. If you keep up this momentum, reaching level 70 is a sure thing. Maybe one day when we wake up, we will see another top boss emerging. After Lin Fan completed nearly 2,000 carnivals, his level directly reached 65. I'm so tired. His fingers were sore from clicking, and he felt that the platform should have a one-click gift sending function. Just enter the number of gifts and you can send them directly. Otherwise, it is too tiring and he feels like his fingers are about to be broken. No, change your hand. But the left hand was obviously not as fast as the right hand, which was noticed by the sharp-eyed audience. Look, his speed in brushing the carnival has slowed down. Is he finally about to stop? That's right, no matter how strong you are, you can't withstand such an ordeal. I guess in another 5 minutes he won't be able to brush anymore. Mr. Wolf watched the scene with great interest. He witnessed Lin Fan rising from level 60 to level 65, and it was only a few minutes away from level 66. With a flick of his finger, Wolf opened the chat box of Years of Peace, and then initiated a private chat with him without hesitation. Brother, do you know this person named Ordinary Road? Not long after the message was sent, Sui Jinghao responded, and the speed was astonishing. Hey! I was just about to ask Mr. Wolf, it seems you know nothing about this person either. Anyway, who is this person? Why does he seem so mysterious? It can be seen between the lines that Sui Jinghao seems to be full of curiosity and doubts about this guy named Ordinary Road. Mr. Wolf pondered for a moment, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be that he is the legendary national husband? You know, with his strength and status, calling him a big boss is not an exaggeration. However, this is ultimately just speculation and is not supported by solid evidence. At this time, Sui Jinghao interrupted, "Come on, stop guessing. Instead of agonizing over it, why not just ask the person himself? Don't worry, I'm already following him. I'll send him a private message in a moment to test the waters." Ms. Dong was very nervous while broadcasting live, fearing that one of her actions or words would violate the rules and the broadcast would be shut down. After all, as the popularity increased, so would the scrutiny. She really wanted to tell Lin Fan to stop brushing. Her phone had been bombarded with calls from friends and family, all asking about her situation after she became famous. All she could do now was turn off her phone and reply one by one later. Lin Fan felt uncomfortable scrolling with his left hand, so he quickly switched back to his right. This switch was incredible, his previously slow speed skyrocketed. The audience, who had just suspected that Lin Fan was about to use up all the gifts, were now dumbfounded. Their faces looked as if they had been slapped hard in the face. Embarrassment and disbelief. What's going on? Why did the pace suddenly become faster? Someone exclaimed. Lin Fan's fingers were flying on the screen, and he could click 3 huazi in 1 second. Brother, please stop brushing. My 3 views are almost shattered. Someone wailed. After all, 1 huazi is equivalent to half a month's salary for him, and the number of huazi that Lin Fan swipes out every minute is probably something he cannot earn in a year. Chapter 55 Level 70 Rich Man. Lin Fan calculated that with his current hand speed of 3 carnivals per second, it would take more than an hour to reach level 70. But he is now a rich man at level 66 and can give exclusive gifts. One Supreme Guardian has 120,000 votes, which is equivalent to 4 carnivals, and one Kunping Wanli has 160,000 votes, so it is much faster to brush it. If you keep brushing Kunping Wanli, you can reach the maximum level in 20 minutes at most. An extremely huge Kunping suddenly leaped up from the turbulent sea level, its majestic body covering the sky and the sun. Immediately afterwards, the giant beast moved and flipped flexibly in the air, as if showing the world its unparalleled strength and speed. Every flap of its wings brings up a gust of wind and creates huge waves. Every movement is so smooth and majestic. Suddenly, Kunping let out an earth-shaking roar, then turned into an extremely huge Dapeng bird, spread its wings and flew straight into the sky. Its speed was as fast as lightning across the sky, and it disappeared deep into the clouds in an instant. This is the special effects scene of Kunping flying thousands of miles. Such a spectacular scene is simply breathtaking. Some people exclaimed. The local tycoon has released some explosive news again. One Kunping Wanli costs 16,000 Chinese yuan, and Lin Fan also clicks 3 in 1 second. 48,000 yuan is spent in 1 second, 2.88 million yuan is spent in 1 minute, and 172.8 million Chinese yuan can be spent in 1 hour. With a 10% return, the total amount is 17.28 million yuan. This is an astronomical figure. If he spends 2 hours every day playing Kunping Wanli, he can earn about 35 million yuan without doing anything, plus the daily quota of 7 million yuan. Adding up, he earns more than 40 million a day. If he continues like this, he will become the richest man in Yanqing in no time. Just now, who was it that was making such a big fuss, saying that Big Brother couldn't swipe anymore? How about now? You must have been slapped hard in the face by reality. If you ask me, Ordinary Road and Wolf Boss are really evenly matched, and it is hard to tell who is better. They are both well-deserved big brothers. However, if I have to choose between the two of them, I would probably prefer Brother Ordinary Road. Why do I say that? Think about it, the upgrade speed of Brother Ordinary Road is like riding a rocket, rising rapidly. What does this mean? It means they are incredibly talented. After all, in this competitive world, it's easier to achieve greater things in a shorter time. This in itself is a manifestation of a powerful ability. Therefore, I think Brother Ordinary Road is indeed more powerful. I agree. I agree too. This person's point of view was unanimously agreed by everyone. While everyone was talking about it, Lin Fan had already brushed more than 100 Kunping Wanli. Looking at the posture, there was no intention of stopping at all, which made Shang Wanwaner envious. She couldn't help muttering to herself. It would be great if I had a big brother like him. If I had such a capable and loyal big brother, I would be worthy of the title of the #1 female celebrity on TikTok. She also understands her weakness, which is that she doesn't have a loyal elder brother. Maybe she will come to you to brush her off this time, but she will never come to you to brush her off next time. Thinking of this, Shang Wanwaner envied Miss Dong even more. This damn girl is so lucky. Dong Xiaoyu was still immersed in the joy of the carnival and was unable to extricate herself. She was at a loss as to what to do when Kunping Wanli suddenly appeared. She is just an 18th tier anchor, and she only received the carnival today, let alone Kunping Wanli. She had never seen Kunping Wanli before, but she felt that the special effects were far better than those at the carnival, and it must be expensive. In her mind, carnival has always been the most high-end and valuable gift that this platform can give. She never imagined that there would be something more advanced and classy than carnival. At this moment, the shock in her heart was indescribable, as if the whole world had been turned upside down at this moment. To receive such a generous gift from my elder brother was such good fortune that it was beyond description to simply say lucky as hell. It was no exaggeration to say that if I had to find a word to describe it, it would probably be smoke rising from my ancestral graves. After all, such good luck is so rare and precious. This feast belonged to her alone. Witnessed by all the famous anchors on the internet, Dong Xiaoyu was about to usher in the highlight moment of her life, soaring to the sky and rising to the top. Look! Ordinary Road is now level 68. Someone typed a line of words on the public screen, and people who saw it clicked on the avatar of Lin Fan, who was ranked first on the gift list, and it clearly showed that his wealth level was 68. I'm only 2 levels away from reaching level 70. Oh my god, this upgrade speed is faster than I drink water. When others were lamenting that Lin Fan's wealth level was rising too fast, he was the only one who disagreed. This is too slow. He yawned continuously. If he hadn't rushed to level 70 in one go, he would have been drunk in the land of beauties. Hold on a little longer. After you finish, I'll play some poker and go to bed right away. Mr. Wolf stared at the screen, not daring to blink, for fear of missing any details. When he saw Ordinary Road's level rise again, he couldn't help but feel excited. He immediately picked up his phone and sent a message to Suiyu Jinghao. I was right, wasn't he? His goal tonight is level 70. At the same time, Suiyu Jinghao was also paying close attention to this upgrade battle. He was amazed at the powerful strength displayed by Ordinary Road. I never thought that this person would be so powerful and reach level 70 in one breath. It looks like this is just the beginning. He will definitely continue to set new records. The wolf always sighed. This is quite a feat. I'm just curious about the origins of this mysterious and Ordinary Road. At this moment, the popularity of Miss Dong's live broadcast room has skyrocketed, successfully breaking through the 1 million mark. This astonishing data is not exaggerated, but a real number. In stark contrast are those bad anchors who, in pursuit of superficial prosperity, spend huge sums of money to hire a large number of water armies to fill the numbers. The result? While the live stream room seemed bustling with activity, with 10,000 people online, there were only 150 real viewers, with the rest being scammers. Those big brothers who were kept in the dark became victims of this scam. They thought that the anchors they supported had a huge fan base and could bring considerable commercial returns, but they didn't expect that these so-called popularity were nothing but illusions. Some big brothers even invested hundreds of thousands of dollars and asked internet celebrities to help promote the products, but the final sales volume was staggering, only 100 yuan, and 50 yuan of it was actually purchased by the internet celebrities themselves. Faced with such heavy losses, how could the brothers not be heartbroken and denounce such immoral behavior? However, if Ms. Dong can maintain such high popularity, her value will grow exponentially and become limitless. It is conceivable that in the future Ms. Dong will become a dazzling star, illuminating the entire internet world. Call. Lin Fan let out a long sigh. He finally reached level 70. He felt like his fingers were almost broken. The moment he reached level 70, the platform's broadcast immediately announced it. Congratulations on reaching the Ordinary Road wealth level 70 and being awarded the title of Top Godly Rich. Chapter 56, Wolf's Invitation. Lin Fan leveled up with unstoppable force, slaying monsters and finally breaking through to level 70. This news was like a thunderbolt that split the sky, instantly causing an uproar. You know, he is the third super player in the history of the game to reach the level 70 threshold. Before this, apart from the two big guys, Mr. Lang and Suiyu Jinghao, the highest wealth level was only level 68. After hearing the news, the entire platform was in an uproar, and people rushed to tell each other and congratulated the mysterious boss named Ordinary Road. For a time, countless viewers poured into Miss Dong's live broadcast room like a tide, and the number of people in the live broadcast room broke through again, jumping to 3 million. Miss Dong stared at the screen closely, not wanting to take her eyes away from the live broadcast room where comments were flying and gifts were raining down. She was secretly happy in her heart. I finally succeeded. After this night, she had become the backbone of this platform. From this moment on, even without Lin Fan's help and support, the number of viewers in her live broadcast room will never be less than 100,000. And this achievement can be said to be created by Lin Fan alone. Thinking of this, Miss Dong was filled with gratitude towards Lin Fan and secretly made up her mind. No matter what conditions or requests Lin Fan puts forward to her in the future, she will agree and accept them without hesitation. All the reserve and shyness in her mind had long been thrown out of her mind. She had to listen to Lin Fan's words and obey him completely, because the strength he showed had deeply shocked her. Dong Xiaoyu's impression +1. Dong Xiaoyu's impression +1. Dong Xiaoyu's impression +1. The current favorability is 6, please keep up the good work, host. Lin Fan made a rough estimate and concluded that he had spent around 200 million tonight, which meant that he could get a rebate of 20 million from the system. Including the 50 million in the card, he now has a total cash balance of more than 70 million, and there is still more than 20 million in the limit of the Xinhao card that has not been used. Today he has become a billionaire and has huge wealth. He couldn't help but wonder, based on his current wealth, what percentage of the mission progress could be achieved. With a net worth of 100 million, if one were to rank Yanqing's wealth, where would it rank? This question made Lin Fan fall into deep thought. He silently checked the progress bar of the mission to become the richest man in Yanqing and found that it had only been completed by 0.5%. This means that in order to successfully accomplish this arduous task goal, at least more than 60 billion in assets need to be accumulated. Fuck, that's only 0.5%. Are you kidding me? Lin Fan originally thought that the progress should be around 10%, but he didn't expect that it was less than 1%. He was so angry that he cursed. Lin Fan is deeply aware that the road to becoming the richest man is long and full of challenges. What is unexpected is that the seemingly ordinary Yanqing actually hides so many powerful and billionaire giants. Faced with such a fiercely competitive environment, Lin Fan understood that he had to keep a low profile in the future. Lin Fan yawned and looked at the time. It was already 2 a.m. He quickly exited the live broadcast room, turned off his phone, and left a crowd of onlookers discussing the matter on the internet. Miss Dong's live broadcast room is still bustling and lively, and its popularity continues to rise and remain high. At this moment, the audience excitedly called on Ms. Dong to have a video call interaction with a person named Ordinary Road. This sudden proposal actually won the support of nearly 1 million viewers. Faced with such high enthusiasm and expectations, Ms. Dong felt torn and hesitant. She knew very well that if she rashly decided to connect with Ordinary Road, the other party might not be willing to expose himself to the public. Then this behavior will undoubtedly violate his personal privacy and will definitely offend this mysterious boss. She doesn't want to repay kindness with enmity. However, if he rejected the audience's request and did not go on the ordinary road of connecting with the live broadcast, it would probably disappoint the originally excited audience in the live broadcast room. In the blink of an eye, Miss Dong was caught in a difficult situation where she was caught in a dilemma and had no way out. She couldn't help but fall into deep thought. How should she make a choice to satisfy the audience's needs while protecting the privacy of others? Time is ticking, and Miss Dong must make a decision as soon as possible. How about I sing a song for everyone? Miss Dong had no choice but to delay as much as possible. Unexpectedly, as soon as she said it, the audience immediately disagreed. Who wants to listen to you sing in the middle of the night? Hurry, hurry. Connect to the ordinary road immediately, don't delay any longer. Everyone can't wait to see the true face of this mysterious big brother. Miss Dong had never anticipated that the audience would be so enthusiastic and high-spirited. It would have seemed inappropriate to refuse at this time with all sorts of excuses and hesitation. Well, I'll give it a try. But if the other party doesn't want to accept our connection request, please don't blame me. As Dong Xiaoyu spoke, her heart beat faster and she frantically clicked on the screen to dial the video call with Ping Fansilu. At this moment, her mind had already involuntarily begun to outline the possible appearance of the other party. In fact, Dong Xiaoyu thought to herself, as long as the other person looks pleasing to the eye and not extremely ugly or old, she will be satisfied. God has already given him endless wealth. If he were to give him super high looks, would he be able to survive? Just when everyone was anxiously waiting, the system prompted, the other party has gone offline and video call cannot be made. It's actually offline? He spent 200 million and then went offline. That was 200 million, not 200 yuan. If I spent 200 yuan, I would have to listen to the female anchor calling me Big Brother 100 times. But he spent 200 million yuan and just left without doing anything? Are all rich people so willful? Shouldn't it be that after the brushing is done, the anchor will be allowed to lick it wildly? Dong Xiaoyu looked at Lin Fan's profile picture and fell into deep thought. What kind of person was he? It was really hard to figure out. She was just imagining that the other party must have ulterior motives and would make all kinds of demands on her. Unexpectedly, the other party treated her as heir, which made Dong Xiaoyu very discouraged. Wasn't her appearance amazing enough? Since Big Brother didn't come to me, I'll take the initiative. I can't let Big Brother think I'm ignorant. Thinking of this, Dong Xiaoyu immediately sent a private message to the other party. Thank you for your kindness, brother. If you have time to come to Yanqing, I will treat you to a meal. Unexpectedly, Dong Xiaoyu was also from Yanqing, but the private message she sent to Lin Fan always showed as unread. Another person who sent a private message to Lin Fan was Boss Lang. He invited Lin Fan to come to Shanghai for a small gathering when he was free, and expressed his desire to meet the real ordinary road. Chapter 57. Is it appropriate for you to be so proactive? When everyone realized that Lin Fan had quietly gone offline without any warning, the originally passionate atmosphere suddenly cooled down. It was as if a basin of ice water was poured over their heads, and people's interest disappeared instantly. The audience in the live broadcast room retreated like a tide, and the number of people decreased sharply. In just 3 minutes, the lively scene of 3 million people was reduced to 1 million. Immediately afterwards, the number of people dropped at an alarming rate, falling to 500,000 in the blink of an eye. The precipitous speed of the people falling left Miss Dong dumbfounded and at a loss for a moment. She suddenly realized that these people were all coming for Lin Fan. Once Lin Fan went offline, they lost the motivation and meaning to stay. For them, only the mysterious big brother named Ordinary Road has irreplaceable attraction. As for Miss Dong herself, there is no shortage of anchors like her on this platform, but what is truly scarce is unique existence like Lin Fan. Miss Dong was panicking. If things continued to decline at this rate, it wouldn't be long before the live broadcast room would return to its usual dull state. No, I have to think of a way to retain some viewers. I want the platform to see my value. Even if I leave the ordinary path, I can still do it. Everyone, don't leave just yet. Please stay a moment and listen to me. I'm not just an ordinary anchor. To be more precise, I'm a talented anchor with unique skills. Next, I'm going to give you all an absolutely explosive and wonderful show, so please stay tuned. As soon as Ms. Dong finished speaking, the curiosity of those who were about to leave was instantly aroused. They stopped and waited with anticipation for the start of her so-called gathering energy show. I have to admit that Miss Dong's trick really worked and successfully stabilized the situation at this moment. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room remained stable at around 350,000. It was obvious that this group of people came for the mysterious show she mentioned. If she couldn't give an eye-catching performance, these people would probably still turn away without any reluctance. Ms. Dong, who is well aware of this, knows that she must use her best skills to retain the hearts of the audience. So after careful consideration, she resolutely decided to show off her ultimate move, frog jumping. You know, because Miss Dong has a plump and well-proportioned figure, whenever she fails to compete with other anchors in the live broadcast room, as long as she does the frog jump, it always causes an uproar. The reason for this, of course, is her plump breasts that tremble violently with her jumping movements. Such a turbulent scene is truly amazing. Thinking of this, Miss Dong straightened her proud figure and stood up. She took a few steps back, fitting her entire body into the phone screen, and then slowly squatted down facing the camera. Everyone still doesn't know what she is going to do? Aren't you supposed to perform a performance to build up your energy? Why are you squatting down? Miss Dong was already wearing rather cool clothes, and as she squatted down, her chest was exposed to everyone's view. Good boy, Mashiro. I want to pinch it. It must be fake. If it were real, I would eat it. There are endless comments like this. If you play like this, host, I will give you a thumbs up. At this moment, Dong Xiaoyu, who was squatting on the ground, jumped up. Before everyone could react, they saw a pair of soft and elastic tissues swinging back and forth in front of their eyes, making them dizzy. The anchor is so informative. No, host, please stop shaking me. I feel a little dizzy. Dong Xiaoyu looked at the comments in the live broadcast room and snorted in her heart. Little guys, I can't control you guys who think with your lower body. Some people like it and some people dislike it. The ones who were disgusted were naturally the female audiences, and those whose figures were not as good as Dong Xiaoyu's. During the same period, numerous reports flooded in, and the impact was immediate. Ms. Dong's live broadcast room was banned for 24 hours due to some borderline behavior. After learning the result, Dong Xiaoyu was furious and couldn't help cursing. She secretly lamented that once people become famous, they will attract countless troubles. In the past, she had never had any problems doing frog jumps all night long, but now her account was banned after just one jump. It seems that this trick will no longer be used in the future. The male viewers who were originally immersed in watching the live broadcast had not yet had enough fun when they suddenly received the news that the anchor had been banned, and they could not help but feel extremely disappointed. After Dong Xiaoyu finished the live broadcast, she opened the backstage and was immediately delighted. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. This long string of numbers seemed endless, stretching to 8 digits. This was undoubtedly a staggering amount of wealth. With such a huge sum of money, even if she no longer does live broadcasting work, she can still enjoy the kind of luxurious, dissolute, and happy life like a fairy. However, the greed and desire deep in the human heart are endless, and Dong Xiaoyu is no exception. Thinking back to the live broadcast ban incident that just happened, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. At this moment, she still desperately needed a powerful figure like Lin Fan to support her. Otherwise, with her limited skills and methods, even if she tried her best and tried every possible way, she could only attract a handful of people to watch online. Although he ultimately won the PK match with Shangguan Wanner tonight, all of this should actually be attributed to Lin Fan's help and support. If it weren't for Lin Fan's help, she would have been defeated by Shangguan Wanner long ago and killed instantly without leaving any trace of her, right? Compared with Shangguan Wanner's live broadcasting ability, there is a world of difference. Shangguan Wanner could easily leave her several blocks behind. Not to mention she has a powerful guild behind her to back her up. Thinking of this, Dong Xiaoyu's respect for Lin Fan deepened even more. So, she sent another private message to Lin Fan. "Brother Ping Fan, I'm in Yanqing right now, can you come over to see me? I'd like to see what you really look like." She thought to herself that this was the only way to send a message safely and properly. After all, the meaning expressed in my words couldn't be more obvious. Isn't this the same as telling Lin Fan, "Brother Ping Fan, come here quickly, I'm willing to give myself to you"? Dong Xiaoyu waited for half an hour, but the private message still showed as unread. It seems that Lin Fan has really gone offline. I really don't understand what kind of thinking rich people have. They just keep on brushing and then go offline. They don't play by the rules at all. Chapter 58 Kidnapping? Dong Xiaoyu was filled with admiration and curiosity for Lin Fan. She had never seen a powerful figure like Lin Fan who could act so freely and spontaneously. This unique personality made her yearn for it and aroused a strong desire to conquer deep in her heart. Although Dong Xiaoyu has remained single, it does not mean that she does not know how to please men. In her opinion, most men are similar and can be easily controlled by cleverly whetting their appetites. She understands men's psychology and the allure of a distanced approach. She can be gentle and thoughtful at times, aloof and arrogant at others. Sometimes she approaches, sometimes she distances herself. This unpredictable attitude captivates men. Dong Xiaoyu believes that her charm and means are enough to conquer any man, including Lin Fan. She was determined to use all her skills to make Lin Fan her lover. Dong Xiaoyu is not the only one who wants Lin Fan to fall in love with her. Shangguan Wanner also yearns for a big brother like Lin Fan who spends money like water and is generous, and even covets him. However, Dong Xiaoyu occupied a unique geographical advantage and was the first to see the moon because she was close to the water. This made Shangguan Wanner furious and indignant. She really couldn't understand why she was ignored despite being so charming, and why Lin Fan actually fell in love with an unknown 18th-tier anchor. Shangguan Wanner was determined to take the initiative, knowing full well that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If she can get Lin Fan's favor and support, then it will be natural for her to become the #1 anchor on the platform. Thinking of this, Shangguan Wanner also sent a private message to Lin Fan. Wanner feels deeply honored to receive Big Brother's favor and love. Although she has been working on the internet for many years, she has always firmly adhered to the principle of selling art but not her body. He values his current popularity very much and knows the importance of a good reputation, so he never meets with any Big Brother in private. However, after meeting Big Brother tonight, Wanner felt a sense of familiarity and regret for not meeting earlier. If Big Brother doesn't mind, Wanner hopes to follow the example of the ancients and become sworn brothers with Big Brother. Shangguan Wanner's words revealed a clear message: she is a person who keeps herself clean, so you can rest assured, brother. However, she expressed it in a more subtle and tactful way, first addressing them as brother and sister to show the closeness and respect between them. This not only conveys her own position, but also leaves room for the other party to make a good impression. This euphemistic way may be more easily accepted, and it also shows her intelligence and way of dealing with things. After sending the private message, Shangguan Wanner's heart was pounding wildly. This was probably the first time she confessed her love to her elder brother. Although she had never met him before, she firmly believed that her choice was right. When Lin Fan woke up, the sun was already high in the sky, illuminating the room. He rubbed his eyes and gradually woke up from his sleep. He was now the only one left on the huge bed, and the beauty who had spent the night with him last night was nowhere to be seen. After all, she also has her own work and life to keep busy with. Lin Fan stretched and picked up his phone, which was lying on the bedside table. Several unread messages appeared on the screen, and he checked them one by one. First, Lin Jia left a message telling him that she had gone to work. Seeing that Lin Fan was sleeping so soundly, she couldn't bear to wake him up, so she left quietly. Lin Fan smiled slightly, feeling a warm feeling in his heart. Then, he saw a message from Jiang Ting, who reminded Lin Fan to be more careful in the near future because the Wang family might retaliate against him. Lin Fan frowned and thought to himself. He was not too afraid of the Wang family, but he could not take it lightly. After all, it is easy to avoid an open attack but difficult to guard against an arrow from the dark, so he must always be vigilant. After reading the message, Lin Fan decided to get up, wash up, and start a new day. He knows that the road ahead may not be smooth, but he has enough courage and wisdom to face all challenges. Whether it is love or enemies, he will not back down easily. Anyone who blocks his way forward is his enemy and will be dealt a heavy blow by him. He sat on the sofa, closed his eyes, and the scene of browsing gifts last night emerged in his mind. His fingers slid lightly across the screen of his mobile phone, and virtual gifts fell like raindrops, and the profits brought by these gifts were about to become real wealth. He secretly calculated in his mind that according to the current progress, the cash back would be about 30 million per day, which is definitely a staggering number. Such an astonishing speed is even comparable to that of a listed company. Thinking of this, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Now, with such abundant funds as a solid backing, Lin Fan felt as if he had endless strength and courage. He no longer had to worry about things like betrothal gifts, and the anxious and worried boy he once was gone forever. Now, he faces the challenges in life with confidence, and has bigger dreams and pursuits in his heart. He wants to become the richest man in Yanqing and one of the most important figures in Yancheng. He believes that his dream will come true in a short time. Lin Fan remembered that many people sent him private messages yesterday. He was too sleepy last night and didn't have time to check them. Now is a good time to take a look. He opened the platform and the message center showed 99+. The private messages are already flooded with messages, most of which are sent by female anchors, and some even directly quote the price. No matter how much you swipe, you can get instant nationwide access and be at your site 24 hours a day no matter where you are. Is this still possible? He. Lin Fan once again realized the benefits of having money, which is that the whole world is open to you. Lin Fan continued to look through the private messages. Shang Wanwaner actually sent a private message as well. Wouldn't she have noticed that I gave Miss Dawn too much money and come to blame me? I have nothing to do with her. When I opened the private message, I found out that she wanted to become sworn sisters with me. You're trying to get close to me under the pretext of sworn brotherhood. Don't think I didn't notice. Lin Fan simply chose not to reply. He also read Miss Dawn's private message and replied to her with a few short words, I'm in Yancheng, Junting Villa. I didn't expect Dong Xiaoyu to reply immediately. Didn't she sleep all night? Just to not miss your own news? I'm in Yancheng too. I've heard of Junting Villa. It's the most upscale villa in Yancheng. I guess you haven't had breakfast yet. I'll buy you some. Dong Xiaoyu didn't give Lin Fan a chance to refuse. She directly quit the platform. Seeing that she had already left, Lin Fan didn't say anything more. Anyway, I have a mission to do, so I might as well come. I'm hungry right now. A single man and a single woman, maybe. He. Thinking of this, Lin Fan chuckled. Just then, the ringing of a phone interrupted Lin Fan's thoughts. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, Lin Fan still picked up the phone. Lin Fan, your woman is in my hands. You have half an hour to come to the abandoned granary in the northern suburbs, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Fan was completely bewildered upon hearing this. His woman had been kidnapped? Who was the woman he was referring to? Could it be a scam call? At this time, the other party said again, if you know what's good for you, don't call the police, otherwise you will definitely regret it. After saying this, the other party hung up the phone, leaving Lin Fan confused. Chapter 59, All Defenses Are Ready. Lin Fan was very surprised when he received the call. Someone actually claimed to have kidnapped his woman. He quickly contacted the woman he had a relationship with, and Jiang Ting replied immediately, saying that she was preparing for a morning meeting at the company. Only Lin Jia hadn't replied yet, and Lin Fan had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that the Wang family sent someone to kidnap her? Lin Fan was not very confident about going to the rescue alone. After all, it is easy to dodge a spear but difficult to guard against an arrow from the dark. The enemy was in the dark while I was in the light, so he used all his remaining 18 reinforcement points to build up his defense. After 10 points of strengthening, he had reached the level of catching a knife with bare hands. To be on the safe side, he chose to continue strengthening. After using up all 18 points, he felt that he could also use his temples to withstand peanuts like Huoyun Evil God. After doing all this, Lin Fan went to the meeting alone. This was an abandoned granary. The door was open at a corner, just enough for people to pass through. Lin Fan looked around and found nothing suspicious, so he stepped sideways and entered the warehouse. The interior of the warehouse was extremely empty, and a smell of decay filled the air. The smell seemed to be the trace of time left behind, or the breath of forgotten memories. There was dead silence all around, so quiet that it was scary, and one could even hear the sound of one's own heartbeat. The huge space was like a giant beast with its mouth open, dark and deep, as if it wanted to swallow Lin Fan in one gulp. He stood in this vast space, as small as a speck of dust, and could not help but be extremely alert. The ground was covered with dust and debris, looking dilapidated. A faint light shone through the ceiling above, barely illuminating this gloomy place, but it only made it look even more eerie. In this environment of silence and darkness, Lin Fan felt as if he was in a world isolated from the outside world. Lin Fan guessed that the other party must have discovered him a long time ago and had been observing him secretly. Now that you're here, stop being sneaky and show yourself. There was no response, and the person in the dark seemed not to want to come out. At this moment, a sharp and piercing sound of breaking wind suddenly came. Oh no! This voice sounded hostile and dangerous. Lin Fan's heart was filled with alarm, and his body reacted subconsciously. He quickly dodged to the side, as nimble as a cheetah, narrowly avoiding the attack from behind. As soon as he left the spot, Lin Fan saw a sharp arrow piercing straight into the place where he had just stood like lightning. The arrow was deeply embedded in the ground, with the tip more than 3 inches into the soil. It can be seen how powerful the arrow was. If my reaction was a little slower, I would probably have been hit by the arrow by now. Lin Fan couldn't help but gasp, secretly thanking himself for his alertness and agility that allowed him to escape. At the same time, he also realized that the enemy's attacks were very fierce and accurate, and he had to remain vigilant at all times. He gathered his consciousness and scanned the surroundings sharply, trying to find any trace of the enemy. Lin Fan looked in the direction from which the arrow came, and there happened to be a few pillars there that could hide his body. The opponent was most likely hiding behind the pillar. Lin Fan burst out at full speed and rushed towards the pillar, his speed like a nimble cheetah. It was so fast that the person hiding behind the pillar hadn't reacted yet before Lin Fan got close to him. He quickly shot another arrow, but because he shot it in a hurry, the arrow was not aimed well, but still hit the opponent's chest. Being shot in the chest at such a close distance would result in serious injuries even if not death. This wave is stable. The killer behind the pillar let out a long sigh, and his tense nerves relaxed a lot. However, what happened next left him stunned. The expected fall to the ground did not happen, and the arrow he shot seemed to encounter huge resistance. No matter what, the arrow could not penetrate Lin Fan's skin. You have to know that he is a professional killer with amazing arm strength. Even a cow would be chilled to death by this arrow. However, the reality is so cruel that not only did it not cause any harm to Lin Fan, his skin was not even scratched. Is this a human or a ghost? Such an invulnerable ability made him back off. However, the horror was yet to come. Lin Fan grabbed the arrow in his hand and swung it towards himself. The arrow came hurtling towards him, its power no less than the one he had shot. Damn! What a pervert! Are you still human? Chapter 60 End. After subduing the other party, he found Lin Jia sleeping in the corner. Lin Fan carefully brought her back to the villa. Not long after, she slowly woke up. Seeing this, Lin Fan hurried forward. He asked softly, "How are you feeling? Are you feeling unwell?" She shook her head slightly, indicating that she was fine. After she recovered a little, she told Lin Fan the whole story in detail. According to her recollection, she was on her way to the company when the incident happened. Suddenly, a group of unidentified people rushed out from the darkness and attacked her without saying a word. Before she could react, she lost consciousness. When she woke up again, she found herself in an abandoned warehouse. After listening to her description, Lin Fan thought to himself, "This kidnapping is obviously aimed at me." But the strange thing is, why did the criminals choose to attack her? Is it just because she has a close relationship with me? Just as Lin Fan was racking his brains, the gangster's words suddenly made him realize that there was someone else behind the scenes. This sudden news made the whole incident even more confusing. It seemed that this incident was not the work of the Wang family, so the only thing left was the small days that he had hit hard before. These people were like lingering rats, always waiting for an opportunity to move in the dark. Lin Fan was very clear about this potential threat. He knew that sooner or later he would catch them all in one fell swoop and would never let them have any chance to take advantage. In order to prevent similar incidents from happening again, Lin Fan decided to take some measures to strengthen prevention. He first arranged for Wang Yidao and other capable men to serve as guards around the villa to ensure its safety. At the same time, he also went to pick up Jiang Ting so that she could stay with him so that he could better protect her safety. Lin Fan knew very well that only by being fully prepared could he deal with various possible dangerous situations. He believed that as long as he remained vigilant and continued to improve his strength, he would be able to defeat any enemy and protect himself and the important people around him. Through clever maneuvering and sharp questioning, Lin Fan finally got the enemy to reveal Xiao Rizi's secret base in Yancheng. Without hesitation, he resolutely embarked on a journey alone, determined to eradicate this cancer himself. Entering the enemy camp, Lin Fan was like a god of war. His agility and wit were unparalleled, and he managed to overcome the enemy's numerous blockades and traps, quickly subduing them one by one. After completing his mission, Lin Fan did not let up. He immediately handed the criminals over to the police to let the law judge their crimes. In the end, these people were sentenced to 50 years in prison for espionage, and justice was served. Lin Fan's heroic deeds spread throughout Yancheng. Half a year later, Lin Fan and Jiang Ting got married, and this grand wedding became the focus of Yancheng. With the conclusion of his marriage, Lin Fan officially took over the Snow King Group and became its actual leader. With his outstanding wisdom and business acumen, he brought the Snow King Group into a new era of glory. Lin Fan's achievements are not limited to his career success, but also lie in his moral character and way of dealing with people. He is caring and loving towards his family, sincere and trustworthy to his friends, and generous and kind to his subordinates. In the eyes of the public, he is not only an outstanding entrepreneur, but also a good son-in-law worthy of entrusting one's life to. Lin Fan's fame skyrocketed, and he became a role model for the young people of Yancheng. People praised him as a role model for young and promising people, and considered him the best among all sons-in-law. At this time, Lin Fan finally became the richest man in Yancheng as he wished. This concludes the book.